Introduction of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Justice. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlie Mary Yonge. Introduction. In sending forth this little book, I am inclined to add a few explanatory words as to the use I have made of historical personages. The origin of the whole story was probably Freytag's first series of pictures of German life. Probably, I say, for its first commencement was a dream, dreamt some weeks after reading that most interesting collection of sketches. The return of the squire, with the tidings of the death of the two knights, was vividly depicted in sleep, and though without local habitation or name, the scene was most likely to have been a reflection from the wild scenes so lately read of. In fact, waking thoughts decided that such a catastrophe could hardly have happened anywhere but in Germany, or in Scotland, and the contrast between the cultivation in the free cities and the savagery of the independent barons made the former the more suitable region for the adventures. The time could only be before the taming and bringing into order of the empire, when the imperial cities were in the greatest splendor, the last free nobles in course of being reduced from their lawless liberty, and the House of Austria beginning to acquire its preponderance over the other princely families. In Freytag's books, Hegewisch's History of Maximilian will, I think, be found fully to bear out the picture I have tried to give of the state of things in the reign of the Emperor Friedrich III, when for want of any other law, Faustrecht or fist right ruled, i.e., an offended nobleman, having once sent a Federbrief to his adversary, was thenceforth at liberty to revenge himself by a private war, in which, for the wrong inflicted, no justice was exacted. Hegewich remarks that the only benefit of this custom was, that the honor of subscribing a feud-brief was so highly esteemed that it induced the nobles to learn to write. The League of St. George and the Swabian League were the means of gradually putting down this authorized condition of deadly feud. This was in the days of Maximilian's youth. He is a prince who seems to have been almost as inferior in his foreign to what he was in his domestic policy as was Queen Elizabeth. He is chiefly familiar to us as failing to keep up his authority in Flanders after the death of Mary of Burgundy, as lingering to fulfill his engagement with Anne of Brittany till he lost her and her duchy, as incurring ridicule by his ill-managed schemes in Italy, and the vast projects that he was always forming without either means or steadiness to carry them out, by his perpetual impecuniosity and slippery dealing, and in his old age he has become rather the laughing-stock of historians. But there is much that is melancholy in the sight of a man endowed with genius, unbalanced by the force of character that secures success, and with an ardent nature whose intention overleapt obstacles that in practice he found insuperable. At home, Maximilian raised the imperial power from a mere cipher to considerable weight. We judge him as if he had been born in the purple, and succeeded to a defined power like his descendants. We forget that the head of the Holy Roman Empire had been, ever since the extinction of the Swabian line, a mere mark for ambitious princes to shoot at, with everything expected from him, and no means to do anything. Maximilian's own father was an avaricious, undignified old man, not until near his death, Archduke of even all Austria, and with anarchy prevailing everywhere under his nominal rule. It was in the time of Maximilian that the empire became as compact and united a body as could be hoped of anything so unwieldy, that law was at least acknowledged, Faustrecht forever abolished, and the emperor became once more a real power. The man under whom all this was effected could have been no fool. Yet, as he said himself, he reigned over a nation of kings, who each chose to rule for himself, and the uncertainty of supplies of men or money to be gained from them made him so often fail necessarily in his engagements, that he acquired a shiftiness and callousness to breaches of promise, which became the worst flaw in his character. But of the fascination of his manner there can be no doubt. Even Henry VIII's English ambassadors, when forced to own how little they could depend on him, and how dangerous it was to let subsidies pass through his fingers, still show themselves under a sort of enchantment of devotion to his person, and this in his old age, and when his conduct was most inexcusable and provoking. His variety of powers was wonderful. He was learned in many languages, in all those of his empire or hereditary states, and in many besides, and he had an ardent love of books, both classical and modern. He delighted in music, painting, architecture, and many arts of more mechanical description, wrote treatises on all of these, and on other subjects, especially gardening and gunnery. He was an inventor of an improved lock to the arquebus, and first divined how to adapt the disposition of his troops to the use of newly discovered firearms. And in all these things his versatile head and ready hand were personally employed, not by deputy, while coupled with so much artistic taste was a violent passion for hunting, which carried him through many hairbreadth escapes. It was plain, he used to say, that God Almighty ruled the world, or how could things go on with a rogue like Alexander VI at the head of the church, and a mere huntsman like himself at the head of the empire? His bon mots were numerous, all thoroughly characteristic, and showing that brilliancy in conversation must have been one of his greatest charms. It seems as if only self-control and resolution were wanting to have made him a Charles, or an Alfred the Great. The romance of his marriage with the heiress of Burgundy is one of the best-known parts of his life. He was scarcely 22 when he lost her, who perhaps would have given him the stability he wanted. But his tender love for her endured through life. It is not improbable that it was still this abiding attachment that made him slack in overcoming difficulties in the way of other contracts, and that he may have hoped that his engagement to Bianca Sforza would come to nothing, like so many others. The most curious record of him is, however, in 2 books, the materials for which he furnished, and whose composition and illustration he superintended. Der Weise King and Theurdank, of both of which he is well known to be the hero. The White, or the Wise King, it is uncertain which, is a history of his education and exploits in prose. Every alternate page has its engraving, showing how the young White King obtains instruction in painting, architecture, language, and all arts and sciences, the latter including magic, which he learns of an old woman with the long-tailed demon sitting, like Mother Hubbard's cat, on her shoulder, and astrology. In the illustration of this study, an extraordinary figure of a cross within a circle appears in the sky, which probably has some connection with his scheme of a nativity, for it also appears on the breast of Ehrenhold, his constant companion in the metrical history of his career, under the name of Theurdank. The poetry of Theurdank was composed of Maximilian's old writing master, Melchior Fiesny, but the adventures were the Kaiser's own, communicated by himself, and he superintended the woodcuts. The name is explained to mean craving glory, gloire memor. The Germans laughed to scorn a French translator, who rendered it cher merci. It was annotated very soon after its publication, and each exploit explained and accounted for. It is remarkable and touching in a man who married at 18 and was a widower at 22, that, in both books, the happy union with his lady love is placed at the end, not at the beginning of the book, and in Theurdank, at least, the eternal reunion is clearly meant. In this curious book, König Ramrich is seen on his back dying in a garden, and Ehrenreich, as Mary really did, dispatches a ring to summon her betrothed. But here Theurdank returns for answer that he means first to win honor by his exploits, and sets out with his comrade, Ehrenhold, in search thereof. Ehrenhold never appears of the smallest use to him in any of the dire adventures into which he falls, but only stands complacently by, and in effect may represent Fame, or perhaps that literary sage whom Don Quixote always supposed to be at hand to record his deeds of prowess. Next we are presented with the German impersonation of Satan as a wise old magician, only with claws instead of feet, commissioning his 3 captains, Poplotern, Fürwies, Umfalla, and Neidelhard, to beset and ruin Theurdank. They are interpreted as dangers of youth, middle life, and old age, rashness, disaster, and distress, or envy. One at a time they encounter him, not once, but again and again. He is ranged under each head, in entire contempt of real order of time, the perils he thinks owing to each foe. Fürwies most justly gets the credit of Maximilian's perils on the steeple of Ulm, though, unfortunately, the artist has represented the daring climber as standing not much above the shoulders of Fürwies and Ehrenhold, and although the annotation tells us that his hinder half-foot overhung and scaffold, the danger in the print is not appalling. Fürwies likewise inveigles him into putting the point schnabel of his shoe into the wheel of a mill for turning stone balls, where he certainly hardly deserved to lose nothing but the beak of his shoe. This enemy also brings him into numerous unpleasant predicaments on precipices, where he hangs by one hand, while the chamois stand delighted on every available peak. Fervis grins malevolently, and Arenhold stands pointing at him over his shoulder. Time and place are given in the notes for all these escapes. After some 20 adventures, Fervis is beaten off, and Omphalo tries his powers. Here the misadventures do not involve so much folly on the hero's part, though to be sure he ventures into a lion's den unarmed, and has to beat off the inmates with a shovel. But the other adventures are more rational. He catches a jester of admirably foolish expression, putting a match to a powder magazine. He is wonderfully preserved in mountain avalanches and hurricanes, reins up his horse on the verge of an abyss, falls through ice in Holland and shows nothing but his head above it, cures himself of a fever by draughts of water, to the great disgust of his physicians, and escapes a fire bursting out of a tall stove. Neidlhart brings his real battles and perils. From this last he is in danger of shipwreck, of assassination, of poison, in single combat or in battle. Tumults of the people beset him. He is imprisoned as a Ghent. But finally Neidlhart is beaten back, and the hero is presented to Ehrenreich. Ehrenhold recounts his triumphs, and accuses the 3 captains. One is hung, another beheaded, the third thrown headlong from a tower, and a guardian angel then summons Theurdank to his union with his queen. No doubt this reunion was the life dream of the harassed, busy, inconsistent man, who flashed through the turmoils of the early 16th century. The adventures of Maximilian, which have been adverted to in this story, are all to be found in Theurdank, and in his early life he was probably the brilliant, eager person we have tried in some degree to describe. In his latter years it is well known that he was much struck by Luther's arguments, and indeed he had long been conscious of need of church reform, though his plans took the grotesque form of getting himself made pope, and taken all into his own hands. Perhaps it was unwise to have ever so faintly sketched Ebbo's career through the ensuing troubles, but the history of the star and of the spark in the stubble seemed to need completion, and the working out of the character of the survivor was unfinished till his course had been thought over from the dawn of the Wittenberg teaching, which must have seemed so novelty to an heir of the doctrine of Tauler, and of the veritably Catholic divines of old times. The ideas of the supposed course of a thoughtful, refined, conscientious man through the earlier times of the Reformation, glad of the hope of cleansing the Church, but hoping to cleanse, not to break away from her, a hope that Luther himself long cherished, and which was not entirely frustrated till the reassembly at Trent in the next generation. Justice has never been done to the men who feared to lose their hold on the Church Catholic as the one body to which promises were made. Their loyalty has been entreated as blindness, timidity, or superstition, but that there were many such persons, and those among the very highest minds of their time, no one can have any doubt after reading such lies as those of Friedrich the Wise of Saxony, of Erasmus, of Vittoria Colonna, or of Cardinal Giustiniani. April 9th, 1836. End of introduction.
Chapter number 1 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 1. The upper lattices of a tall, narrow window were open, and admitted the view of first some richly tinted vine leaves and purpling grapes, then, in dazzling freshness of new white stone, the lacework fabric of a half-built minster spire, with a mason's crane on the summit, bending as though craving for a further supply of materials. And beyond, peeping through every crevice of the exquisite open fretwork, was the intensely blue sky of early autumn. The lower, longer panes of the window were closed, and the glass, divided into circles and quarrels, made the scene less distinct. But still the huge stone tower was traceable, and farther off the slope of a gently rising hill, clothed with vineyards blushing into autumn richness. Below, the view was closed by the grey wall of a courtyard, laden with fruit trees in full bearing, and enclosing paved paths that radiated from a central fountain and left spaces between, where a few summer flowers still lingered, and the remains of others showed what their past glory had been. The interior of the room was wainscoted, the floor paved with bright red and cream-colored tiles, and the tall stove in one corner decorated with the same. The eastern end of the apartment was adorned with an exquisite small group carved in oak, representing the carpenter's shop at Nazareth, with the Holy Child instructed by Joseph in the use of tools, and the mother sitting with her book, pondering these things in her heart. All around were blocks of wood and carvings in varying states of progress, some scarcely shaped out, and others in perfect completion, and the subjects were equally various. Here was an adoring angel with folded wings, clasped hands, and rapt face; here a majestic head of an apostle or prophet; here a lovely virgin saint, seeming to play smilingly with the instrument of her martyrdom; here a grotesque miserere group, illustrating a fairy tale or caricaturing a popular fable; here a beauteous festoon of flowers and fruit, emulating nature in all save colour; and on the work-table itself, growing under the master's hand, was a long wreath, entirely composed of leaves and seed-vessels in their quaint and beauteous forms. The heart-shaped shepherd's purse, the mask-like skull-cap, and the crowned urn of the henbane. The starred cap of the poppy was actually being shaped under the tool, copied from a green capsule surmounted with purple velvety rays, which, together with its rough and wavy leaf, was held in the hand of a young maiden who knelt by the table, watching the work with eager interest. She was not a beautiful girl, not one of those whose bright eyes rain influence and judge the prize. She was too small, too slight, too retiring for such a position. If there was something lily-like in her drooping grace, it was not the queen lily of the garden that she resembled, but the retiring lily of the valley. So purely, transparently white was her skin, scarcely tinted by a roseate blush on the cheek; so tender and modest the whole effect of her slender figure, and the soft downcast pensive brown eyes, utterly dissimilar in hue from those of all her friends and kindred, except perhaps the bright quick ones of her uncle the master carver. Otherwise his portly form, open visage, and good-natured stateliness, as well as his furred cap and gold chain, were thoroughly those of the German burgomaster of the 15th century. But those glittering black eyes had not ceased to betray their French, or rather Walloon, origin, though for several generations back the family had been settled at Ulm. Perhaps, too, it was Walloon quickness and readiness of wit that had made them, so soon as they became affiliated, so prominent in all the councils of the good free city, and so noted for excellence in art and learning. Indeed, the present head of the family, Master Gottfried Sorel, was so much esteemed for his learning that he had once had serious thought of terming himself Magister Gothofredus Oxalicus, and might have carried it out but for the very decided objections of his wife, Dame Joanna, and his little niece Christina, to being dubbed by any such surname. Master Gottfried had had a scapegrace younger brother named Hugh, who had scorned both books and tools, had been the plague of the workshop, and, instead of coming back from his wandering year of improvement, had joined a band of roving lanzknechts. No more had been heard of him for a dozen or 15 years, when he suddenly arrived at the paternal mansion at Ulm, half dead with intermittent fever, and with a young, broken-hearted, and nearly expiring wife, his spoil in his Italian campaigns. His rude affection had utterly failed to console her for her desolated home and slaughtered kindred, and it had so soon turned to brutality that, when brought to comparative peace and rest in his brother's home, there was nothing left for the poor Italian but to lie down and die, commending her babe in broken German to Hausfrau Johanna, and blessing Master Gottfried for his flowing Latin assurances that the child should be to them even as the little maiden who was lying in the God's acre upon the hillside. And verily the little Christina had been a precious gift to the bereaved couple. Her father had no sooner recovered than he returned to his roving life, and except for a report that he had been seen among the retainers of one of the robber barons of the Swabian Alps, nothing had been heard of him; and Master Gottfried only hoped to be spared the actual pain and scandal of knowing when his eyes were blinded, and his head swept off at a blow, or when he was tumbled headlong into a moat, suspended from a tree, or broken on the wheel, a choice of fates that was sure sooner or later to befall him. Meantime, both the Burgomeister and Burgomeisterin did their utmost to forget that the gentle little girl was not their own. They set all their hopes and joys on her, and making her supply the place at once of son and daughter, they bred her up in all the refinements and accomplishments in which the free citizens of Germany took the lead in the middle and latter part of the 15th century. To aid her aunt in all housewifely arts, to prepare dainty foods and varied liquors, and to spin, weave, and broider, was only a part of Christina's training. Her uncle likewise set great store by her sweet Italian voice, and caused her to be carefully taught to sing and play on the lute, and he likewise delighted in hearing her read aloud to him from the hereditary store of manuscripts, and from the dark volumes that began to proceed from the press. Nay, Master Gottfried had made experiments in printing and wood engraving on his own account, and had found no head so intelligent, no hand so desirous to aid him, as his little Christina's, who, in all that needed taste and skill rather than strength, was worth all his prentices and journeymen together. Some fine bold woodcuts had been produced by their joint efforts, but these less important occupations had of late been set aside by the engrossing interest of the interior fittings of the great Dome Kirk, which for nearly a century had been rising by the united exertions of the burghers, without any assistance from without. The foundation had been laid in 1377, and at length, in the year of grace 1472, the crown of the apse had been closed in, and matters were so forward that Master Gottfried's stall work was already in requisition for the choir. 3 cubits more, he reckoned. "Child, hast thou found me fruits enough for the completing of this border?" "Oh yes, mine uncle, I have the wild rose-hip and the flat shield of the moonwort, and a pea-pod, and more whose names I know not. But should they all be seed and fruit?" "Yea, truly, my Stina, for this wreath shall speak of the goodly fruits of a completed life." "Even as that which you carved in spring told of the blossom and fair promise of youth," returned the maiden. "Methinks the one is the most beautiful, as it ought to be." Then, after a little pause and some reckoning, "I have scarce seed-pods enough in store, uncle. Might we not seek some rarer shapes in the herb garden of Master Gerard, the physician? He too might tell me the names of some of these." "True, child. Or we might ride into the country beyond the walls and seek them. What, little one, wouldst thou not?" "So we go not far," faltered Christina, colouring. "Ha! Thou hast not forgotten the fright thy companions had from the Schlangenwald reitern when gathering Maydew?" "Fear not, little coward. If we go beyond the suburbs we will take Hans and Peter with their halberts. But I believe thy silly little heart can scarce be free for enjoyment if it can fancy a reiter within a dozen leagues of thee." "At your side I would not fear, that is, I would not vex thee by my folly, and I might forget it," replied Christina, looking down. "My gentle child," the old man said approvingly. "Moreover, if our good Reiser has his way, we shall soon be free of the reitern of Schlangenwald and Adlerstein, and all the rest of the mouse-trap barons. He is hoping to form a league of us free imperial cities with all the more reasonable and honest nobles, to preserve the peace of the country. Even now a letter from him was read in the town hall to that effect, and when all are united against them, my lord's mousers must needs become pledged to the league, or go down before it." "Ah, that will be well!" cried Christina. "Then will our wagons be no longer set upon at the debatable ford by Schlangenwald or Adlerstein, and our wares will come safely, and there will be wealth enough to raise our spire. Oh, uncle, what a day of joy will that be when Our Lady's great statue will be set on the summit!" "A day that I shall scarce see, and it will be well if thou dost," returned her uncle, "unless the hearts of the burghers of Ulm return to the liberality of their fathers, who devised that spire. But what trampling do I hear?" There was indeed a sudden confusion in the house, and before the uncle and niece could rise the door was opened by a prosperous apple-faced dame, exclaiming in a hasty whisper, "Housefather, oh, housefather, there are a troop of reitern at the door, dismounting already." And as the master came forward, brushing from his furred vest the shavings and dust of his work, she added in a more furtive, startled accent, "And if I mistake not, one is thy brother." "He is welcome," replied Master Gottfried in his cheery, fearless voice. "He brought us a choice gift last time he came, and it may be he is ready to seek peace among us after his wanderings. Come hither, Christina, my little one. It is well to be abashed, but thou art not a child who need fear to meet a father." Christina's extreme timidity, however, made her pale and crimson by turns, perhaps by the infection of anxiety from her aunt, who could not conceal a certain dissatisfaction and alarm, as the maiden, led on either side by her adopted parents, thus advanced from the little studio into a handsomely carved wooden gallery, projecting into a great wainscoted room, with a broad carved stair leading down into it. Down this stair the three proceeded, and reached the stone hall that lay beyond it. Just as there entered from the trellised porch that covered the steps into the street a thin, wiry man in a worn and greasy buff suit, guarded on the breast and arms with rusty steel and a battered helmet with the visor up, disclosing a weather-beaten, bronzed face with somewhat wild dark eyes, and a huge grizzled moustache forming a straight line over his lips. Altogether he was a complete model of the lawless Reiter or Landsknecht, the terror of Swabia and the bugbear of Christina's imagination. The poor child's heart died within her as she perceived the mutual recognition between her uncle and the newcomer, and while Master Gottfried held out his hands with a cordial greeting of "Welcome home, brother Hugh," she trembled from head to foot as she sank on her knees and murmured, "Your blessing, honoured father." "Ha! What, this is my girl? What says she? My blessing, eh? There, then, thou hast it, child, such as I have to give, though they'll tell thee at Adlerstein that I am more wont to give the other sort of blessing. Now give me a kiss, girl, and let me see thee. How now," as he folded her in his rough arms, "thou art a mere feather, as slight as our sick Jungfrau herself." And then regarding her as she stood drooping, "Thou art not half the woman thy mother was. She was stately and straight as a column, and tall withal." "True," replied Hausfrau Johanna, in a marked tone, "but both she and her poor babe had been so harassed and wasted with long journeys and hardships, that with all our care of our Christina she has never been strong or well grown. The marvel is that she lived at all." "Our Christina's not beautiful, we know," added her uncle, reassuringly taking her hand, "but she is a good and meek maiden." "Well, well," returned the Landsknecht, "she will answer the purpose well enough, or better than if she were fair enough to set all our fellows together by the ears for her. Camilla, I say, no, what's her name, Christina? Put up thy gear and be ready to start with me to-morrow morning for Adlerstein." "For Adlerstein!" re-echoed the house-mother, in a tone of horrified dismay, and Christina would have dropped on the floor but for her uncle's sustaining hand, and the cheering glance with which he met her imploring look. "Let us come up to the gallery and understand what you desire, brother," said Master Gottfried gravely. "Fill the cup of greeting, Hans. Your followers shall be entertained in the hall," he added. "Ay, ay," quoth Hugh. "I will show you reason over a goblet of the old Rosenberg. Is it all gone yet, brother Goetz? No? I reckon there would not be the scouring of a glass left of it in a week if it were at Adlerstein." So saying, the trooper crossed the lower room, which contained a huge tiled baking oven, various brilliantly burnished cooking utensils, and a great carved cupboard like a wooden bedstead, and passing the door of the bathroom, clanked up the oaken stairs to the gallery, the reception-room of the house. It had tapestry hangings to the wall, and cushions both to the carved chairs and deep windows, which looked out into the street, the whole story projecting into close proximity with the corresponding apartment of the Syndic Moritz, the goldsmith, on the opposite side. An oaken table stood in the centre, and the gallery was adorned with a dresser, displaying not only bright pewter, but goblets and drinking cups of beautifully shaped and coloured glass, and salt-cellars and tankards of gold and silver. "Just as it was in the old man's time," said the soldier, throwing himself into the house-father's chair. "A handful of Landsknechts would make short work with your pots and pans, good sister Johanna." "Heaven forbid!" said poor Johanna under her breath. "Much good they do you up in a row there, making you a slave to furbishing them. There's more sense in a chair like this, that does rest a man's bones. Here, Camilla, girl, unlace my helmet. What, know'st not how? What is a woman made for but to let a soldier free of his trappings? Thou hast done it. There, now my boots," stretching out his legs. "Heaven forbid!" said poor Johanna under her breath. "Much good they do you up in a row there, making you a slave to furbishing them. There's more sense in a chair like this, that does rest a man's bones. Here, Camilla, girl, unlace my helmet. What, know'st not how? What is a woman made for but to let a soldier free of his trappings? Thou hast done it. There, now my boots," stretching out his legs. "Hans shall draw off your boots, fair brother," began the dame, but poor Christina, the more anxious to propitiate him in little things because of the horror and dread with which his main purpose inspired her, was already on her knees, pulling with her small quivering hands at the long steel-guarded boot, a task to which she would have been utterly inadequate, but for some lazy assistance from her father's other foot. She further brought a pair of her uncle's furred slippers, while Rider Hugh proceeded to dangle one of the boots in the air, expatiating on its frail condition, and expressing his intention of getting a new pair from Master Matthias, the suitor, ere he should leave Ulm on the morrow. Then again came the dreaded subject. His daughter must go with him. "What would you with Christina, brother?" gravely asked Master Gottfried, seating himself on the opposite side of the stove, while out of sight the frightened girl herself knelt on the floor, her head on her aunt's knees, trying to derive comfort from Dame Joanna's clasping hands and vehement murmurs that they would not let their child be taken from them. Alas! these assurances were little in accordance with Hugh's rough reply. "And what is it to you what I do with mine own? Only this, that having bred her up as my child and intended heiress, I might have some voice." "Oh, in choosing her mate? Some mincing artificer, I trow, fiddling away with wood and wire to make gauds for the fair day. Hast got him here? If I like him, and she likes him, I'll bring her back when her work is done." "There is no such person as yet in the case," said Gottfried. "Christina is not yet 17, and I would take my time to find an honest, pious burgher, who will value this precious jewel of mine." "And let her polish his flagons to the end of her days," laughed Hugh grimly, but manifestly somewhat influenced by the notion of his brother's wealth. "What, hast no child of thine own?" he added. "None, save in paradise," answered Gottfried, crossing himself. "And thus, if Christina should remain with me and be such as I would have her, then, brother, my wealth, after myself and my good housewife, shall be hers, with due provision for thee, if thou shouldst weary of thy wild life. Otherwise," he added, looking down and speaking in an undertone, "my poor savings should go to the completion of the Dome Kirk." "And who told thee, Goetz, that I would do aught with the girl that should hinder her from being the very same fat, sauerkraut-cooking, pewter-scrubbing housewife of thy mind's eye?" "I have heard nothing of thy designs as yet, brother Hugh, save that thou wouldst take her to Adlerstein, which men greatly belie if it be not a nest of robbers." "Aha! Thou hast heard of Adlerstein? We have made the backs of your jolly merchants tingle as well as they could through their well-lined doublets. Ulm knows of Adlerstein and the Debatable Ford." "It knows little to its credit," said Gottfried gravely, "and it knows also that the Emperor is about to make a combination against all the Swabian robber holds, and that such as join not in it will fare the worse. Let Kaiser Fritz catch his bear ere he sells its hide. He has never tried to mount the eagle's ladder. Why, man, Adlerstein might be held against 500 men by Sister Joanna with her rock and spindle. 'Tis a free barony, Master Gottfried, I tell thee, has never sworn allegiance to Kaiser or Duke of Swabia either. Freiherr Eberhard is as much a king on his own rock as Kaiser Fritz ever was of the Romans, and more too, for I never could find out that they thought much of our king at Rome. And as to gainsaying our old Frere, one might as well leap over the abyss at once." "Yes, those old free barons are pitiless tyrants," said Gottfried, "and I scarce think I can understand thee aright when I hear thee say thou wouldst carry thy daughter to such an abode." "It is the Frere's command," returned Hugh. "Look you, they have had wondrous ill luck with their children. The Freiherrinn Kunigunde has had a dozen at least, and only 2 are alive. My young Frere and my young Lady Ermyntrude. And no wonder, you would say, if you could see the gracious Freiherrinn, for surely Dame Hulda made a blunder when she fished her out of the fountain woman instead of man. She is Adlerstein herself by birth, married to her cousin, and is prouder and more dour than our old Frere himself. Fitter far to handle shield than swaddled babe. And now our Jungfrau has fallen into a pining waste, that 'tis a pity to see how her cheeks have fallen away, and how she mopes and fades. Now, the old Frere and her brother, they both dote on her, and would do anything for her. They thought she was bewitched, so we took old Mother Ilsebil, and tried her with the ordeal of water. But look you, she sank as innocent as a puppy-dog, and Ursel was at fault to fix on any one else. Then, one day, when I looked into the chamber, I saw the poor maiden sitting with her head hanging down, as if 'twas too heavy for her, on a high-backed chair, no rest for her feet, and the wind blowing keen all around her, and nothing to taste but scorched beef, or black bread and sour wine, and her mother rating her for foolish fancies that gave trouble. And when my young Frere was bemoaning himself that we could not hear of a Jew physician passing our way to catch and bring up to cure her, I said to him, at last, that no doctor could do for her what gentle tendance and nursing would. for what the poor maiden needed was to be cosseted and laid down softly, and fed with broths and possets, and all that women know how to do with one another. A proper scowl and hard words I got from my gracious lady for wanting to put burgher softness into an Adlerstein, but my old lord and his son opened on the scent at once. "Thou hast a daughter," quoth the frere. "So please your gracious lordship," quoth I. "That is, if she still lives, for I left her a puny infant." "Well," said my lord, "if thou wilt bring her here, and her care restores my daughter to health and strength, then will I make thee my body squire, with a right to a fourth part of all the spoil, and feed for 2 horses in my stable." And young Frere Eberhard gave his word upon it. Gottfried suggested that a sick nurse was the person required rather than a child like Christina, but as Hugh truly observed, no nurse would voluntarily go to Adlerstein, and it was no use to wait for the hopes of capturing one by raid or foray. His daughter was at his own disposal, and her services would be repaid by personal advantages to himself, which he was not disposed to forego. In effect, these were the only means that the Baron had of requiting any attendance upon his daughter. The citizens of old Germany had the strongest and most stringent ideas of parental authority, and regarded daughters as absolute chattels of their father, and Master Gottfried Sorel, though he alone had done the part of a parent to his niece, felt entirely unable to withstand the nearer claim, except by representations, and these fell utterly disregarded, as in truth every counsel had hitherto done, upon the ears of Rider Hugh, ever since he had emerged from his swaddling clothes. The plentiful supper, full cup of wine, the confections, the soft chair, together perhaps with his brother's grave speech, soon, however, had the effect of sending him into a doze, whence he started to accept civilly the proposal of being installed in the stranger's room, where he was speedily snoring between 2 feather-beds. Then there could be freedom of speech in the gallery, where the uncle and aunt held anxious counsel over the poor little dark-tressed head that still lay upon good Joanna's knees. The dame was indignant and resolute. Take the child back with him into a very nest of robbers! Her own innocent dove, whom they had shielded from all evil like a very nun in a cloister! She should as soon think of yielding her up to be borne off by the great Satan himself with his horns and hoofs. "Hugh is her father, housewife," said the master carver. "The right of parents is with those that have done the duty of parents," returned Joanna. "What said the kid in the fable to the goat that claimed her from the sheep that bred her up? I am ashamed of you, housefather, for not better loving your own niece." "Heaven knows how I love her," said Gottfried, as the sweet face was raised up to him with a look acquitting him of the charge, and he bent to smooth back the silken hair and kiss the ivory brow. "But Heaven also knows that I see no means of withholding her from one whose claim is closer than my own, none save one, and to that even thou, house-mother, wouldst not have me resort." "What is it?" asked the dame, sharply, yet with some fear. "To denounce him to the burgomasters as one of the Adlerstein retainers, who robbed Philip der Schmidt, and have him fast laid by the heels." Christina shuddered, and Dame Joanna herself recoiled, but presently exclaimed, "Nay, you could not do that, good man, but wherefore not threaten him therewith? Stand at his bedside in early dawn, and tell him that, if he be not off ere daylight with both his cut-throats, the halberdiers will be upon him. Threaten what I neither could nor would perform, mother? That were a shrewish resource. Yet would it save the child," muttered Joanna. But in the meantime Christina was rising from the floor, and stood before them with loose hair, tearful eyes, and wet, flushed cheeks. "It must be thus," she said in a low but not unsteady voice. "I can bear it better since I have heard of the poor young lady, sick, and with none to care for her. I will go with my father. It is my duty. I will do my best. But, oh, uncle, so work with him that he may bring me back again." "This from thee, Stina!" exclaimed her aunt. "From thee who art sick for fear of a lanzknecht!" "The saints will be with me, and you will pray for me," said Christina, still trembling. "I tell thee, child, thou know'st not what these vile dens are." "Heaven forfend thou shouldst!" exclaimed her aunt. "Go only to Father Balthazar, housefather, and see if he doth not call it a sending of a lamb among wolves." "Mind'st thou the carving I did for Father Balthazar's own oratory?" replied Master Gottfried. "I talk not of carving, I talk of our child," said the dame petulantly. "Ut agnus inter lupos," softly said Gottfried. looking tenderly though sadly at his niece, who not only understood the quotation, but well remembered the carving of the cross-marked lamb going forth from its fold among the howling wolves. "Alas, I am not an apostle," said she. "Nay, but in the path of duty 'tis the same hand that sends thee forth," answered her uncle, "and the same will guard thee." "Duty, indeed!" exclaimed Joanna, "as if any duty could lead that silly helpless child among that herd of evil men and women, yet worse, with a good-for-nothing father who would sell her for a good horse to the first dissolute junker who fell in his way. I will take care that he knows it is worth his while to restore her safe to us. Nor do I think so ill of Hugh as thou dost, mother. And for the rest, heaven and the saints and her own discretion must be her guard till she shall return to us." "How can heaven be expected to protect her when you are flying in its face by not taking counsel with Father Balthazar?" "That shalt thou do," replied Gottfried readily, secure that Father Balthazar would see the matter in the same light as himself and tranquillize the good woman. It was not yet so late but that a servant could be dispatched with the request that Father Balthazar, who lived not many houses off in the same street, would favour the Burgomeister and Sorel by coming to speak with her. In a few minutes he appeared, an aged man with a sensible face, of the fresh pure bloom preserved by a temperate life. He was a secular parish priest, and, as well as his friend Master Gottfried, held greatly by the views left by the famous Strasbourg preacher Master John Tauler. After the good house-mother had, in strong terms, laid the case before him, she expected a trenchant decision on her own side. But to her surprise and disappointment he declared that Master Gottfried was right, and that unless Hugh Sorel demanded anything absolutely sinful of his daughter, it was needful that she should submit. He repeated in stronger terms the assurance that she would be protected in the endeavour to do right, and the divine promises which he quoted from the Latin Scriptures gave some comfort to the niece, who understood them, while they impressed the aunt, who did not. There was always the hope that, whether the young lady died or recovered, the conclusion of her illness would be the term of Christina's stay at Adlerstein, and with this trust Joanna must content herself. The priest took leave, after appointing with Christina to meet her in the confessional early in the morning before Mass, and half the night was spent by the aunt and niece in preparing Christina's wardrobe for her sudden journey. Many a tear was shed over the tokens of the little services she was wont to render, her half-done works and pleasant studies so suddenly broken off, and all the time Hausfrau Joanna was running on with a lecture on the diligent preservation of her maiden discretion, with plentiful warnings against swaggering men-at-arms, drunken lanzknechts, and above all against young barons, who most assuredly could mean no good by any burgher maiden. The good aunt blessed the saints that her Stina was likely only to be lovely in affectionate home eyes, but for that matter idle men shut up in a castle with nothing but mischief to think of would be dangerous to little Three Eyes herself, and Christina had best never stir a yard from her lady's chair when forced to meet them. All this was interspersed with motherly advice how to treat the sick lady, and receipts for cordials and possets, for Joanna began to regard the case as a sort of second-hand one of her own. Nay, she even turned it over in her mind whether she should not offer herself as the Lady Ermentrude's sick nurse, as being a less dangerous commodity than her little niece. But fears for the well-being of the master carver and his Wirtschaft, and still more the notion of gossip Gertrude Grunt hearing that she had ridden off with a wild Lanzknecht, made her at once reject the plan, without even mentioning it to her husband or his niece. By the time Hugh Sorel rolled out from between his feather-beds and was about to don his greasy buff, a handsome new suit, finished point device, and a pair of huge boots to correspond had been laid by his bedside. "Ho, ho, Master Goetz," said he, as he stumbled into the stube, "I see thy game. Thou wouldst make it worth my while to visit the father-house at Ulm." "It shall be worth thy while indeed, if thou bringest me back my white dove," was Gottfried's answer. "And how if I bring her back with a strapping reiter son-in-law?" laughed Hugh. "What welcome should the fellow receive?" "That would depend on what he might be," replied Gottfried. And Hugh, his love of tormenting a little allayed by satisfaction in his buff suit and by an eye to a heavy purse that lay by his brother's hand on the table, added, "Little fear of that. Our fellows would look for lustier brides than yon little pale-face. 'Tis whiter than ever this morning. But no tears, that is my brave girl." "Yes, father, I am ready to do your bidding," replied Christina meekly. "That is well, child. Mark me, no tears. Thy mother wept day and night, and when she had wept out her tears she was sullen, when I would have been friendly towards her. It was the worse for her, But so long as thou art good daughter to me, thou shalt find me good father to thee." And for a moment there was a kindliness in his eye which made it sufficiently like that of his brother. "But so long as thou art good daughter to me, thou shalt find me good father to thee." And for a moment there was a kindliness in his eye which made it sufficiently like that of his brother to give some consolation to the shrinking heart that he was rending from all it loved. And she steadied her voice for another gentle profession of obedience, for which she felt strengthened by the morning's orisons. "Well said, child. Now, canst sit on old Nibelung's croup? His backbone is somewhat sharper than if he had battened in a citizen's stall. But if thine aunt can find thee some sort of pillion, I'll promise thee the best ride thou hast had since we came from Innsbruck, ere thou canst remember." "Christina has her own mule," replied her uncle, without troubling Nibelung to carry double. "Ho! her own! An overfed burgomaster sort of a beast that will turn restive at the first sight of the Eagle's Ladder. However, he may carry her so far, and if we cannot get him up the mountain, I shall know what to do with him," he muttered to himself. But Hugh, like many a gentleman after him, was recusant at the sight of his daughter's luggage, and yet had only loaded one sumpter mule, besides forming a few bundles which could be easily bestowed upon the saddles of his two knappen, while her lute hung by a silken string on her arm. Both she and her aunt thought she had been extremely moderate, but his cry was, what could she want with so much? Her mother had never been allowed more than would go into a pair of saddle-bags, and his own Jungfrau, she had never seen so much gear together in her life. He would be laughed to scorn for his presumption in bringing such a fine lady into the castle. It would be well if Frere Eberhard's bride brought half as much. Still, he had a certain pride in it. He was, after all, by birth and breeding a burgher, and there had been evidently a softening and civilizing influence in the night spent beneath his paternal roof and old habits, and perhaps likewise in the submission he had met with from his daughter. The attendants, too, who had been pleased with their quarters, readily undertook to carry their share of the burden, and though he growled and muttered a little, he at length was won over to consent, chiefly, as it seemed, by Christina's obliging readiness to leave behind the bundle that contained her holiday kirtle. He had been spared all needless irritation. Before his waking, Christina had been at the priest's cell, and had received his last blessings and counsels, and she had, on the way back, exchanged her farewells in tears with her two dearest friends, Barbara Schmidt and Regina Grunt, confiding to the former her cage of doves, and to the latter the myrtle, which, like every German maiden, she cherished in her window, to supply her future bridal wealth. Now pale as death, but so resolutely composed as to be almost disappointing to her demonstrative aunt, she quietly went through her home partings, while Hausfrau Johanna adjured her father by all that was sacred to be a true guardian and protector of the child, and he could not forbear from a few tormenting auguries about the Landsknecht son-in-law. Their effect was to make the good dame more passionate in her embraces and admonitions to Christina to take care of herself. She would have a mass said every day that heaven might have a care of her. Master Gottfried was going to ride as far as the confines of the Free City's territory, and his round, sleek, cream-coloured palfrey, used to ambling in civic processions, was as great a contrast to raw-boned, wild-eyed Nibelung, all dappled with misty grey, as was the stately, substantial burgher to his lean, hungry-looking brother, or Dame Joanna's dignified, curled white poodle, which was forcibly withheld from following Christina, to the coarse, bristled, wolfish-looking hound who glared at the household pet with angry and contemptuous eyes, and made poor Christina's heart throb with terror whenever it bounded near her. Close to her uncle she kept, as beneath the trellised porches that came down from the projecting gables of the burghers' houses many a well-known face gazed and nodded. As they took their way through the crooked streets, many a beggar or poor widow waved her a blessing. Out into the market-place with its clear fountain adorned with arches and statues, past the rising dome kirk, where the swarms of workmen unbonneted to the master carver, and the rider paused with an irreverent sneer at the small progress made since he could first remember the building. How poor little Christina's soul clung to every cusp of the lacework spire, every arch of the window, each of which she had hailed as an achievement. The tears had well nigh blinded her in a gush of feeling that came of her unawares, and her mule had his own way as he carried her under the arch of the tall and beautifully sculptured bridge-tower, and over the noble bridge across the Danube. Her uncle spoke much, low and earnestly, to his brother. She knew it was in commendation of her to his care, and an endeavour to impress him with a sense of the kind of protection she would require, and she kept out of earshot. It was enough for her to see her uncle still, and feel that his tenderness was with her and around her. But at last he drew his rein. "And now, my little one, the daughter of my heart, I must bid thee farewell," he said. Christina could not be restrained from springing from her mule and kneeling on the grass to receive his blessing, her face hidden in her hands that her father might not see her tears. "The good God bless thee, my child," said Gottfried, who seldom invoked the saints. "Bless thee, and bring thee back in his own good time. Thou hast been a good child to us. Be so to thine own father. Do thy work, and come back to us again." The tears rained down his cheeks as Christina's head lay on his bosom, and then with a last kiss he lifted her again on her mule, mounted his horse, and turned back to the city with his servant. Hugh was merciful enough to let his daughter gaze long after the retreating figure ere he summoned her on. All day they rode, at first through meadow lands, and then through more broken, open ground, where at midday they halted and dined upon the plentiful fare with which the house-mother had provided them, over which Hugh smacked his lips and owned that they did live well in the old town. Could Christina make such sausages? Not as well as my aunt. Well, do thy best, and thou wilt win favour with the Baron. The evening began to advance, and Christina was very weary, as the purple mountains that she had long watched with a mixture of fear and hope began to look more distinct, and the ground was often in abrupt descents. Her father, without giving space for complaints, hurried her on. He must reach the Debatable Ford ere dark. It was, however, twilight when they came to an open space, where at the foot of thickly forest-clad rising ground lay an expanse of turf and rich grass, through which a stream made its way, standing in a wide tranquil pool as if to rest after its rough course from the mountains. Above rose, like a dark wall, crag upon crag, peak on peak, in purple masses blending with the sky, and Hugh, pointing upwards to a turreted point apparently close above their heads where a star of light was burning, told her that there was Adlerstein, and this was the Debatable Ford. In fact, as he explained, while splashing through the shallow expanse, the stream had changed its course. It was the boundary between the lands of Schlangenwald and Adlerstein, but it had within the last 60 years burst forth in a flood, and had then declined to return to its own bed, but had flowed in a fresh channel to the right of the former one. The Freiherrinn von Adlerstein claimed the ground to the old channel. The Gräfin von Schlangenwald held that the river was the landmark, and the dispute had a greater importance than seemed explained from the worth of the rushy space of ground in question. For this was the passage of the Italian merchants on their way from Constance, and every load that was overthrown in the river was regarded as the lawful prey of the noble on whose banks the catastrophe befell. Any freight of goods was anxiously watched by both nobles, and it was not their fault if no disaster befell the travellers. Hugh talked of the Schlangenwald marauders with the bitterness of a deadly feud, but manifestly did not breathe freely till his whole convoy were safe across both the wet and the dry channel. Christina supposed they should now ascend to the castle, but her father laughed, saying that the castle was not such a step off as she fancied, and that they must have daylight for the Eagle's Stairs. He led the way through the trees, up ground that she thought mountain already, and finally arrived at a miserable little hut which served the purpose of an inn. He was received there with much obsequiousness, and was plainly a great authority there. Christina, weary and frightened, descended from her mule, and was put under the protection of a wild, rough-looking peasant woman, who stared at her like something from another world, but at length showed her a nook behind a mud partition, where she could spread her mantle and at least lie down, and tell her beads unseen, if she could not sleep in the stifling, smoky atmosphere amid the sounds of carousal among her father and his fellows. The great hound came up and smelt to her. His outline was so wolfish that she had nearly screamed, but more in terror at the men who might have helped her than even at the beast, she tried to smooth him with her trembling hand, whispered his name of Festhold, and found him licking her hand and wagging his long rough tail. And he finally lay down at her feet, as though to protect her. "Is it a sign that good angels will not let me be hurt?" she thought, and wearied out, she slept. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 2. The Eyrie. Christina Sorel awoke to a scene most unlike that which had been wont to meet her eyes in her own little wainscoted chamber high in the gabled front of her uncle's house. It was a time when the imperial free towns of Germany had advanced nearly as far as those of Italy in civilization, and had reached a point whence they retrograded grievously during the 30 Years' War, even to an extent that they have never entirely recovered. The country immediately around them shared the benefits of their civilization, and the free peasant proprietors lived in great ease and prosperity, in beautiful and picturesque farmsteads, enjoying a careless abundance, and keeping numerous rural or religious feasts, where old Teutonic mythological observances have received a Christian colouring and adaptation. In the mountains, or around the castles, it was usually very different. The elective constitution of the empire, the frequent change of dynasty, the many disputed successions, had combined to render sovereign authority uncertain and feeble, and it was seldom really felt save in the hereditary dominions of the Kaiser, for the time being. Thus, while the cities advanced in the power of self-government and the education it conveyed, the nobles, especially those whose abodes were not easily accessible, were often practically under no government at all, and felt themselves accountable to no man. The old wild freedom of the Suevi and other Teutonic tribes still technically, and in many cases practically, existed. The Heretogen, Heerzogen, or, as we call them, dukes, had indeed accepted employment from the Kaiser as his generals, and had received rewards from him. The Gerafen, or Grafen, of all kinds were his judges, the titles of both being proofs of their holding commissions from, and being thus dependent on, the court. But the Freiherren, a word very inadequately represented by our French term of baron, were absolutely free, never in bondage to any man, holding their own, and owing no duty, no office. Poorer, because unendowed by the royal authority, but holding themselves infinitely higher than the pensioners of the court. Left behind, however, by their neighbours, who did their part by society, and advanced with it, the Freiherren had been for the most part obliged to give up their independence and fall into the system, but so far in the rear, that they ranked, like the barons of France and England, as the last order of nobility. Still, however, in the wilder and more mountainous parts of the country, some of the old families of unreduced, truly free Freiherren lingered, their hand against every man, every man's hand against them, and ever becoming more savage, both positively and still more proportionately, as their isolation and the general progress around them became greater. The House of Austria, by gradually absorbing hereditary states into their own possessions, was, however, in the 15th century, acquiring a preponderance that rendered its possession of the imperial throne almost a matter of inheritance, and, moreover, rendered the supreme power far more effective than it had ever previously been. Friedrich III., a man still in full vigour, and with an able and enterprising son already elected to his succession, was making his rule felt, and it was fast becoming apparent that the days of the independent baronies were numbered, and that the only choice that would soon be left them would be between making terms and being forcibly reduced. Von Adlerstein was one of the oldest of these free families. If the lords of the Eagle's Stone had ever followed the great Conrads and Friedrichs of Swabia in their imperial days, their descendants had taken care to forget the weakness, and believed themselves absolutely free from all allegiance. And the wildness of their territory was what might be expected from their hostility to all outward influences. The hostel, if it deserved the name, was little more than a charcoal burner's hut, hidden in the woods at the foot of the mountain, serving as a halting place for the Freiherren's retainers ere they attempted the ascent. The inhabitants were allowed to ply their trade of charring wood in the forest, on condition of supplying the castle with charcoal, and of affording a lodging to the followers on occasions like the present. Grimy, half-clad, and brawny, with the whites of his eyes gleaming out of his black face, Jobst the Kohler startled Christina terribly when she came into the outer room, and met him returning from his night's work, with his long stoking–pole in his hand. Her father shouted with laughter at her alarm. "Thou thinkest thyself in the land of the kobolds and dwarfs, my girl. Never mind, thou wilt see worse than honest Jobst before thou hast done. Now, eat a morsel, and be ready. Mountain air will make thee hungry ere thou art at the castle. And hark thee, Jobst, thou must give stable–room to yon sumpter mule for the present, and let some of my daughter's gear lie in the shed." "Oh, father!" exclaimed Christina, in dismay. "We'll bring it up, my child, by piecemeal," he said in a low voice, "as we can. But if such a freight came to the castle at once, my lady would have her claws on it, and little more wouldst thou ever see thereof. Moreover, I shall have enough to do to look after thee up the ascent, without another of these city–bred beasts." "I hope the poor mule will be well cared for. I can pay for—" began Christina, but her father squeezed her arm, and drowned her soft voice in his loud tones. "Jobst will take care of the beast, as belonging to me. Woe betide him if I find it the worse." And his added imprecations seemed unnecessary, so earnest were the asseverations of both the man and his wife that the animal should be well cared for. "Look you, Christina," said Hugh Sorel, as soon as he had placed her on her mule and led her out of hearing, "if thou hast any gold about thee, let it be the last thing thou ownest to any living creature up there." Then, as she was about to speak, "Do not even tell me. I will not know." The caution did not add much to Christina's comfort, but she presently asked, "Where is thy steed, father?" "I sent him up to the castle with the Schneiderlein and yellow Lawrence," answered the father. "I shall have ado enough on foot with thee before we are up the ladder." The father and daughter were meantime proceeding along a dark path through oak and birch woods, constantly ascending, until the oak grew stunted and disappeared, and the opening glades showed steep, stony, torrent–furrowed ramparts of hillside above them, looking to Christina's eyes as if it were set to climb up the cathedral side like a snail or a fly. She quite gasped for breath at the very sight, and was told in return to wait and see what she would yet say to the Alderstrepper or Eagle's Ladder. Poor child, she had no raptures for romantic scenery. She knew that jagged peaks made very pretty backgrounds in illuminations, but she had much rather have been in the smooth meadows of the environs of Ulm. The Danube looked much more agreeable to her, silver winding between its green banks, than did the same waters leaping down with noisy voices in their stony, worn beds to feed the river that she only knew in his grave breadth and majesty. Yet, alarmed as she was, there was something in the exhilaration and elasticity of the mountain air that gave her an entirely new sensation of enjoyment and life, and seemed to brace her limbs and spirits for whatever might be before her, and willing to show herself ready to be gratified, she observed on the freshness and sweetness of the air. "Thou find'st it out, child? Ay, 'tis worth all the feather–beds and pouncet–boxes in Ulm, is it not? That accursed Italian fever never left me till I came up here. A man can scarce draw breath in your foggy meadows down there. Now then, here is the view open. What think you of the Eagle's Nest?" For, having passed beyond the region of wood, they had come forth upon the mountain–side, a not immoderately steep slope of boggy, mossy–looking ground, covered with bilberries, cranberries, etc., and with bare rocks here and there rising, went away above out of her ken. But the path she was upon turned round the shoulder of the mountain, and to the left, on the ledge of the rock, cut off apparently on their side by a deep ravine, and with a sheer precipice above and below it, stood a red stone pile, with one turret far above the rest. "And this is Schloss Adlerstein?" she exclaimed. That is Schloss Adlerstein, and there shalt thou be in 2 hours' time, unless the devil be more than usually busy, or thou makest a fool of thyself. If so, not Satan himself could save thee." It was well that Christina had resolution to prevent her making a fool of herself on the spot, for the thought of the pathway turned her so dizzy that she could only shut her eyes, trusting that her father did not see her terror. Soon the turn round to the side of the mountain was made, and the road became a mere track worn out on the turf on the hillside, with an abyss beneath, close to the edge of which the mule of course walked. When she ventured to look again, she perceived that the ravine was like an enormous crack open on the mountain-side, and the stream that formed the Debateable Ford flowed down the bottom of it. The ravine itself went probably all the way up the mountain, growing shallower as it ascended higher; but here, where Christina beheld it, it was extremely deep, and savagely desolate and bare. She now saw that the Eagle's Ladder was a succession of bare gigantic terraces of rock, of which the opposite side of the ravine was composed, and on one of which stood the castle. It was no small mystery to her how it had ever been built, and how she was ever to get there. She saw in the opening of the ravine the green meadows and woods far below, and when her father pointed out to her the Debateable Ford, apparently much nearer to the castle than they themselves were at present, she asked why they had so far overpassed the castle, and come by this circuitous course. "Because," said Hugh, "we are not eagles outright. Seest thou not, just beyond the castle court, this whole crag of ours breaks off short, falls like the town wall straight down into the plain. Even this cleft that we are crossing by, the only road a horse can pass, breaks off short and sudden too, so that the river is obliged to take leaps which naught else but a chamois could pass. A footpath there is, and Freiherr Eberhard takes it at all times, being born to it, but even I am too stiff for the like. Ha, ha! Thy uncle may talk of the Kaiser and his league, but he would change his note if we had him here." "Yet castles have been taken by hunger," said Christina. "What, knowest thou so much? True, but look you," pointing to a white foamy thread that descended the opposite steeps, "yonder beck dashes through the castle court, and it never dries, and see you the ledge the castle stands on? It winds on out of your sight, and forms a path which leads to the village of Adlerstein, out on the other slope of the mountains, and ill were it for the serfs if they victualled not the castle well." The fearful steepness of the ground absorbed all Christina's attention. The road, or rather stairs, came down to the stream at the bottom of the fissure, and then went again on the other side up still more tremendous steeps, which Hugh climbed with a staff, sometimes with his hand on the bridle, but more often only keeping a watchful eye on the sure-footed mule, and an arm to steady his daughter in the saddle when she grew absolutely faint with giddiness at the abyss around her. She was too much in awe of him to utter cry or complaint, and, when he saw her effort to subdue her mortal terror, he was far from unkind, and let her feel his protecting strength. Presently a voice was heard above. "What, Sorrel, hast brought her? Trudchen is wearying for her." The words were in the most boorish dialect and pronunciation, the stranger to Christina's ears, because intercourse with foreign merchants, and a growing affectation of Latinism, had much refined the city language to which she was accustomed, and she was surprised to perceive by her father's gesture and address that the speaker must be one of the lords of the castle. She looked up, and saw on the pathway above her a tall, large-framed young man, his skin dyed red with sun and wind, in odd contrast with his pale shaggy hair, moustache, and beard, as though the weather had tanned the one and bleached the other. His dress was a still shabbier buff suit than her father had worn, but with a richly embroidered belt sustaining a hunting horn, with finely chased ornaments of tarnished silver, and an eagle's plume was fastened into his cap, with a large gold Italian coin. He stared hard at the maiden, but vouchsafed her no token of greeting, only distressed her considerably by distracting her father's attention from her mule by his questions about the journey, all in the same rude, coarse tone and phraseology. Some amount of illusion was dispelled. Christina was quite prepared to find the mountain lords dangerous ruffians, but she had expected the graces of courtesy and high birth. But, though there was certainly an air of command and freedom of bearing about the present specimen, his manners and speech were more uncouth than those of any newly caught apprentice of her uncle, and she could not help thinking that her good Aunt Johanna need not have troubled herself about the danger of her taking a liking to any such young Freiherr as she here beheld. By this time a last effort of the mule had climbed to the level of the castle. As her father had shown her, there was a precipice on 2 sides of the building, on the third a sheer wall of rock going up to a huge height before it reached another of the Eagle's Steps, and on the fourth, where the gateway was, a little beck had been made to flow in a deep channel that had been hollowed out to serve as a moat before it bounded down to swell the larger watercourse in the ravine. A temporary bridge had been laid across, the drawbridge was out of order, and part of Hugh's business had been to procure materials for mending its apparatus. Christina was told to dismount and cross on foot. The unrailed board, so close to the abyss, and with the wild water foaming above and below, was dreadful to her, and though she durst not speak, she hung back with an involuntary shudder as her father, occupied with the mule, did not think of giving her a hand. The young baron burst out into an unrestrained laugh, a still greater shock to her feelings, but at the same time he roughly took her hand and almost dragged her across, saying, "City bred, ho, ho!" "Thanks, sir," she strove to say, but she was very near weeping with the terror and strangeness of all around. The low-browed gateway, barely high enough to admit a man on horseback, opened before her, almost to her feelings like the gate of the grave, and she could not help crossing herself with a silent prayer for protection, as she stepped under it and came into the castle court, not such a court as gave its name to fair courtesy, but, if truth must be told, far more resembling an ill-kept, ill-savoured stable-yard, with the piggeries opening into it. In unpleasantly close quarters, the Schneiderlein, or little tailor, i.e. the biggest and fiercest of all the Knappen, was grooming Nibelung. 3 long-backed, long-legged, frightful swine were grubbing in a heap of refuse. 4 or 5 gaunt, ferocious-looking dogs came bounding up to greet their comrade Festhold, and a great, long-bearded goat stood on the top of the mixen, looking much disposed to butt at any newcomer. The Sorel family had brought cleanliness from Flanders, and Hausfrau Johanna was scrupulously dainty in all her appointments. Christina scarcely knew how she conveyed herself and her blue kirtle across the bemired stones to the next and still darker portal, under which a wide but rough ill-hewn stair ascended. The stables, in fact, occupied the lower floor of the main building, but not till these stairs had ascended above them did they lead out into the castle hall. Here were voices rude and harsh, like those Christina had shrunk from in passing drinking-booths. There was a long table, with rough men-at-arms lounging about, and staring rudely at her, and at the upper end, by a great open chimney, sat, half-dozing, an elderly man, more rugged in feature than his son, and yet, when he roused himself and spoke to Hugh, there was a shade more of breeding, and less of clownishness, in his voice and deportment, as if he had been less entirely devoid of training. A tall, darkly-robed woman stood beside him. It was her harsh tone of reproof and command that had so startled Christina as she entered, and her huge towering cap made her look gigantic in the dim light of the smoky hall. Her features had been handsome, but had become hardened into a grim wooden aspect, and with sinking spirits Christina paused at the step of the dais, and made her reverence, wishing she could sink beneath the stones of the pavement out of sight of these terrible personages. "So that's the wench you have taken all this trouble for," Freiherrinn Kunigunde's greeting. "She looks like another sick baby to nurse, and I'll have no trouble about her, that is all. take her up to Ermentrude, and thou, girl, have a care thou dost her will, and puttest none of thy city fancies into her head. And hark thee, girl," added the old Freiherr, sitting up, "so thou canst nurse her well, thou shalt have a new gown and a stout husband." "That way," pointed the lady towards one of the four corner towers, and Christina moved doubtfully towards it, reluctant to quit her father, her only protector, and afraid to introduce herself. The young Freiherr, however, stepped before her, went striding 2 or 3 steps at a time up the turret stair, and, before Christina had wound her way up, she heard a thin impatient voice say, "Thou saidst she was come, Ebbo." "Yes, even so," she heard Freiherr Eberhard return, "but she is slow and town-bred. She was afraid of crossing the moat." And then both laughed, so that Christina's cheeks tingled as she emerged from the turret into another vaulted room. "Here she is," quoth the brother. "Now will she make thee quite well." It was a very bare and desolate room, with no hangings to the rough stone walls, and scarcely any furniture, except a great carved bedstead, one wooden chair, a table, and some stools. On the bare floor, in front of the fire, her arm under her head, and a profusion of long hair falling round her like flax from a distaff, lay wearily a little figure, beside whom Sir Eberhard was kneeling on one knee. "Here is my sisterling," said he, looking up at the newcomer. "They say you burgher women have ways of healing the sick. Look at her. Think you can heal her?" In an excess of dumb shyness, Ermentrude half rose, and effectually hindered any observation on her looks by hiding her face away from her brother's knee. It was the gesture of a child of 5 years old, but Ermentrude's length of limb forbade Christina to suppose her less than 14 or 15. "What, wilt not look at her?" he said, trying to raise her head, and then, holding out one of her wasted, feverish hands to Christina, he again asked, with a wistfulness that had a strange effect from the large, tall man, almost 10 years her elder, "Canst thou cure her, maiden?" "I am no doctor, sir," replied Christina, "but I could at least make her more comfortable. The stone is too hard for her." "I will not go away. I want the fire," murmured the sick girl, holding out her hands towards it and shivering. Christina quickly took off her own thick cloth mantle, well lined with dressed lambskins, laid it on the floor, rolled the collar of it over a small log of wood, the only substitute she could see for a pillow, and showed an inviting couch in an instant. Ermentrude let her brother lay her down, and then was covered with an ample fold. She smiled as she turned up her thin wasted face, faded into the same whity brown tint as her hair. "That is good," she said, but without thanks, and feeling the soft lambswool. "Is that what you burgher women wear? Father is to give me a furred mantle, if only some court dame would pass the debatable ford. But the Schlangenwalden got the last before ever we could get down. Jobst was so stupid. He did not give us warning in time, but he is to be hanged next time if he does not." Christina's blood curdled as she heard this speech in a weak little complaining tone that otherwise put her sadly in mind of Barbara Schmidt's little sister, who had pined and wasted to death. "Never mind, Trudchen," answered the brother kindly. "Meantime I have kept all the wild catskins for thee, and maybe she could sew them up into a mantle for thee." "Oh, let me see!" cried the young lady eagerly, and Sir Eberhard, walking off, presently returned with an armful of the beautiful brindled furs of the mountain cat, reminding Christina of her aunt's gentle domestic favourite. Ermentrude sat up and regarded the placing out of them with great interest, and thus her brother left her employed, and so much delighted that she had not flagged, when a great bell proclaimed that it was time for the noontide meal, for which Christina, in spite of all her fears of the company below stairs, had been constrained by mountain air to look forward with satisfaction. Ermentrude, she found, meant to go down, but with no notion of the personal arrangements that Christina had been wont to think a needful preliminary. With all her hair streaming, down she went, and was so gladly welcomed by her father that it was plain that her presence was regarded as an unusual advance towards recovery, and Christina feared lest he might already be looking out for the stout husband. She had much to tell him about the catskin cloak, and then she was seized with eager curiosity at the sight of Christina's bundles, and especially at her lute, which she must hear at once. "Not now," said her mother. "There will be jangling and jingling enough by and by. Meat now." The whole establishment were taking their places, or rather tumbling into them. A battered, shapeless metal vessel seemed to represent the salt-cellar, and next to it Hugh Sorel seated himself, and kept a place for her beside him. Otherwise she would hardly have had seat or food. She was now able to survey the inmates of the castle. Besides the family themselves, there were about a dozen men, all ruffianly looking, and of much lower grade than her father, and 3 women. One, old Ursel, the wife of Hatto the forester, was a bent, worn, but not ill-looking woman, with a motherly face. The younger ones were hard, bold creatures, from whom Christina felt a shrinking recoil. The meal was dressed by Ursel and her kitchen-boy. From a great cauldron, goat's flesh and broth together were ladled out into wooden bowls. That every one provided their own spoon and knife, no fork, was only what Christina was used to in the most refined society, and she had the implements in a pouch hanging to her girdle, but she was not prepared for the unwashed condition of the bowls, nor for being obliged to share that of her father, far less for the absence of all blessing on the meal, and the coarse boisterousness of manners prevailing thereat. Hungry as she was, she did not find it easy to take food under these circumstances, and she was relieved when Ermentrude, overcome by the turmoil, grew giddy and was carried upstairs by her father, who laid her down upon her great bed, and left her to the attendance of Christina. Ursel had followed, but was petulantly repulsed by her young lady, in favour of the newcomer, and went away grumbling. Nestled on her bed, Ermentrude insisted on hearing the lute, and Christina had to creep down to fetch it, with some other of her goods, in trembling haste, and redoubled disgust at the aspect of the meal, which looked even more repulsive at this later stage, and to one who was no longer partaking of it. Low and softly, with a voice whence she could scarcely banish tears, and in dread of attracting attention, Christina sung to the sick girl, who listened with a sort of rude wonder, and finally was lulled to sleep. Christina ventured to lay down her instrument, and moved towards the window, heavily mullioned with stone, barred with iron, and glazed with thick glass, being in fact the only glazed window in the castle. To her great satisfaction it did not look out over the loathsome court, but over the opening of the ravine. The apartment occupied the whole floor of the keep. It was stone-paved, but the roof was boarded, and there was a round turret at each angle. One contained the staircase, and was that which ran up above the keep, served as a watch-tower, and supported the eagle banner. The other 3 were empty, and one of these, which had a strong door, and a long loophole window looking out over the open country, Christina hoped that she might appropriate. The turret was immediately over the perpendicular cliff that descended into the plain. A stone thrown from the window would have gone straight down, she knew not where. Close to her ears rushed the descending waterfall in its leap over the rock side, and her eyes could rest themselves on the green meadow land below, and the smooth water of the Debateable Ford. Nay, far, far away, beyond retreating ridges of wood and field, she thought she could track a silver line, and, guided by it, a something that might be a city. Her heart leapt towards it, but she was recalled by Ermentrude's fearfully imperious voice. "I was only looking forth from the window, lady," she said, returning. "Ah, thou saw'st no travellers at the ford?" cried Ermentrude, starting up with lively interest. "No, lady, I was gazing at the far distance. Know you if it be indeed Ulm that we see from these windows?" "Ulm? That is where thou comest from?" said Ermentrude languidly. "My happy home, with my dear uncle and aunt. Oh, if I can but see it hence, it will be joy." "I do not know. Let me see," said Ermentrude, rising, but at the window her pale blue eyes gazed vacantly, as if she did not know what she was looking at or for. "Ah, "If the steeple of the Dome Kirk were but finished, I could not mistake it," said Christina. "How beauteous the white spire will look from hence!" "Dome Kirk?" repeated Ermentrude. "What is that?" Such an entire blank as the poor child's mind seemed to be was inconceivable to the maiden, who had been bred up in the busy hum of men, where the constant resort of strange merchants, the daily interests of a self–governing municipality, and the numerous festivals, both secular and religious, were an unconscious education, even without that which had been bestowed upon her by teachers, as well as by her companionship with her uncle, and participation in his studies, taste, and arts. Ermentrude von Adlerstein had, on the contrary, not only never gone beyond the Kohler's hut on the one side, and the mountain village on the other, but she never seen more of life than the festival at the wake, the hermitage chapel there, on Midsummer Day. The only strangers who ever came to the castle were disbanded lanzknechts, who took service with her father, or now and then a captive whom he put to ransom. She knew absolutely nothing of the world, except for a general belief that Freiherren lived there to do what they chose with other people, and that the house of Adlerstein was the freest and noblest in existence. Also there was a very positive hatred to the house of Schlangenwald, and no less to that of Adlerstein-Wildschloss, for no reason that Christina could discover, save that, being a younger branch of the family, they had submitted to the Emperor. To destroy either the Graf von Schlangenwald or her Wildschloss cousin was evidently the highest gratification Ermentrude could conceive, and, for the rest, that her father and brother should make successful captures at the Debateable Ford was the more abiding, because more practicable hope. She had no further ideas, except perhaps to elude her mother's severity, and to desire her brother's success in chamois hunting. The only mental culture she had ever received was that old Ursel had taught her the Credo, Paternoster, and Ave, as correctly as might be expected from a long course of traditionary repetitions of an incomprehensible language. And she knew besides a few German rhymes and jingles, half Christian, half heathen, with a legend or two, which, if the names were Christian, ran grossly wild from all Christian meaning or morality. As to the amenities, nay, almost the proprieties, of life, they were less known in that baronial castle than in any artisan's house in Ulm. So little had the sick girl figured them to herself, that she did not even desire any great means of ease than she possessed. She moaned and fretted indeed, with aching limbs and blank weariness, but without the slightest formed desire of anything to remove her discomfort, except the few ameliorations she knew, such as sitting on her brother's knee, with her head on his shoulder, or tasting the mountain berries that he gathered for her. Any other desire she exerted herself to frame was for finery, to be gained from the spoils of travellers. And this was Christina's charge, whom she must look upon as the least alien spirit in this dreadful castle of banishment. The young and old lords seemed to her savage bandits, who frightened her only less than did the proud sinister expression of the old lady, for she had not even the merit of showing any tenderness towards the sickly girl, of whom she was ashamed, and evidently regarded the town-bred attendant as a contemptible interloper. Long, long did the maiden weep and pray that night, after Ermentrude had sunk to sleep. She strained her eyes with homesick longings to detect lights where she thought Ulm might be, and, as she thought of her uncle and aunt, the poodle and the cat round the stove, the maids spinning and the prentices knitting, as her uncle read aloud some grave good book, most probably the legend of the saint of the day, and contrasted it with the rude gruff sounds of revelry that found their way up the turret stairs, she could hardly restrain her sobs from awakening the young lady whose bed she was to share. She thought almost with envy of her own patroness, who was cast into the lake of Bolsena with a millstone about her neck. A better fate, thought she, than to live on in such an abode of loathsomeness and peril. But then had not St. Christina floated up alive, bearing up her millstone with her, and had not she been put into a dungeon full of venomous reptiles, who, when they approached her, had all been changed to harmless doves. Christina had once asked Father Balthazar how this could be, and had he not replied that the Church did not teach these miracles as matter of faith, but that she might there discern in figure how meek Christian holiness rose above all crashing burdens, and transformed the rudest natures. This poor maiden dying, perhaps, and oh, how unfit to live or die, might it be her part to do some good work by her, and infuse some Christian hope, some godly fear? Could it be for this that the saints had led her thither? Chapter 3.
of The Dove and the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. The Dove and the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 3. The Flotsam and Jetsam of the Debatable Ford. Life in Schloss Adlerstein was less intolerable than Christina's imagination had depicted it. It was entirely devoid of all the graces of chivalry, and its squalor and coarseness, magnified into absurdity by haughtiness and violence, were almost inconceivable. Fortunately for her, the inmates of the castle resided almost wholly below stairs, in the hall and kitchen, and in some dismal dens in the thickness of their walls. The height of the keep was intended for dignity and defence, rather than for habitation, and the upper chamber, with its great state bed, where everybody of the house of Adlerstein was born and died, was not otherwise used, except when Ermentrude, unable to bear the oppressive confusion below stairs, had escaped thither for quietness' sake. No one else wished to inhabit it. The chamber above was filled with the various appliances for the defence of the castle, and no one would ever have gone up the turret stairs had not a warder been usually kept on the roof to watch the roads leading to the ford. Otherwise the Adlersteiners had all the savage instinct of herding together in as small a space as possible. Freiherrinn Kunigunde hardly ever mounted to her daughter's chamber. All her affection was centred on the strong and manly son, of whom she was proud, while the sickly, pining girl, who would hardly find a mate of her own rank, and who had not even dowry enough for a convent, was such a shame and burden to her as to be almost a distasteful object. But perversely, as it seemed to her, the only daughter was the darling of both father and brother, who were ready to do anything to gratify the girl's sick fancies, and hailed with delight her pleasure in their new attendant. Old Ursel was at first rather envious and contemptuous of the childish, fragile stranger, but her gentleness disarmed the old woman, and when it was plain that the young lady's sufferings were greatly lessened by tender care, dislike gave way to attachment, and there was little more murmuring at the menial services that were needed by the two maidens, even when Ermentrude's feeble fancies, or Christina's views of dainty propriety, rendered them more onerous than before. She was even heard to rejoice that some Christian care and tenderness had at last reached her poor neglected child. It was well for Christina that she had such an ally. The poor child never crept downstairs to the dinner or supper, to fetch food for Ermentrude, or water for herself, without trembling and shrinking of heart and nerves. Her father's authority guarded her from rude actions, but from rough tongues he neither could nor would guard her, nor understand that what to some would have been a compliment seemed to her an alarming insult, and her chief safeguard lay in her own insignificance and want of attraction, and still more in the modesty that concealed her terror at rude jests sufficiently to prevent frightening her from becoming an entertainment. Her father, whom she looked on as a cultivated person in comparison with the rest of the world, did his best for her after his own views, and gradually brought her all the proprieties she had left at the Kohler's hut. Therewith she made a great difference in the aspect of the chamber, under the full sanction of the lords of the castle. Wolf, deer, and sheepskins abounded, and with these, assisted by her father and old Hatto, she tapestried the lower part of the bare grim walls. A great bear's hide covered the neighbourhood of the hearth, and the cushions were made of these skins, stuffed from Ursel's stores of feathers. All these embellishments were watched with great delight by Ermentrude, who had never been made of so much importance, and was as much surprised as relieved by such attentions. She was too young and too delicate to reject civilization, and she let Christina braid her hair, bathe her, and arrange her dress, with sensations of comfort that were almost like health. To train her into occupying herself was, however, as Christina soon found, in her present state impossible. She could spin and sew a little, but hated both, and her clumsy, listless fingers only soiled and wasted Christina's needles, silk, and lute strings, and such damage was not so easily remedied as in the streets of Ulm. She was best provided for when looking on at her attendants' busy hands, and asking to be sung to, or to hear tales of the active, busy scenes of the city life, the dresses, fairs, festivals, and guild processions. The gentle nursing and the new interests made her improve in health, so that her father was delighted, and Christina began to hope for a return home. Sometimes the two girls would take the air, either, on still days, upon the battlements, where Ermentrude watched the Debatable Ford, and Christina gazed at the Danube and at Ulm, or they would find their way to a grassy nook on the mountain-side, where Christina gathered gentians and saxifrage, trying to teach her young lady that they were worth looking at, and sighing at the thought of Master Gottfried's wreath when she met with the asphodel seed vessels. Once the quiet meal was brought into requisition, and with her brother walking by her, and Sorel and his daughter in attendance, Ermentrude rode towards the village of Adlerstein. It was a collection of miserable huts, on a sheltered slope towards the south, where there was earth enough to grow some wretched rye and buckwheat, subject to severe toll from the lord of the soil. Perched on a hollow rock above the slope was a rude little church, over a cave where a hermit had once lived and died in such odour of sanctity that, his day happening to coincide with that of St. John the Baptist, the blessed Friedmund had acquired the credit of the lion's share both of the saint's honours and of the old solstitial feast of midsummer. This wake was the one gaiety of the year, and attracted a fair which was the sole occasion of coming honestly by anything from the outer world, nor had his cell ever lacked a professional anchorite. The Freiherr of his day had been a devout man, who had gone a pilgrimage with Kaiser Frederick of the Red Beard, and had brought home a bit of stone from the council chamber of Nicaea, which he had presented to the little church that he had built over the cavern. He had named his son Friedmund, and there were dim memories of his days as of a golden age, before the Wildschlossen had carried off the best of the property, and when all went well. This was Christina's first sight of a church since her arrival, except that in the chapel, which was a dismal neglected vault, where a ruinous altar and mouldering crucifix testified to its sacred purpose. The old Baron had been excommunicated for 20 years, ever since he had harried the wains of the Bishop of Augsburg on his way to the Diet, and though his household and family were not under the same sentence, Sunday didna come abune the pass. Christina's entreaty obtained permission to enter the little building, but she had knelt there only a few moments before her father came to hurry her away, and her supplications that he would some day take her to mass there were whistled down the wind, and indeed the hermit was a layman, and the church was only served on great festivals by a monk from the convent of St. Ruprecht on the distant side of the mountain, which was further supposed to be in the Schlangenwald interest. Her best chance lay in infusing the desire into Ermentrude, who by watching her prayers and asking a few questions had begun to acquire a few clearer ideas. And what Ermentrude wished had always hitherto been acquiesced in by the two lords. The elder Baron came little into Christina's way. He meant to be kind to her, but she was dreadfully afraid of him, and when he came to visit his daughter, shrank out of his notice as much as possible, shuddering most of all at his attempts at civilities. His son she viewed as one of the thick-witted giants meant to be food for the heroism of good knights of romance. Except that he was fairly conversant with the use of weapons, and had occasionally ridden beyond the shadow of his own mountain, his range was quite as limited as his sister's, and he had an equal scorn for all beyond it. His unfailing kindness to his sister was however in his favour, and he always eagerly followed up any suggestion Christina made for her pleasure. Much of his time was spent on the child whose chief nurse and playmate he had been throughout her malady, and when she showed him the stranger's arrangements, or repeated to him, in a wondering, blundering way, which constant appeals to her attendant, the new tales she had heard, he used to listen with a pleased, awkward amazement at his little Ermentrude's astonishing cleverness, joined sometimes with real interest, which was evinced by his inquiries of Christina. He certainly did not admire the little, slight, pale bower maiden, but he seemed to look upon her like some strange, almost uncanny, wise spirit, out of some other sphere, and his manner towards her had none of the offensive freedom apparent in even the old man's patronage. It was, as Ermentrude once said, laughing, almost as if he feared that she might do something to him. Christina had expected to see a ruffian and had found a boor, but she was to be convinced that the ruffian existed in him. Notice came up to the castle of a convoy of wagons, and all was excitement. Men-at-arms were mustered, horses led down the Eagle's Ladder, and an ambush prepared in the woods. The autumn rains were already swelling the floods, and the passage of the ford would be difficult enough to afford the assailants an easy prey. The Freiherrinn Kunigunde herself, and all the women of the castle, hurried into Ermentrude's room to enjoy the view from her window. The young lady herself was full of eager anticipation, but she knew enough of her maiden to expect no sympathy from her, and loved her well enough not to bring down on her mother's attention. So Christina crept into her turret, unable to withdraw her eyes from the sight, trembling, weeping, praying, longing for power to give a warning signal. Could they be her own townsmen stopped on the way to dear Ulm? She could see the wagons in mid-stream, the warriors on the bank. She heard the triumphant outcries of the mother and daughter in the outer room. She saw the overthrow, the struggle, the flight of a few scattered dark figures on the farther side, the drawing out of the goods on the nearer. Oh, were those leaping waves bearing down any good men's corpses to the Danube, slain, foully slain by her own father and this gang of robbers? She was glad that Ermentrude went down with her mother to watch the return of the victors. She crouched on the floor, sobbing, shuddering with grief and indignation, and telling her beads alike for murdered and murderers, till after the sounds of welcome and exultation she heard Sir Eberhard's heavy tread as he carried his sister up the stairs. Ermentrude went up at once to Christina. "After all, there was a little for us," she said. "It was only a wain of wine-barrels, and now will the drunkards downstairs make good cheer. But Ebbo could only win for me this gold chain and medal which was round the old merchant's neck." "Was he slain?" Christina asked with pale lips.
"I only know I did not kill him," returned the Baron. "I had him down and got the prize, and that was enough for me. What the rest of the fellows may have done I cannot say."
"But he has brought thee something, Stina," continued Ermentrude. "Show it to her, brother."
"My father sends you this for your care of my sister," said Eberhard, holding out a brooch that had doubtless fastened the band of the unfortunate wine merchant's bonnet.
"Thanks, sir, but indeed I may not take it," said Christina, turning crimson and drawing back.
"So!" he exclaimed, in amazement; then, bethinking himself, "they are no townsfolk of yours, but Constance cowards."
Take it, Stina, or you will anger my father," added Ermentrude. "No, lady, I thank the barons both, but it were sin in me," said Christina, with trembling voice.
"Look, Hugh," said Eberhard, "we have the full right, 'tis a seigneurial right, to all the goods of every wayfarer that may be overthrown in our river, as I am a true knight," he added earnestly.
"A true knight!"
repeated Christina, pushed hard, and very indignant in all her terror. "The true knight's part is to aid, not rob, the weak," and the dark eyes flashed a vivid light.
"Christina!"
exclaimed Ermentrude, in the extremity of her amazement.
"Know you what you have said, that Eberhard is no true knight?"
He meanwhile stood silent, utterly taken by surprise, and letting his little sister fight his battles.
"I cannot help it, Lady Ermentrude,"
said Christina, with trembling lips, and eyes filling with tears.
"You may drive me from the castle, I only long to be away from it, but I cannot stain my soul by saying that spoil and rapine are the deeds of a true knight." "My mother will beat you," cried Ermentrude passionately, ready to fly to the head of the stairs, but her brother laid his hand upon her.
"Tush, Truchten, keep thy tongue still, child. What does it hurt me?" And he turned on his heels and went downstairs. Christina crept into her turret, weeping bitterly, and with many a wild thought. Would they visit her offence on her father? Would they turn them both out together? If so, would not her father hurl her down the rocks rather than return her to Ulm? Could she escape?
climb down the dizzy rocks, it might be, succor the merchant lying half dead on the meadows, protect and be protected, be once more among God-fearing Christians? And as she felt her helplessness, the selfish thoughts passed into a gush of tears for the murdered man, lying suffering there, and for his possible wife and children watching for him. Presently Ermentrude peeped in. "Stina, Stina, don't cry. I will not tell my mother. Come out and finish my kerchief. Come out, no one shall beat you." "That is not what I wept for, lady," said Christina. "I do not think you would bring harm on me. But oh, I would I were at home. I grieve for the bloodshed that I must see and may not hinder, and for that poor merchant." "Oh," said Ermentrude, "you need not fear for him. I saw his own folk return and lift him up. But what is he to thee or to us?" "I am a burgher maid, lady," said Christina, recovering herself, and aware that it was of little use to bear testimony to such an auditor as poor little Ermentrude against the deeds of her own father and brother, which had in reality the sort of sanction Sir Eberhard had mentioned, much akin to those coast rights that were the temptation of wreckers. Still she could not but tremble at the thought of her speech, and went down to supper in greater trepidation than usual, dreading that she should be expected to thank the Freiherr for his gift. But fortunately manners were too rare at Adlerstein for any such omission to be remarkable, and the whole establishment was in a state of noisy triumph and merriment over the excellence of the French wine they had captured, so that she slipped into her seat unobserved. Every available drinking horn and cup was full. Ermentrude was eagerly presented with draughts by both father and mother, and presently Sir Eberhard exclaimed, turning towards the shrinking Christina with a rough laugh, "Maiden, I trow thou wilt not taste." Christina shook her head, and framed a negative with her lips. "What's this?" asked her father, close to whom she sat. "Is't a fast day?" There was a pause. Many were present who regarded a fast day much more than the lives or goods of their neighbours. Christina again shook her head. "No matter," said the good-natured Sir Eberhard, evidently wishing to avert any ill consequence from her. "'Tis only her loss." The mirth went on rough and loud, and Christina felt this the worst of all the miserable meals she had partaken of in fear and trembling at this place of her captivity. Ermentrude, too, was soon in such a state of excitement that not only was Christina's womanhood bitterly ashamed and grieved for her, but there was serious danger that she might at any moment break out with some allusion to her maiden's recusancy in her reply to Sir Eberhard. Presently, however, Ermentrude laid down her head and began to cry. Violent headache had come on, and her brother took her in his arms to carry her up the stairs, but his potations had begun before hers, and his step was far from steady. He stumbled more than once on the steps, shook and frightened his sister, and set her down weeping petulantly. And then came a more terrible moment. His awe of Christina had passed away. He swore that she was a lovely maiden, with only too free a tongue, and that a kiss must be the seal of her pardon. A house full of intoxicated men, no living creature who would care to protect her, scarce even her father. But extremity of terror gave her strength. She spoke resolutely. "Sir Eberhard, your sister is ill. You are in no state to be here. Go down at once, nor insult a free maiden." Probably the low-toned softness of the voice, so utterly different from the shrill, wrangling notes of all the other women he had known, took him by surprise. He was still sober enough to be subdued, almost cowed, by resistance of a description unlike all he had ever seen. His alarm at Christina's superior power returned in full force. He staggered to the stairs. Christina rushed after him, closed the heavy door with all her force, fastened it inside, and would have sunk down to weep but for Ermentrude's peevish wail of distress. Happily Ermentrude was still a child, and, neglected as she had been, she still had had no one to make her precocious in matters of this kind. She was quite willing to take Christina's view of the case, and not resent the exclusion of her brother. Indeed, she was unwell enough to dread the loudness of his voice and rudeness of his revelry. So the door remained shut, and Christina's resolve was taken that she would so keep it while the wine lasted. And indeed Ermentrude had so much fever all the night and the next day, that no going down could be thought of. Nobody came near the maidens but Ursel, and she described one continued orgy that made Christina shudder again with fear and disgust. Those below revelled without interval, except for sleep, and they took their sleep just where they happened to sink down, then returned again to the liquor. The old Baroness repaired to the kitchen when the revelry went beyond even her bearing, But all the time the wine held out, the swine in the court were, as Ursel averred, better company than the men in the hall. Yet there might have been worse even than this, for old Ursel whispered that at the bottom of the stairs there was a trap-door. Did the maiden know what it covered? It was an oubliette. There was once a Strasbourg armourer who had refused ransom, and talked of appealing to the Kaiser. He trod on that door and— Ursel pointed downwards. "But since that time," she said, "my young lord has never brought home a prisoner." No wonder that all this time Christina cowered at the discordant sounds below, trembled and prayed while she waited on her poor young charge, who tossed and moaned in fever and suffering. She was still far from recovered when the materials of the debauch failed, and the household began to return to its usual state. She was soon restlessly pining for her brother, and when her father came up to see her, received him with scant welcome and entreaties for Ebbo. She knew she should be better if she might only sit on his knee, and lay her head on his shoulder. The old Freiherr offered to accommodate her, but she rejected him petulantly, and still called for Ebbo, till he went down, promising that her brother should come. With a fluttering heart Christina awaited the noble whom she had perhaps insulted, and whose advances had more certainly insulted her. Would he visit her with his anger, or return to that more offensive familiarity? She longed to flee out of sight, when, after a long interval, his heavy tread was heard, but she could not even take refuge in her turret, for Ermentrude was leaning against her. Somehow the step was less assured than usual. He absolutely knocked at the door, and when he came in, he acknowledged her by a slight inclination of the head. If only she had known it, this was the first time that head had ever bent to any being, human or divine. But all that she perceived was that Sir Eberhard was in neither of the moods she dreaded, only desperately shy and sheepish, and extremely ashamed, not indeed of his excess, which would have been, even to a much tamer German baron, only a happy incident, but of what had passed between himself and her. He was much grieved to perceive how much ground Ermentrude had lost, and gave himself up to fondling and comforting her, and in a few days more, in their common cares for the sister, Christina lost her newly acquired horror of the brother, and could not but be grateful for his forbearance, while she was almost entertained by the increased awe of herself shown by this huge robber baron. Chapter 4 of The Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. The Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 4. Snow Wreaths When 'Tis Thaw. Ermentrude had by no means recovered the ground she had lost before the winter set in, and blinding snow came drifting down day and night, rendering the whole view, above and below, one expanse of white, only broken by the peaks of rock which were too steep to sustain the snow. The waterfall lengthened its icicles daily, and the whole court was heaped with snow, up even to the top of the high steps to the hall, and thus, Christina was told, would it continue all the winter. What had previously seemed to her a strangely door-like window above the porch, now became the only mode of egress, when the barons went out bear or wolf hunting, or the younger took his crossbow and hound to provide the wild-fowl, which, under Christina's skilful hands, would tempt the feeble appetite of Ermentrude, when she was utterly unable to touch the salted meats and sausages of the household. In spite of all endeavours to guard the windows and keep up the fire, the cold withered the poor child like a fading leaf, and she needed more and more of tenderness and amusement to distract her attention from her ailments. Christina's resources were unfailing. Out of the softer pine and birch woods provided for the fire, she carved a set of draughtsmen, and made a board by ruling squares on the end of a settle, and painting the alternate ones with a compound of oil and charcoal. Even the old baron was delighted with this contrivance, and the pleasure it gave his daughter. He remembered playing at draughts in that portion of his youth which had been a shade more polished, and he felt as if the game were making Ermentrude more like a lady. Christina was encouraged to proceed with a set of chessmen, and the shaping of their characteristic heads under her dexterous fingers was watched by Ermentrude like something magical. Indeed, the young lady entertained the belief that there was no limit to her attendant's knowledge or capacity. Truly there was a greater brightness and clearness beginning to dawn even upon poor little Ermentrude's own dull mind. She took more interest in everything. Songs were not solely lullabies, but she cared to talk them over. Tales to which she would once have been incapable of paying attention were eagerly sought after, and above all, the spiritual vacancy that her mind had hitherto presented was beginning to be filled up. Christina had brought her own books, a library of extraordinary extent for a maiden of the 15th century, but which she owed to her uncle's connection with the arts of woodcutting and printing. A Vulgate from Dr. Faustus' own press, a mass book and a breviary, Thomas à Kempis' Imitation, and the Nuremberg Chronicle all in Latin, and the poetry of the gentle minnesinger and bird-lover, Walter von Vilgeweid, in the vernacular. These were her stock, which Hausfrau Johanna had viewed as a foolish encumbrance, and Hugh Sorel would never have transported to the castle unless they had been so well concealed in Christina's kirtles that he had taken them for parts of her wardrobe. Most precious were they now, when, out of the reach of all teaching save her own, she had to infuse into the sinking girl's mind the great mysteries of life and death, so that she might not leave the world without more hope or faith than her heathen forefathers. For that Ermentrude would live, Christina had never hoped, since that fleeting improvement had been cut short by the fever of the wine-cup. The look, voice, and tone had become so completely the same as those of Regina Grunt's little sister who had pined and died. She knew she could not cure, but she could, she felt she could, comfort, cheer, and soften, and she no longer repined at her enforced sojourn at Adlerstein. She heartily loved her charge, and could not bear to think how desolate Ermentrude would be without her. And now the poor girl had become responsive to her care. She was infinitely softened in manner, and treated her parents with forms of respect new to them. She had learnt even to thank old Ursel, dropped her imperious tone, and struggled with her petulance, and towards her brother the domineering uncouth adherence was becoming real, tender affection, while the dependent, reverent love she bestowed upon Christina was touching and endearing in the extreme. Freiherr von Adlerstein saw the change, and congratulated himself on the effect of having a town-bred bower-woman, nay, spoke of the advantage it would be to his daughter, if he could persuade himself to make the submission to the Kaiser which the late improvements decided on the Diet were rendering more and more inevitable. Now how happy would be the winner of his gentle Ermentrude! Freiherrinn von Adlerstein thought the alteration the mere change from child to woman, and felt insulted by the supposition that anyone might not have been proud to match with the daughter of the Adlerstein, be she what she might. As to submission to the Kaiser, that was mere folly and weakness. Kaisers, kings, dukes, and counts had broken their teeth against the rock of Adlerstein before now. What had come over her husband and her son to make them cravens? For Freiherr Eberhard was more strongly convicted than was his father of the untenableness of their present position. Hugh Sorel's reports of what he had heard at Ulm had shown that the league that had been discussed at Regensburg was far more formidable than anything had ever previously threatened Schloss Adlerstein, and that if the Graf von Schlangenwald joined in the coalition, there would be private malice to direct its efforts against the Adlerstein family. Few letters or challenges had been made unlawful for 10 years, and was not Adlerstein at feud with the world? Nor did Eberhard look on the submission with the sullen rage and grief that his father felt in bringing himself to such a declension from the pride of his ancestors. What the young Baron heard upstairs was awakening in him a sense of the poorness and narrowness of his present life. Ermentrude never spared him what interested her, and, partly from her lips, partly through her appeals to her attendant, he had learned that life had better things to offer than independence on these bare rocks, and that homage might open the way to higher and worthier exploits than preying upon overturned wagons. Dietrich of Bern and his 2 ancestors, whose lengthy legend Christina could sing in a low, soft recitative, were revelations to him of what she meant by a true knight. The lion in war, the lamb in peace, the quaint, oft-repeated portraits, and still quainter cities of the Chronicle, with their explanations and translations, opened his mind to aspirations for intercourse with his fellows, for an honourable name, and for esteem in its degree such as was paid to Sir Parzival, to Karl the Great, or to Rodolph of Hapsburg, once a mountain lord like himself. Nay, as Ermentrude said, stroking his cheek, and smoothing the flaxen beard, that somehow had become much less rough and tangled than it used to be, some day wilt thou be another good Freiherr Eberhard, whom all the countryside loved, and who gave bread at the castle gate to all that hungered." Her brother believed nothing of her slow declension in strength, ascribing all the change he saw to the bitter cold, and seeing but little even of that alteration, though he spent many hours in her room, holding her in his arms, amusing her, or talking to her and Christina. All Christina's fear of him was gone. As long as there was no liquor in the house, and he was his true self, she felt him to be a kind friend, bound to her by strong sympathy in the love and care for his sister. She could talk almost as freely before him as when alone with her young lady, and as Ermentrude's religious feelings grew stronger and were freely expressed to him, surely his attention was not merely kindness and patience with the sufferer. The girl's soul ripened rapidly under the new influences during her bodily decay, and as the days lengthened and the stern hold of winter relaxed upon the mountains, Christina looked with strange admiration upon the expression that had dawned upon the features once so vacant and dull, and listened with the more depth of reverence to the sweet words of faith, hope, and love, because she felt that a higher, deeper teaching than she could give must have come to mould the spirit for the new world to which it was hastening. Like an army defeated, the snow had retreated out of the valley, whose rich green shone smiling round the pool into which the Debatable Ford spread. The waterfall had burst its icy bonds and dashed down with redoubled voice, roaring rather than babbling. Blue and pink hepaticas, or as Christina called them, liver krauts, had pushed up their starry heads, and had even been gathered by Sir Eberhard and laid on his sister's pillow. The dark peaks of rock came out all glistening with moisture, and the snow only retained possession of the deep hollows and crevices, into which, however, its retreat was far more graceful than when, in the city, it was trodden by horse and man, and soiled with smoke. Christina dreaded indeed that the roads should be open, but she could not love the snow. It spoke to her of dreariness, savagery, and captivity, and she watched the dwindling stripes with satisfaction, and hailed the fall of the petty avalanches from one eagle's step to another, as her forefathers might have rejoiced in the defeat of the frost giants. But Ermentrude had a love for the white sheet that lay covering a gorge running up from the ravine. She watched its diminution day by day with a fancy that she was melting away with it, and indeed it was on the very day that a succession of drifting showers had left the sheet alone, and separated it from the masses of white above, that it first fully dawned upon the rest of the family, that, for the little daughter of the house, spring was only bringing languor and sinking instead of recovery. Then it was that Sir Eberhard first really listened to her entreaty that she might not die without a priest, and comforted her by passing his word to her that, if, he would not say when, the time drew near, he would bring her one of the priests who had only come from St. Ruprecht's cloister on great days, by a sort of sufferance, to say mass at the Blessed Friedmund's Hermitage chapel. The time was slow in coming. Easter had passed with Ermentrude far too ill for Christina to make the effort she had intended of going to church, even if she could get no escort but old Ursel. The sheet of snow had dwindled to a mere wreath, the ford looked blue in the sunshine, the cascade tinkled merrily down its rock, mountain primroses peeped out, when, as Father Norbert came forth from saying his ill-attended Pentecostal mass, and was parting with the infirm peasant hermit, a tall figure strode up the pass, and as the villagers fell back to make way, stood before the startled priest, and said in a voice choked with grief, "Come with me." "Who needs me?" began the astonished monk. "Follow him not, father," whispered the hermit. "It's the young Freiherr. Oh, have mercy on him, gracious sir. He's done your noble lordships no wrong." "I mean him no ill," replied Eberhard, clearing his voice with difficulty. "I would but have him do his office." "Art thou afraid, priest?" "Who needs my office?" demanded Father Norbert. "Show me fit cause, and what should I dread? Wherefore dost thou seek me?" "For my sister," replied Eberhard, his voice thickening again. "My little sister lies at the point of death, and I have sworn to her that a priest she shall have. Wilt thou come, or shall I drag thee down the pass?" I come, with all my heart, Sir Knight," was the ready response. "A few moments, and I am at your bidding." He stepped back into the hermit's cave, whence a stair led up to the chapel. The anchorite followed him, whispering, "Good father, escape! There will be full time ere he misses you. The north door leads to the Gensbock's Pass. It is open now." "Why should I balk him? Why should I deny my office to the dying?" said Norbert. "Alas, holy father, thou art new to this country, and knowst not these men of blood. It is a snare to make the convent ransom thee, if not worse. The Freiherrn is a fiend for malice, and the Freiherr is excommunicate." "I know it, my son," said Norbert. "But wherefore should their child perish on a soilseed?" "Art coming, priest?" shouted Eberhard from his stand at the mouth of the cave. And as Norbert at once appeared with the pikes and other appliances that he had gone to fetch, the Freiherr held out his hand with an offer to "carry his gear for him," and when the monk refused, with an inward shudder at entrusting a sacred charge to such unhallowed hands, replied, "He will have work enow for both hands ere the castle's reached." But Father Norbert was by birth a sturdy Switzer, and thought little of these Swabian Alps, and he climbed after his guide through the most rugged passages of Eberhard's shortest and most perpendicular cut without a moment's hesitation, and with agility worthy of a chamois. The young Baron turned for a moment, when the level of the castle had been gained, perhaps to see whether he were following, but at the same time came to a sudden, speechless pause. On the white masses of vapour that floated out on the opposite side of the mountain was traced a gigantic shadowy outline of a hermit, with head bent eagerly forward and arm outstretched. The monk crossed himself. Eberhard stood still for a moment, and then said hoarsely, "The blessed Friedmund! He is come for her!" then strode on towards the postern gate, followed by brother Norbert, a good deal reassured both as to the genuineness of the young Baron's message, and the probable condition of the object of his journey, since the patron saint of her race was evidently on the watch to speed her departing spirit. Sir Eberhard led the way up the turret stairs to the open door, and the monk entered the death chamber. The elder Baron sat near the fire in the large wooden chair, half turned toward his daughter, as one who must needs be present, but with his face buried in his hands, unable to endure the spectacle. Nearer was the tall form of his wife, standing near the foot of the bed, her stern, harsh features somewhat softened by the feelings of the moment. Ursel waited at hand with tears running down her furrowed cheeks. For such as these Father Norbert was prepared, but he little expected to meet so pure and sweet a gaze of reverential welcome as beamed on him from the soft, dark eyes of the little white-cheeked maiden who sat on the bed, holding the sufferer in her arms. Still less had he anticipated the serene blessedness that sat on the wasted features of the dying girl, and all the anguish of labouring breath. She smiled a smile of joy, held up her hand, and thanked her brother. Her father scarcely lifted his head, her mother made a rigid curtsy, and with a grim look of sorrow coming over her features, laid her hand on the old Baron's shoulder. "Come away, Herr Vetter," she said. "He's going to hear her confession and make her too holy for the like of us to touch." The old man rose up and stepped towards his child. Ermentrude held out her arms to him and murmured, "Father, father, pardon me. I would have been a better daughter if I'd only known." He gathered her in his arms. He was quite past speaking, and they only heard his heavy breathing and one more whisper from Ermentrude. "And, oh, father, one day wilt thou seek to be absolved?" Whether he answered or not they knew not. He only gave her repeated kisses, and laid her down on her pillows, then rushed to the door, and the passionate sobs of the strong man's uncontrolled nature might be heard upon the stair. The parting with the others was not necessarily so complete, as they were not, like him, under censure of the Church, but Kunigunde lay down to kiss her, and in return to her reception of her entreaty for pardon, replied, "Thou hast it, child, if it will please thy mind, but it is all long of these new fancies that ever an Adlerstein thought of pardon. There, there, I blame thee not, poor maid. If thou wert to die, it may be even best as it is. Now must I to thy father. He's troubled enough about this gear." But when Eberhard moved towards his sister, she turned to the priest and said imploringly, "Not far, not far. Oh, let them," pointing to Eberhard and Christina, "let them not be quite out of sight." "Out of hearing is all that's needed, daughter," replied the priest, and Ermentrude looked content as Christina moved towards the empty north turret, where, with the door open, she was in full view, and Eberhard followed her thither. It was, indeed, fully out of earshot of the child's faint, gasping confession. Gravely and sadly both stood there. Christina looked up the hillside for the snow wreath. The May sunshine had dissolved it, the green pass lay sparkling without a vestige of its white coating. Her eyes full of tears, she pointed out the spot to Eberhard. He understood, but leaning towards her, told, under his breath, of the phantom he had seen. Her eyes expanded with awe of the supernatural. "It was the blessed Friedmund," said Eberhard. "Never hath he so greeted one of our race since the pious Freiherrinn Hildegard. Maiden, hast thou brought us back a blessing?"
"Ah, well she may be blessed. Well may the saints stoop to greet her," murmured Christina with strangled voice, scarcely unable to control her sobs.
Father Norbert came towards them. The simple confession had been heard, and he sought the aid of Christina in performing the last rites of the church. "Maiden," he said to her, "thou hast done a great and blessed work, such as many a priest might envy thee." Eberhard was not excluded during the final services by which the soul was to be dismissed from its earthly dwelling-place. True, he comprehended little of their import, and nothing of the words, but he gazed meekly, with uncovered head and a bewildered look of sadness, while Christina made her responses and took her part with full intelligence and deep fervour, sorrowing indeed for the companion who had become so dear to her, but deeply thankful for the spiritual consolation that had come at last. Ermentrude lay calm, and, as it were, already rapt into a higher world, lighting up at the German portions of the service, and not wholly devoid of comprehension of the spirit even of the Latin, as indeed she had come to the border of the region where human tongues and languages are no more. She was all but gone when the rite of extreme unction was completed, and they could only stand round her, Eberhard, Christina, Ursel, and the old Baroness, who had returned again, watching the last flutterings of the breath, the window thrown wide open that nothing might impede the passage of the soul to the blue vault above. The priest spoke the beautiful commendation, "Depart, O Christian soul." There was a faint gesture in the midst for Christina to lift her in her arms, a sign to bend down and kiss her brow, but her last look was for her brother, her last murmur, "Come after me, be the good Baron Ebbo." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. The Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 5. The Young Freiherr. Ermentrude von Adlerstein slept with her forefathers in the vaults of the Hermitage Chapel, and Christina Sorel's work was done. Surely it was time for her to return home, though she should be more sorry to leave the mountain castle than she could ever have believed possible. She entreated her father to take her home, but she received a sharp answer that she did not know what she was talking of. The Schlangenwald reitern was besetting all the roads, and moreover the Ulm burghers had taken the capture of the Constance wine in such dudgeon that for a retainer of Adlerstein to show himself in the streets would be an absolute asking for the wheel. But was there any hope for her? Could he not take her to some nunnery midway, and let her write to her uncle to fetch her from thence? He swore at woman's pertinacity, but allowed at last that if the plan, talked of by the barons, of going to make their submission to the Emperor at Linz, with a view to which all violence at the ford had ceased, should hold good, it might be possible thus to drop her on their way. With this Christina must needs content herself. Poor child, not only had Ermentrude's death deprived her of the sole object of her residence at Schloss Adlerstein, but it had definitely increased the difficulties of her position. No one interfered with her possession of the upper room and its turrets, and it was only at meal-times that she was obliged to mingle with the other inhabitants, who for the most part absolutely overlooked the little shrinking pale maiden, but with one exception, and that the most perplexing of all. She had been on terms with Freiherr Eberhard that were not so easily broken off as if she had been an old woman of Ursel's age. All through his sister's decline she had been his comforter, assistant, director, living in intercourse and sympathy that ought surely to cease when she was no longer his sister's attendant, yet which must be more than ever missed in the full freshness of the stroke. Even on the earliest days of bereavement, a sudden thought of Hausfrau Johanna flashed upon Christina, and reminded her of the guard she must keep over herself if she would return to Ulm the same modest girl whom her aunt could acquit of all indiscretion. Her cheeks flamed as she sat alone with the very thought, and the next time she heard the well-known tread on the stairs she fled hastily into her own turret chamber and shut the door. Her heart beat fast. She could hear Sir Eberhard moving about the room, and listened to his heavy sigh as he threw himself into the large chair. Presently he called her by name, and she felt it needful to open her door and answer respectfully, "What would you, my lord?"
"What would I? A little peace, and heed to her who is gone. To see my father and mother, one would think that a partridge had but flown away. I have seen my father more sorrowful, when his dog had fallen over the abyss."
"Mayhap there is more sorrow for a brute that cannot live again," said Christina. "Our bird has her nest by an altar that is lovelier and brighter than even our dome kirk will ever be."
"Sit down, Christina," he said, dragging a chair nearer the hearth. "My heart is sore, and I cannot bear the din below. Tell me where my bird is flown."
"Ah, sir, pardon me, I must to the kitchen," said Christina, crossing her hands over her breast to still her trembling heart, for she was very sorry for his grief, but moving resolutely.
"Must? And wherefore? Thou hast naught to do there. Speak truth. Why not stay with me?"
And his great light eyes opened wide. "A burgher maid may not sit down with a noble baron."
"The devil! Has my mother been plaguing thee, child?"
"No, my lord," said Christina. "She reeks not of me, but," steadying her voice with great difficulty, "it behoves me the more to be discreet."
"And you would not have me come here?" he said, with a wistful tone of reproach.
"I have no power to forbid you, but if you do, I must betake me to Ursel in the kitchen," said Christina, very low, trembling and half choked.
"Among the rude wenches there!" he cried, starting up. "Nay, nay, that shall not be. Rather will I go." "But this is very cruel of thee, maiden," he added, lingering, "when I give thee my knightly word that all should be as when she whom we both loved was here," and his voice shook.
"It could not be so, my lord," returned Christina, with drooping, blushing face. "It would not be maidenly in me. Oh, my lord, you are kind and generous. Make it not hard for me to do what other maidens less lonely have friends to do for them."
"Kind and generous?" said Eberhard, leaning over the back of the chair, as if trying to begin a fresh score. "This from you, who told me once I was no true knight."
"I shall call you a true knight with all my heart," cried Christina, the tears rushing into her eyes, "if you will respect my weakness and loneliness."
He stood up again as if to move away, then paused, and twisting his gold chain said, "And how am I ever to be what the happy one bade me, if you will not show me how?"
"My error would never show you the right," said Christina, with a strong effort at firmness, and retreating at once through the door of the staircase, whence she made her way to the kitchen, and with great difficulty found an excuse for her presence there. It had been a hard struggle with her compassion and gratitude, and poor little Christina felt with dismay, with something more than these. Else why was it that, even while principle and better sense summoned her back to Ulm, she experienced a deadly weariness of the city-pent air, of the grave, heavy roll of the river, nay, even of the quiet, well-regulated household? Why did such a marriage as she had thought her natural destiny, with some worthy, kind-hearted brother of the guild, become so hateful to her that she could only aspire to a convent life? This same burgomaster would be an estimable man, no doubt, and those around her were ruffians, but she felt utterly contemptuous and impatient of him. And why was the interchange of greetings, the few words at meals, worth all the rest of the day besides to her? Her own heart was the traitor, and to her own sensations the poor little thing had, in spirit at least, transgressed all Aunt Johanna's precepts against the young barons. She wept apart, and resolved, and prayed, cruelly ashamed of every start of joy or pain that the sight of Eberhard cost her. From almost the first he had sat next her at the single table that accommodated the whole household at meals, and the custom continued. Though on some days he treated her with sullen silence, which she blamed herself for not rejoicing in. Sometimes he spoke a few friendly words, but he observed, better than she could have dared to expect, her trust of his true knighthood, and never again forced himself into her apartment, though now and then came to the door with flowers, with mountain strawberries, and once with 2 young doves. "Take them, Christina," he said, "they are very like yourself." And he always delayed so long that she was forced to be resolute, and shut the door on him at last. Once, when there was to be a mass at the chapel, Hugh Sorel, between a smile and a growl, informed his daughter that he would take her there too. She gladly prepared, and, bent on making herself agreeable to her father, did not once press on him the necessity of her return to Ulm. To her amazement and pleasure, the young Baron was at church, and when all the way home he walked beside her mule, she could see no need of sending him away. He had been in no school of the conventionalities of life, and when he saw that Hugh Sorel's presence had obtained him this favour, he wistfully asked, "Christina, if I bring your father with me, will you not let me in?" "Entreat me not, my lord," she answered, with fluttering breath. She felt the more that she was right in this decision, when she encountered her father's broad grin of surprise and aversion at seeing the young Baron help her to dismount. It was a look of receiving an idea both new, comical, and flattering, but by no means the look of a father who would resent the indignity of attentions to his daughter, from a man whose rank formed an insuperable barrier to marriage. The effect was a new, urgent, and most piteous entreaty that he would find means of sending her home. It brought upon her the hearing put into words what her own feelings had long shrunk from confessing to herself. Why, what now? What is the young Baron after ye? Ha! Petticoats are few enough up here, but he must have been ill off here he took to a little ghost like thee. I saw he was moping and doleful, but I thought he was all for his sister."
"And so it is, father."
"Tell me that, when he watches every turn of that dark eye of thine, the only good thing thou took'st of mine. Thou art a witch, Stina."
"Hush, oh hush, for pity's sake, father, and let me go home."
"What, thou likest him not? Thy mind is all for the mincing goldsmith opposite, as I ever told thee."
"My mind is, to return to my uncle and aunt and the true-hearted maiden they parted with," said Christina with clasped hands. "And oh, father, as you were the son of a true and faithful mother, be a father to me now. Jeer not at your motherless child, but protect her and help her."
Hugh Sorel was touched by this appeal, and he likewise recollected how much it was for his own interest that his brother should be satisfied with the care he took of his daughter. He became convinced that the sooner she was out of the castle the better, and at length bethought him that, among the merchants who frequented the midsummer fair at the blessed Friedmund's wake, a safe escort might be found to convey her back to Ulm. If the truth were known, Hugh Sorel was not devoid of a certain feeling akin to contempt, both for his young master's taste, and for his forbearance in not having pushed matters further with being so helpless, meek, and timid as Christina, more especially as such slackness had not been his wont in other cases where his fancy had been caught. But Sorel did not understand that it was not physical beauty that had here been the attraction, though to some persons the sweet, pensive eyes, the delicate, pure skin, the slight, tender form, might seem to exceed in loveliness the fully developed animal comeliness chiefly esteemed at Adlerstein. It was rather the strangeness of the power and purity of this timid, fragile creature that had struck the young noble. With all their brutal manners, reverence for a lofty female nature had been in the German character ever since their Velida prophesied to them, and this reverence in Eberhard bowed at the feet of the pure, gentle maiden, so strong yet so weak, so wistful and entreating even in her resolution, refined as a white flower on a heap of refuse, wise and dexterous beyond his slow and dull conception, and the first being in whom he had ever seen piety or goodness, and likewise with a tender, loving spirit of consolation, such as he had both beheld and tasted by his sister's deathbed. There was almost a fear mingled with his reverence. If he had been more familiar with the saints, he would thus have regarded the holy Virgin Martyrs, nay, even Our Lady herself, and he durst not push her so hard as to offend her, and excite the anger or the grief that he alike dreaded. He was wretched and forlorn without the resources he had found in his sister's room. The new and better cravings of his higher nature had been excited only to remain unsupplied and disappointed, and the affectionate heart in the freshness of its sorrow yearned for the comfort that such conversation had supplied, but the impression that had been made on him was still such, but he knew that to use rough means of pressing his wishes would no more lead to his real gratification than it would to appropriate a snowball by crushing it in his gauntlet. And it was on feeble little Christina, yielding in her heart, though not in will, that it depended to preserve this reverence and return unscathed from this castle, more perilous now than ever. Chapter 6 of The Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. The Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 6 The Blessed Freedman's Wake. Midsummer Day arrived, and the village of Adlerstein presented a most unusual spectacle. The wake was the occasion of a grand fair for all the mountainside, and it was an understood thing that the barons, instead of molesting the pedlars, merchants, and others who attended it, contented themselves with demanding a toll from every one who passed the Kohler's hut on the one side, or the Gemsbock's pass on the other. And this toll, being the only coin by which they came honestly in the course of the year, was regarded as a certainty and highly valued. Moreover, it was the only time that any purchases could be made, and the flotsam of the ford did not always include all, even of the few requirements of the inmates of the castle. It was the only holiday, sacred or secular, that ever gladdened the Eagle's Rock. So all the inmates of the castle prepared to enjoy themselves except the heads of the house. The Freiherr had never been at one of these wakes since the first after he was excommunicated, when he had stalked round to show his indifference to the sentence, and the Freiherrinn snarled out such sentences of disdain towards the concourse that it might be supposed that she hated the sight of her kind. But Ursel had all the household purchases to make, and the kitchen underlings were to take turns to go and come, as indeed were the men-at-arms, who were set to watch the toll-bars. Christina had packed up a small bundle, for the chance of being unable to return to the castle without missing her escort, though she hoped that the fair might last 2 days, and that she should thus be enabled to return and bring away the rest of her property. She was more and more resolved on going, but her heart was less and less inclined to departure. And bitter had been her weeping through all the early light hours of the long morning, weeping that she tried to think was all for Ermentrude, and all, amid prayers she could scarce trust herself to offer, that the generous, kindly nature might yet work free of these evil surroundings, and fulfil the sister's dying wish. She should never see it, but when she should hear that the Debatable Ford was the Friendly Ford, then would she know that it was the doing of the good Baron Ebbo. Could she venture on telling him so? Or were it not better that there were no farewell? And she wept again that he should think her ungrateful. She could not persuade herself to release the doves, but committed the charge to Ursel to let them go in case she should not return. So tear-stained was her face that, ashamed that it should be seen, she wrapped it closely in her hood and veil when she came down and joined her father. The whole scene swam in tears before her eyes when she saw the whole green slope from the chapel covered with tents and booths, and swarming with pedlars and mountaineers in their picturesque dresses. Women and girls were exchanging the yarn of their winter spinning for bright handkerchiefs, men drove sheep, goats, or pigs to barter for knives, spades, or weapons. Others were gazing at simple shows, a dancing bear or ape, or clustering around a minnesinger, many even then congregating in booths for the sale of beer. Further up, on the flat space of sward above the chapel, were some lay brothers, arranging for the representation of a mystery, a kind of entertainment which Germany owed to the English who came to the Council of Constance, and which the monks of St. Ruprecht's hoped might infuse some religious notions into the wild, ignorant mountaineers. First, however, Christina gladly entered the church. Crowded though it were, it was calmer than the busy scene without. Faded old tapestry was decking its walls, representing apparently some subject entirely alien to St. John or the Blessed Hermit. Christina rather thought it was Mars and Venus, but that was all the same to everyone else. And there was a terrible figure of St. John, painted lifelike, with a real haircloth round his loins, just opposite to her, on the step of the altar. Also poor Friedmund's bones, dressed up in a new serge amice and hood. The stone from Nicaea was in a gilded box, ready in due time to be kissed, and a preaching friar, not one of the monks of St. Ruprecht's, was in the midst of a sermon, telling how St. John presided at the Council of Nicaea till the Emperor Maximus cut off his head at the instance of Herodias, full justice being done to the dancing, and that the blood was sprinkled on this very stone, whereupon our Holy Father the Pope decreed that whoever would kiss the said stone, and repeat the Credo 5 times afterwards, should be capable of receiving an indulgence for 500 years, which indulgence must however be purchased at the rate of 6 groschen, to be bestowed in alms at Rome. And this inestimable benefit he, poor Friar Peter, had come from his brotherhood of St. Francis at Ottingen solely to dispense to the poor mountaineers. It was disappointing to find this profane mummery going on instead of the holy services to which Christina had looked forward for strength and comfort. She was far too well instructed not to be scandalized at the profane deception which was ripening fast for Luther only 30 years later, and when the stone was held up by the friar in one hand, the printed briefs of indulgence in the other, she shrunk back. Her father, however, said, "Wilt have one, child? 500 years is no bad bargain."
"My uncle has small trust in indulgences," she whispered.
"All lies, of course," quoth Hugh, "yet they've the Pope's seal, and I have more than half a mind to get one. 500 years is no joke, as I am sure of purgatory, since I bought this medal at the Holy House of Loretto."
And he went forward and invested 6 groschen in one of the papers, the most religious action poor Christina had ever seen him perform. Other purchasers came forward, several of the castle knappen, and a few peasant women who offered yarn or cheeses as equivalents for money, but were told with some insolence to go and sell their goods, and bring the coin. After a time the friar, finding his traffic slack, thought fit to remove, with his 2 lay assistants, outside the chapel, and try the effects of an out-of-door sermon. Hugh Sorel, who had been hitherto rather diverted by the man's gestures and persuasions, now decided on going out into the fair in quest of an escort for his daughter, but as she saw Father Norbert and another monk ascending from the stairs leading to the hermit's cell, she begged to be allowed to remain in the church, where she was sure to be safe, instead of wandering about with him in the fair. He was glad to be unencumbered, though he thought her taste unnatural, and, promising to return for her when he had found an escort, he left her. Father Norbert had come for the very purpose of hearing confessions, and Christina's next hour was the most comfortable she had spent since Ermentrude's death. After this, however, the priests were called away, and long, long did Christina first kneel and then sit in the little lonely church, hearing the various sounds without, and imagining that her father had forgotten her, and that he and all the rest were drinking, and then what would become of her? Why had she quitted old Ursul's protection? Hours of waiting in nameless alarm must have passed, for the sun was waxing low, when at length she heard steps coming up to the hermit's cell, and a head rose above the pavement, which she recognized with a wild throb of joy, but, repressing her sense of gladness, she only exclaimed, "Oh, where is my father?" "I've sent him to the toll at Gemsbock's Pass," replied Sir Eberhard, who had by this time come up the stairs, followed by Brother Peter and the 2 lay assistants. Then, as Christina turned on him her startled, terrified eyes in dismay and reproach for such thoughtlessness, he came towards her, and bending his head and opening his hand, he showed on his palm 2 gold rings. "There, little one," he said, "now thou shalt never again shut me out." Her senses grew dizzy. "Sir," she faintly said, "this is no place to delude a poor maiden." "I delude thee not. The brother here waits to wed us." "Impossible! A burgher maid is not for such as you." "None but a burgher maid will I wed," returned Sir Eberhard, with all the settled resolution of habits of command. "See, Christina, thou art sweeter and better than any lady in the land. Thou canst make me what she, the blessed one who lies there, would have me. I love thee as never knight loved lady. I love thee so that I have not spoken a word to offend thee when my heart was bursting, and," as he saw her irrepressible tears, "I think thou lovest me a little." "Ah!" she gasped with a sob, "let me go." "Thou canst not go home. There was none here fit to take charge of thee. Or if there were, I would slay him rather than let thee go." "No, not so," he said, as he saw how little those words served his cause, "but without thee I were a mad and desperate man."
Christina, I will not answer for myself if thou dost not leave this place my wedded wife." "Oh," implored Christina, "if you would only betroth me, and woo me like an honourable maiden from my home at Ulm."
"Betroth thee, ay, and wed thee at once," replied Eberhard, who all along, even while his words were most pleading, had worn a look and manner of determined authority and strength, good-natured indeed, but resolved. "I'm not going to miss my opportunity, or balk the friar." The friar, who had meantime been making a few needful arrangements for the ceremony, advanced towards them. He was a good-humoured, easy-going man, who came prepared to do any office that came in his way on such festival days at the villages round, and peasant marriages at such times were not uncommon. But something now staggered him, and he said anxiously, "This maiden looks convent-bred. Rater, pardon me, but if this be the breaking of a cloister, I can have none of it." "No such thing," said Eberhard. "She's town-bred, that's all." "You would swear to it, on the holy mass yonder, both of you?" said the friar, still suspiciously. "Yea," replied Eberhard, "and so dost thou, Christina." This was the time, if ever, to struggle against her destiny. The friar would probably have listened to her if she had made any vehement opposition to a forced marriage, and if not, a few shrieks would perhaps have brought Father Norbert, and certainly the whole population; but the horror and shame of being found in such a situation, even more than the probability that she might meet with vengeance rather than protection, withheld her. Even the friar could hardly have removed her, and this was her only chance of safety from the Baroness's fury. Had she hated and loathed Sir Eberhard, perhaps she had striven harder, but his whole demeanour constrained and quelled her, and the chief effort she made against yielding was the reply, "I am no cloister-maid, holy father, but—" The "but" was lost in the friar's jovial speech. "Oh, then all is well. Take thy place, pretty one, there by the door. Thou knowst it should be in the porch, but I understand," as Eberhard quietly drew the bolt within. "No, little one, I have no time for bride scruples and coyness. I have to train 3 dull-headed louts to be Shem, Ham, and Japheth before dark. Hast confessed of late?"
"This morning, but—" said Christina, and
"This morning,"
to her great joy, said Eberhard, and in her satisfaction thereat her second "but" was not followed up. The friar asked their names, and both gave the Christian name alone. Then to the brief and simple rite was solemnized in its shortest form. Christina had, by very force of surprise and dismay, gone through all without signs of agitation, except the quivering of her whole frame, and the icy coldness of the hand, where Eberhard had to place the ring on each finger in turn. But each mutual vow was a strange relief to her long-tossed and divided mind, and it was rest indeed to let her affection have its will, and own him indeed as a protector to be loved instead of shunned. When all was over, and he gathered the 2 little cold hands into his large one, his arm supporting her trembling form, she felt for the moment, poor little thing, as if she could never be frightened again. Parish registers were not, even had this been a parish church, but Brother Peter asked, when he had concluded, "Well, my son, which of this flock am I to report to your friar as linked together?"
"The less your tongue wags on that matter till I call on you, the better," was the stern reply. "Look you, no ill shall befall you if you are wise, but remember, against the day I call you to bear witness, that you have this day wedded Baron Eberhard von Adlerstein the younger, to Christina, the daughter of Hugh Sorel, the esquire of Ulm."
"Thou hast played me a trick, Sir Baron,"
said the friar, somewhat dismayed, but more amused, looking up at Eberhard, who, as Christina now saw, had divested himself of his gilt spurs, gold chain, silvered belt and horn, and eagle's plume, so as to have passed for a simple lanzknecht. "I would have had no such gear as this." "So I supposed," said Eberhard coolly. Young folks," laughed the friar, changing his tone, and holding up his finger slyly. "The little bird so cunningly nestled in the church to fly out my lady Baroness! Well, so thou hast a pretty timid lambkin there, Sir Baron. Take care you use her mildly."
Eberhard looked into Christina's face with a smile. That, to her, at least, was answer enough, and he held out 6 links of his gold chain to the friar, and tossed a coin to each of the lay brethren.
"Not for the poor friar himself," explained Brother Peter, on receiving this marriage fee. "It all goes to the weal of the brotherhood." "As you please," said Eberhard. "Silence, that is all. And thy friary?" "The poor house of St. Francis at Offingen for the present, noble sir," said the priest. "There will you hear of me, if you find me not. And now fare thee well, my gracious lady. I hope one day thou wilt have more words to thank the poor brother who has made thee a noble baroness."
"Ah, good father, pardon my fright and confusion," Christina tried to murmur. But at that moment a sudden glow and glare of light broke out on the eastern rock, illuminating the fast darkening little church, with a flickering glare, that made her start in terror as if the fires of heaven were threatening this stolen marriage. But the friar and Eberhard both exclaimed, "The Needfire alight already!" And she recollected how often she had seen these bonfires on midsummer night shining red on every hill around Ulm. Loud shouts were greeting the uprising flame, and the people gathering thicker and thicker on the slope. The friar undid the door to hasten out into the throng, and Eberhard said he left his spurs and belt in the hermit's cell, and must return thither, after which he would walk home with his bride, moving at the same time towards the stair, and thereby causing a sudden scuffle and fall.
"So, master hermit," quoth Eberhard, as the old man picked himself up, looking horribly frightened, "that's your hermit's abstraction, is it? No whining, old man, I'm not going to hurt thee, so thou canst hold thy tongue. Otherwise I will smoke thee out of thy hole like a wild cat. What, thou aiding me with my belt, my lovely one? Thanks, the snap goes too hard for thy little hands. Now then, the fire will light us gaily down the mountain-side."
But it soon appeared that to depart was impossible, unless by forcing a way through the busy throng in the full red glare of the firelight, and they were forced to pause at the opening of the hermit's cave, Christina leaning on her husband's arm, and a fold of his mantle drawn round her to guard her from the night breeze of the mountain, as they waited for a quiet space in which to depart unnoticed. It was a strange, wild scene. The fire was on a bare flat rock, which probably had been yearly so employed ever since the Celts had brought from the east the right that they had handed on to the Swabians, the Beltane fire, whose like was blazing everywhere in the Alps, in the Harz, nay, even in England, Scotland, and on the granite points of Ireland. Heaped up for many previous days with faggots from the forest, then apparently inexhaustible, the fire roared and crackled, and rose high, red and smoky, into the air, paling the moon and obscuring the stars. Round it, completely hiding the bonfire itself, were hosts of dark figures swarming to approach it, all with a purpose. All held old shoes or superannuated garments in their hands to feed the flame, for it was esteemed needful that every villager could contribute something from his house, once, no doubt, as an offering to Bel, but now as a mere unmeaning observance. And shrieks of merriment followed the contribution of each too well-known article of rubbish that had been in reserve for the Needfire. Girls and boys had nuts to throw in pairs, to judge by their bounces of future chances of matrimony. Then came a shouting, tittering, and falling back, as an old boor came forward like a priest with something heavy and ghastly in his arms, which was thrown on with a tremendous shout, darkened the glow for a moment, then hissed, cracked, and emitted a horrible odour. It was a horse's head, the right owner of which had been carefully kept for the occasion, though long past work. Christina shuddered, and felt as if she had fallen upon a pagan ceremony, as indeed was true enough, only that the Adlersteiners attached no meaning to the performance, except a vague notion of securing good luck. With the same idea the faggots were pulled down, and arranged so as to form a sort of lane of fire. Young men rushed along it, and then bounded over the diminished pile, amid loud shouts of laughter, and either admiration or derision. And in the meantime, a variety of odd, recusant noises, grunts, squeaks, and lowings proceeding from the darkness were explained to the startled little bride by her husband to come from all the cattle of the mountain farms around, who were to have their wheels secured by being driven through the Needfire. It may be well imagined that the animals were less convinced of the necessity of this performance than their masters. Wonderful was the clatter and confusion, horrible the uproar raised behind to make the poor things proceed at all, desperate the shout when some half-frantic creature kicked or attempted to charge, wild the glee when a persecuted goat or sheep took heart of grace, and flashed for one moment between the crackling, flaring, smoking walls. When one cow or sheep off a farm went, all the others were pretty sure to follow it, and the owner had then only to be on the watch at the other end to turn them back, with their flame-dazzled eyes, from going unawares down the precipice, a fate from which the passing through the fire was evidently not supposed to assure them.
The swine, those special German delights, were of course the most refractory of all. Some, by dint of being pulled away from the lane of fire, were induced to rush through it, but about half-way they generally made a bolt, either sidelong through the flaming fence, or backwards among the legs of their persecutors, who were upset amid loud imprecations. One huge, old, lean, high-backed sow with a large family, truly feminine in her want of presence of mind, actually charged into the midst of the bonfire itself, scattering it to the right and left with her snout, and emitting so horrible a smell of singed bacon that it might almost be feared that some of her progeny were anticipating the invention of Chinese roasting pigs. However, their proprietor, Jobst, canted them all out safe on the other side, and there only resulted some sighs and lamentations among the seniors, such as Hatto and Ursel, that it boded ill to have the need fire trodden out by an old sow. All the cattle livestock were undergoing the same ceremony. Eberhard concerned himself little about the vagaries of the sheep and pigs, and only laughed a little as the great black goat, who had seen several midsummer nights, and stood on his guard, made a sudden short run and butted down old Hatto, then skipped off like a chamois into the darkness, unheeding, the old rogue, the whispers that connected his unlucky Hugh with the doings of Walpurgisnacht. But when it came to the horses, Eberhard could not well endure the sight of the endeavours to force them, snorting, rearing, and struggling, through anything so abhorrent to them as the hedge of fire. The Schneiderlein, with all the force of his powerful arm, had hold of Eberhard's own young white mare, who, with ears turned back, nostrils dilated, and wild eyes, her forefeet firmly planted wide apart, was using her whole strength for resistance, and when a heavy blow fell on her, only plunged backwards and kicked without advancing. It was more than Eberhard could endure, and Christina's impulse was to murmur, "Oh, do not let him do it!" But this he scarcely heard as he exclaimed, "Wait for me here!" and, as he stepped forward, sent his voice before him, forbidding all blows to the mare. The creature's extreme terror ceased at once upon hearing his voice, and there was an instant relaxation of all violence of resistance as he came up to her, took her halter from the Schneiderlein, patted her glossy neck, and spoke to her. But the tumult of warning voices around him assured him that it would be a fatal thing to spare the steed the passage through the fire, and he strove by encouragements and caresses with voice and hand to get her forward, leading her himself, but the poor beast trembled so violently, and though making a few steps forward, stopped again in such exceeding horror of the flame, that Eberhard had not the heart to compel her, turned her head away, and assured her that she would not be further tormented. "The gracious lordship is wrong," said public opinion, by the voice of old Bauer Ulrich, the sacrificer of the horse's head. "Heaven forfend that evil befall him and that mare in the course of the year!" And the buzz of voices concurred in telling of the recusant pigs who had never developed into sausages, the sheep who had only escaped to be eaten by wolves, and the mule whose bones had been found at the bottom of an abyss. Old Ursel was seriously concerned, and would have laid hold on her young master to remonstrate, but a fresh notion had arisen. Would the gracious Freiherr set a rolling the wheel, which was already being lighted in the fire, and was to conclude the festivities by being propelled down the hill, figuring, only that no one present knew it, the sun's declension from its celestial height? Eberhard made no objection, and Christina, in her shelter by the cave, felt no little dismay at being left alone there, and moreover had a strange, weird feeling at the wild and canny ceremony he was engaged in, not knowing indeed that it was sun worship, but afraid that it could be no other than unholy sorcery. The wheel, flaring or reddening in all its spokes, was raised from the bonfire, and was driven down the smoothest piece of green sward, which formed an inclined plane toward the stream. If its course was smooth, and it only became extinguished by leaping into the water, the village would flourish, and prosperity above all was expected if it should spring over the narrow channel, and attempt to run up the other side. Such things had happened in the days of the good Freiherren Ebbo and Friedel, though the wheel had never gone right since the present Baron had been excommunicated, but his heir having been twice seen at Mass in this last month, great hopes were founded upon him. There was a shout to clear the slope. Eberhard, in great earnest, and some anxiety, accepted the gauntlet that he was offered to protect his hand, steadied the wheel therewith, and, with a vigorous impulse from hand and foot, sent it bounding down the slope, among loud cries and a general scattering of the idlers who had crowded full into the very path of the fiery circle, which flamed up brilliantly for the moment as it met the current of air. But either there was an obstacle in the way, or the young baron's push had not been quite straight. The wheel suddenly swerved aside, its course swerved to the right, maugre all the objurgations addressed to it, as if it had been a living thing, and the next moment it had disappeared, all but a smoky, smouldering spot of red that told where it lay, charring and smoking on its side, without having fulfilled a quarter of its course. People drew off gravely and silently, and Eberhard himself was strangely discomfited when he came back to the hermitage, and wrapping Christina in his cloak, prepared to return, so soon as the glare of the fire should have faded from his eyesight enough to make it safe to tread so precipitous a path. He had indeed this day made a dangerous venture, and both he and Christina could not but feel disheartened by the issue of all the omens of the year, the more because she had a vague sense of wrong in consulting or trusting them. It seemed to her all one frightened, uncomprehended dream, ever since her father had left her in the chapel, and, though conscious of her inability to have prevented her marriage, yet she blamed herself, felt despairing as she thought of the future, and above all dreaded the Baron and the Baroness in their anger. Eberhard, after his first few words, was silent, and seemed solely absorbed in leading her safely along the rocky path, sometimes lifting her when he thought her in danger of stumbling. It was one of the lightest, shortest nights of the year, and a young moon added to the brightness in open places, while in others it made the rocks and stones cast strange elvish shadows. The distance was not entirely lost; other Beltane fires could be seen, like beacons on every hill, and the few lights in the castle shone out like red, fiery eyes in its heavy dark pile of building. Before entering, Eberhard paused, pulled off his own wedding ring, and put it into his bosom, and taking his bride's hand in his, did the same for her, and bade her keep the ring till they could wear them openly. "Alas, then," said Christina, "you would have this secret." "Unless I would have to seek thee down the oubliette, my little one," said Eberhard, "or, what might be even worse, see thee burnt on the hillside for bewitching me with thine arts. No, indeed, my darling. Were it only my father, I could make him love thee, but my mother, I could not trust her where she thought the honour of our house concerned. It shall not be for long. Thou knowst we are to make peace with the Kaiser, then I will get me employment among the Kurfürst Albrecht's companies of troops, and then shalt thou prank it as my Lady Freiherrinn, and teach me the ways of cities." "Alas, I fear me it has been a great sin," sighed the poor little wife. "For thee, thou couldst not help it," said Eberhard. "For me, who knows how many deadly ones it may hinder? Cheer up, little one, no one can harm thee while the secret is kept." Poor Christina had no choice but submission, but it was a sorry bridal evening to enter her husband's home in shrinking terror, with the threat of the oubliette before her, and with a sense of shame and deception hanging upon her, making the wonted scowl of the old Baroness cut her both with remorse and dread. She did indeed sit beside her bridegroom at the supper, but how little like a bride, even though he pushed the salt cellar, as if by accident, below her place. She thought of her myrtle, tended in vain at home by Barbara Schmidt. She thought of courtships, and how all ought to have been, the solemn embassage to her uncle, the stately negotiations, the troth plight before the circle of ceremonious kindred and merry maidens, of whom she had often been one, the subsequent attentions of the betrothed on all festival days, the piles of linen and all plenishings accumulated since babyhood, and all reviewed and laid out for general admiration. Ah, poor Aunt Johanna, still spinning away to add to the many webs in her walnut presses. Then the grand procession to fetch home the bride, the splendid festival, with the musicians, dishes, and guest tables to the utmost limit that was allowed by the city laws, and the bride's hair so joyously covered by her matron's skirt amid the merriment of her companion maidens. Poor child! After she had crept away to her own room, glad that her father was not yet returned, she wept bitterly over the wrong that she felt she had done to the kind uncle and aunt, who must now look in vain for their little Christina, and would think her lost to them, and to all else that was good. At least she had had the Church's blessing, but that, strange to say, was regarded, in burgher life before the Reformation, as rather the ornament of a noble marriage than as essential to the civil contract, and a marriage by a priest was regarded by the citizens rather as a means of eluding the need of obtaining the parents' consent, than as a more regular and devout manner of wedding. However, Christina felt this the one drop of peace. The blessings and prayers were warm at her heart and gave her hope. And as to drops of joy, of them there were no lack, for had she now a right to love Eberhard with all her heart and conscience, and was it not a wonderful love on his part that had made him stoop to the little white-faced burgher maid, despised even by her own father? Oh, better far to wear the maiden's uncovered head for him than the myrtle wreath for anyone else. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Dove and the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel. The Dove and the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte M. Yonge. Chapter 7. The Schneiderleins Return. The poor little unowned bride had more to undergo than her imagination had conceived at the first moment. When she heard that the marriage was to be a secret, she had not understood that Eberhard was by no means disposed to observe much more caution than mere silence. A rough, though kindly man, he did not thoroughly comprehend the shame and confusion that he was bringing upon her, by departing from his former demeanour. He knew that, so enormous was the distance then supposed to exist between the noble and the burgher, there was no chance of anyone dreaming of the true state of the case, and that as long as Christina was not taken for his wife, there was no personal danger for her from his mother, who, so lax were the morals of the German nobility with regard to all of inferior rank, would tolerate her with the complacency as his favourite toy. And he was taken by surprise at the agony of grief and shame with which she slowly comprehended his assurance that she had nothing to fear. There was no help for it. The oubliette would probably be the portion of the low-born girl who had interfered with the 16 quarterings of the Adlerstein shield, and poor Christina never stepped across its trap-door without a shudder lest it should open beneath her. And her father would probably have been hung from the highest tower in spite of his shrewd care to be aware of nothing. Christina consoled herself with the hope that he knew all the time why he had been sent out of the way, for, with a broad grin that had made her blush painfully, he had said he knew she would be well taken care of, and that he hoped she was not breaking her heart for want of an escort. She tried to extort Eberhard's permission to let him at least know how it was, but Eberhard laughed, saying he believed the old fox knew just as much as he chose, and, in effect, Sorel, though now and then gratifying his daughter's scruples by serving as a shield to her meetings with the young baron, never allowed himself to hear a hint of the true state of affairs. Eberhard's love and reverence were undiminished, and the time spent with him would have been perfectly happy could she ever have divested herself of anxiety and alarm. But the periods of his absence from the castle were very terrible to her, for the other women of the household, quick to perceive that she no longer repelled him, had lost that awe that had hitherto kept them at a distance from her, and treated her with a familiarity, sometimes coarse, sometimes spiteful, always hateful and degrading. Even old Ursel had become half pitying, half patronizing, and the old Baroness, though not molesting her, took not the slightest notice of her. This state of things lasted much longer than there had been reason to expect at the time of the marriage. The two Freiherren then intended to set out in a very short time to make their long-talked-of submission to the Emperor at Ratisbon, but, partly from their German tardiness of movement, partly from the obstinate delays interposed by the proud old Freiherrinn, who was as averse as ever to the measure, partly from reports that the court was not yet arrived at Ratisbon, the expedition was again and again deferred, and did not actually take place until September was far advanced. Poor Christina would have given worlds to go with them, and even entreated to be sent to Ulm with an avowal of her marriage to her uncle and aunt, but of this Eberhard would not hear. He said the Ulmers would thus gain a hostage, and hamper his movements, and if her wedding was not to be confessed, poor child, she could better bear to remain where she was than to face Hausfrau Johanna. Eberhard was fully determined to enroll himself in some troop, either imperial or, if not, among the free companies, among whom men of rank were often found, and he would then fetch or send for his wife and avow her openly, so soon as she should be out of his mother's reach. He longed to leave her father at home, to be some protection to her, but Hugh Sorel was so much the most intelligent and skilful of the retainers as to be absolutely indispensable to the party. He was their only scribe, and moreover his new suit of buff rendered him a creditable member of a troop that had been very hard to equip. It numbered about 10 men-at-arms, only 3 being left at home to garrison the castle, namely, Hatto, who was too old to take, Hans, who had been hopelessly lame and deformed since the old Baron had knocked him off a cliff in a passion, and Squinting Mats, a runaway servant, who had murdered his master, the mayor of Strasbourg, and might be caught and put to death if anyone recognized him. If needful, the villagers could always be called in to defend the castle, but of this there was little or no danger. The Eagle's Steps were defence enough in themselves, and the party were not likely to be absent more than a week or 10 days. A grievous length of time, poor Christina thought, as she stood straining her eyes on the top of the watch-tower to watch them as far as possible along the plain. Her heart was very sad, and the omen of the burning wheel so continually haunted her that even in her sleep that night she saw its brief course repeated, beheld its rapid fall and extinction, and then tracked the course of the sparks that darted from it, one rising and gleaming high in air till it shone like a star, another pursuing a fitful and irregular but still bright course amid the dry grass on the hillside, just as she had indeed watched some of the sparks on that night, minding her of the words in the All-Hallow-Tide legend, Fulgiment justi et tanquam scintillo in arundinate discurrent, a sentence which remained with her when awake, and led her to seek it out in her Latin Bible in the morning. Reluctantly had she gone down to the noontide meal, feeling, though her husband and father were far less of guardians than they should have been, yet that there was absolute rest, peace, and protection in their presence compared with what it was to be alone with Freiherr Kunigunde and her rude women without them. A few sneers on her daintiness and uselessness had led her to make an offer of assisting in the grand chopping of sausage meat and preparation of winter stores, and she had been answered with contempt that my young lord would not have her soil her delicate hands, when one of the maids who had been sent to fetch beer from the cellar came back with startled looks, and the exclamation, "There is the Schneiderlein riding up the Eagle's Ladder upon Freiherr Ebbo's white mare!" All the women sprang up together and rushed to the window, whence they could indeed recognize both man and horse, and presently it became plain that both were stained with blood, weary and spent. Indeed, nothing but extreme exhaustion would have induced the man-at-arms to trust the tired, stumbling horse up such a perilous path. Loud were the exclamations, "Ah, no good could come of not leading that mare through the Johannisfeuer! This shameful expedition! Only harm could befall. This is thy doing, thou mincing city girl! All was certain to go wrong when the pale mist-widow came into the place." The angry and dismayed cries all blended themselves in confusion in the ears of the only silent woman present. The only one that sounded distinctly on her brain was that of the last speaker, a pale mist-widow. As, holding herself a little in the rear of the struggling, jostling little mob of women, who hardly made way even for their acknowledged lady, she followed with failing limbs the universal rush to the entrance as soon as man and horse had mounted the slope and were lost sight of. A few moments more, and the throng of expectants was at the foot of the hall steps, just as the Landsknecht reached the arched entrance. His comrade Hans took his bridle, and almost lifted him from his horse. He reeled and stumbled, as pale, battered, and bleeding, he tried to advance to Freiherr Kunigunde, and in answer to her hasty interrogation, faltered out, "Ill news, gracious lady! We have been set upon by the accursed Schlangenwaldern, and I am the only living man left." Christina scarce heard even these last words. Senses and powers alike failed her, and she sank back on the stone steps in a death-like swoon. When she came to herself she was lying on her bed, Ursel and Elsa, another of the women, busy over her, and Ursel's voice was saying, "Ah, she's coming around. Look up, sweet lady, and fear not. You are a gracious lady Baroness." "Is he here? Oh, has he said so? "Oh, let me see him, Sir Eberhard!" faintly cried Christina with sobbing breath. "Ah, no, no," said the old woman, "but see here," and she lifted up Christina's powerless, bloodless hand, and showed her the ring on the finger. Her bosom had evidently been searched when her dress was loosened in her swoon, and her ring found and put in its place. "There, you can hold up your head with the best of them. He took care of that. My dear young Freiherr, the boy that I nursed!" And the old woman's burst of tears brought back the truth to Christina's reviving senses. "Oh, tell me," she said, trying to raise herself, "was it indeed so? Oh, say it was not as he said." "Ah, woe's me, that it was even so," lamented Ursel. "But oh, be still, look not so wild, dear lady. The dear true-hearted young lord, he spent his last breath in owing you for his true lady, and in bidding us cherish you and our young baron that is to be. And the gracious lady below, she owns you, there is no fear of her now. So vex not yourself, dearest, most gracious lady." Christina did not break out into the wailing and weeping that the old nurse expected. She was still far too much stunned and overwhelmed, and she entreated to be told all, lying still, but gazing at Ursel with piteous, bewildered eyes. Ursel and Elsa, helping one another out, tried to tell her, but they were much confused. All they knew was that the party had been surprised at night in a village hostel by the Schlangenwaldern, and all slain, though the young baron had lived long enough to charge the Schneiderlein with his commendation of his wife to his mother. But all particulars had been lost in the general confusion. "Oh, let me see the Schneiderlein," implored Christina, by this time able to rise and cross the room to the large carved chair, and Ursel immediately turned to her underling, saying, "Tell the Schneiderlein the gracious Lady Baroness desires his presence." Elsa's wooden shoes clattered downstairs, but the next moment she returned. "He cannot come, he is quite spent, and he will let no one touch his arm till Ursel can come, not even to get off his doublet." "I will go to him," said Christina, and, revived by the sense of being wanted, she moved at once to the turret, where she kept some rag and some ointment, which she had found needful in the latter stages of Ermentrude's illness. Indeed, household surgery was a part of regular female education, and Christina had had plenty of practice in helping her charitable aunt, so that the superiority of her skill to that of Ursel had long been avowed in the castle. Ursel made no objection further than to look for something that could at once be converted into a widow's veil, being in the midst of her grief quite alive to the need that no matronly badge should be omitted. But nothing came to hand in time, and Christina was descending the stairs on her way to the kitchen, where she found the fugitive man-at-arms seated on a rough settle, his head and wounded arm resting on the table, while groans of pain, weariness, and impatience were interspersed with imprecations on the stupid, awkward girls who surrounded him. Pity and the instinct of affording relief must needs take the precedence even of the desire to hear of her husband's fate, and as the girls hastily whispered, "Here she is," and the Landsknecht hastily tried to gather himself up, and rise with tokens of respect, she bade him remain still, and let her see what she could do for him. In fact, she at once perceived that he was in no condition to give a coherent account of anything, he was so completely worn out, and in so much suffering. She bade at once that some water should be heated, and some of the broth of the dinner set on the fire. Then, with the shears at her girdle, and her soft, light fingers, she removed the torn strip of cloth that had been wound round the arm, and cut away the sleeve, showing the arm not broken, but gashed at the shoulder, and thence the whole length grazed and wounded by the descent of the sword down to the wrist. So tender was her touch that he scarcely winced or moaned under her hand, and when she proceeded, with Ursel's help, to bathe the wound with the warm water, the relief was such that the wearied man absolutely slumbered during the process, which Christina protracted on that very account. She then dressed and bandaged the arm, and proceeded to skim, as no one else in the castle would do, the basin of soup, with which she then fed her patient as he leant back in the corner of the settle, at first in the same somnolent, half-conscious state in which he had been ever since the relief from the severe pain. But after a few spoonfuls the light and life came back to his eye, and he broke out, "Thanks, thanks, gracious lady! This is the Lady Baroness from me. My young lord was the only wise man. Thanks, lady, now I'm my own man again. It had been long ere the old Freiherrn had done so much for me. I am your man, lady, for life or death." And before she knew what he was about, the gigantic Schneiderlein had slid down on his knees, seized her hand and kissed it, the first act of homage to her rank, but most startling and distressing to her. "Nay," she faltered, "prithee do not, thou must rest. Only if thou canst only tell me if he, my own dear lord, sent me any greeting, I would wait to hear the rest till thou hast slept."
"Ah, the dog of Schlangenwald," was the first answer. Then, as he continued, "You see, lady, we had ridden merrily as far as Jacob Müller's hostel, the traitor." It became plain that he meant to begin at the beginning.
She allowed Ursel to seat her on the bench opposite to his settle, and leaning forward heard his narrative like one in a dream. There the Schneiderlein proceeded to say they had put up for the night, entirely unsuspicious of evil, Jacob Müller, who was known to himself, as well as to Sorel and to the others, assuring them that the way was clear to Ratisbon, and that he had heard the Emperor was most favourably disposed to any noble who would tender his allegiance. Jacob's liquors were brought out, and were still in course of being enjoyed, when the house was suddenly surrounded by an overpowering number of the retainers of Schlangenwald, with their Count himself at their head. He had been evidently resolved to prevent the timely submission of the enemies of his race, and suddenly presenting himself before the elder Baron, had challenged him to instantaneous battle, claiming credit to himself for not having surprised them when asleep. The disadvantage had been scarcely less than if this had been the case, for the elder Steinern were all half intoxicated, and far inferior in numbers, at least, on the showing of the Schneiderlein, and a desperate fight had ended by his being flung aside in the corner, bound fast by the ankles and wrists, the only living prisoner, except his young lord, who, having several terrible wounds, the worst in his chest, was left unbound. Both lay helpless, untended, and silent, while the revel that had been so fatal to them was renewed by their captors, who finally all sunk into a heavy sleep. The torches were not all spent, and the moonlight shone into the room, when the Schneiderlein, desperate from the agony caused by the ligature round his wounded arm, sat up and looked about him. A knife thrown aside by one of the drunkards lay near enough to be grasped by his bound hands, and he had just reached it when Sir Eberhard made a sign to him to put it into his hand, and therewith contrived to cut the rope round both hands and feet, then pointed to the door. There was nothing to hinder an escape. The men slept the sleep of the drunken, but the Schneiderlein, with the rough fidelity of a retainer, would have lingered with a hope of saving his master. But Eberhard shook his head, and signed again to escape. Then making him bend down close to him, he used all his remaining power to whisper, as he pressed his sword into the retainer's hand, "Go home. Tell my mother, all the world, that Christina Sorel is my wife, wedded on the Friedman Wake by Friar Peter of Offingen, and if she should bear a child, he is my true and lawful heir. My sword for him, my love to her. And if my mother would not be haunted by me, let her take care of her." These words were spoken with extreme difficulty, for the nature of the wound made utterance nearly impossible, and each broken sentence cost a terrible effusion of blood. The final words brought on so choking and fatal a gush, that, said the Schneiderlein, he fell back as I tried to hold him up, and I saw that it was all at an end, and a kind and friendly master and lord gone from me. I laid him down and put his cross on his breast that I had seen him kissing many a time that evening, and I crossed his hands, and wiped the blood from them in his face. And, lady, he had put on his ring, I trust the robber caitiffs may have left it to him in his grave. And so I came forth, walking soft, and opening the door in no small dread, not of the snoring swine, but of the dogs without. But happily they were still, and even by the door I saw all our poor fellows stark and stiff." "My father?" asked Christina. "Ay, with his head cleft open by the Graf himself. He died like a true soldier, lady, and we have lost the best head amongst us in him. Well, the knave that should have watched the horses was as drunken as the rest of them, and I made a shift to put the bridle on the white mare and ride off." Such was the narrative of the Schneiderlein, and all that was left to Christina was the picture of her husband's dying effort to guard her, and the haunting fancy of those long hours of speechless agony on the floor of the hostel, and how direful must have been his fears for her. Sad and overcome, yet not sinking entirely while any work of comfort remained, her heart yearned over her companion in misfortune, the mother who had lost both husband and son, and all her fears of the dread Freiherrinn could not prevent her from bending her steps, trembling and palpitating as she was, towards the hall, to try whether the daughter-in-law's right might be vouchsafed to her of weeping with the elder sufferer. The Freiherrinn sat by the chimney, rocking herself to and fro, and holding consultation with Hatto. She started as she saw Christina approaching, and made a gesture of repulsion, but with the feeling of being past all terror in this desolate moment, Christina stepped nearer, knelt, and clasping her hands, said, "Your pardon, lady." "Pardon!" returned the harsh voice, even harsher for very grief. "Thou hast naught to fear, girl. As things stand, thou canst not have thy deserts. Dost hear?" "Ah, lady, it was not such pardon that I meant. If you would let me be a daughter to you."
"A daughter! A wood-carver's girl to be a daughter of Adlerstein!" half laughed the grim Baroness. "Come here, wench!" And Christina underwent a series of sharp, searching questions on the evidences of her marriage. "So," ended the old lady, "since better may not be, we must own thee for the nonce. Hark ye all, this is the Frau Freiherrinn, Freiherr Eberhard's widow, to be honoured as such," she added, raising her voice. "There, girl, thou hast what thou didst strive for. Is not that enough?"
"Ah, lady," said Christina, her eyes swimming in tears, "I would fain have striven to be a comforter, or to weep together."
"What! To bewitch me as thou didst my poor son and daughter, and well nigh my lord himself! Girl, girl, thou know'st I cannot burn thee now, but away with thee! Try not my patience too far."
And, more desolate than ever, the crushed and broken-hearted Christina, a widow before she had been owned a wife, returned to the room that was now so full of memories as to be even more home than Master Gottfried's gallery at Ulm. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 8. Passing the Oubliette. Who can describe the dreariness of being snowed up all winter with such a mother-in-law as Freiherrinn Kunigunde? Yet it was well that the snow came early, for it was the best defence of the lonely castle from any attack on the part of the Schlangenwalden, the Swabian League, or the next heir, Freiherr Casimir von Adlerstein-Wildschloss. The elder Baroness had, at least, the merit of a stout heart, and even with her sadly reduced garrison, feared none of them. She had been brought up in the faith that Adlerstein was impregnable, and so she still believed, and if the disaster that had cut off her husband and son was to happen at all, she was glad that it had befallen before the homage had been paid. Probably the Schlangenwald Count knew how tough a morsel the castle was like to prove, and Wildschloss was serving at a distance, for nothing was heard of either during the short interval while the roads were still open. During this time an attempt had been made through Father Norbert to ascertain what had become of the corpses of the two barons and their followers, and it had appeared that the Count had carried them all off from the inn, no doubt to adorn his castle with their limbs, or to present them to the Emperor in evidence of his zeal for order. The old baron could not indeed have been buried in consecrated ground, nor have masses said for him. But for the weal of her son's soul, Dame Kunigunde gave some of her few ornaments, and Christina added her gold earrings, and all her scanty purse, that both her husband and father might be joined in the prayers of the church, trying with all her might to put confidence in Hugh Sorrel's Loretto relic, and the indulgence he had bought, and trusting with more consolatory thoughts to the ever-stronger dawnings of good she had watched in her own Eberhard. She had some consoling intercourse with the priest while all this was pending, but throughout the winter she was entirely cut off from every creature save the inmates of the castle, where, as far as the old lady was concerned, she only existed on sufferance, and all her meekness and gentleness could not win for her more than the barest toleration. That Eberhard had for a few hours survived his father, and that thus the Freiherrinn Christina was as much the Dowager Baroness as Kunigunde herself, was often insisted on in the kitchen by Ursel, Hatto, and the Schneiderlein, whom Christina had unconsciously rendered her most devoted servant, not only by her daily care of his wound, but by her kind, courteous words, and by giving him his proper name of Heinz, dropping the absurd nom de guerre of the Schneiderlein, or little tailor, which had been originally conferred on him in allusion to the valiant Tailoring, who boasted of having killed 7 flies at a blow, and had been carried on chiefly because of the contradiction between such a title and his huge brawny strength and fierce courage. Poor Eberhard, with his undaunted bravery and free reckless good nature, a ruffian far more by education than by nature, had been much loved by his followers. His widow would have reaped the benefit of that affection even if her exceeding sweetness had not gained it on her own account, and this giant was completely gained over to her, when, amid all her sorrow and feebleness, she never failed to minister to his sufferings to the utmost, while her questions about his original home, and revival of the name of his childhood, softened him, and awoke in him better feelings. He would have died to serve her, and she might have headed an opposition party in the castle, had she not been quite indifferent to all save her grief. And except by sitting above the salt at the empty table, she laid no claim to any honours or authority, and was more seldom than ever seen beyond what was now called her own room. At last, when for the second time she was seeing the snow wreaths dwindle, and the drops shine forth in moisture again, while the mountain paths were set free by the might of the springtide sun, she spoke almost for the first time with authority, as she desired Heinz to saddle her mule, and escort her to join in the Easter Mass at the Blessed Friedmund's chapel. Ursel heaped up objections, but so urgent was Christina for confession and for Mass, that the old woman had not the heart to stop her by a warning to the elder Baroness, and took the alternative of accompanying her. It was a glorious sparkling Easter day, lovely blue sky above, herbage and flowers glistening below, snow dazzling in the hollows, peasants assembling in holiday garb, and all rejoicing. Even the lonely widow, in her heavy black veil and black mufflings, took hope back to her heart, and smiled when at the church door a little child came timidly up to her with a madder-tinted Easter egg, a gift once again like the happy home customs of Ulm. She gave the child a kiss, she had nothing else to give, but the sweet face sent it away strangely glad. The festival Mass in all its exaltation was not fully over, when anxious faces began to be seen at the door, and whisperings went round, and many passed out. Nobody at Adlerstein was particular about silence in church, and when the service was not in progress, voices were not even lowered, and, after many attempts on the part of the Schneiderlein to attract the attention of his mistress, his voice immediately succeeded the ite missa est. "Gracious lady, we must be gone. Your mule is ready. There is a party at the Debatable Ford, whether Schlangenwald or Wildschloss we know not yet, but either way you must be the first thing placed in safety." Christina turned deadly pale. She had long been ready to welcome death as a peaceful friend, but, sheltered as her girlhood had been in the quiet city, she had never been brought in contact with warfare, and her nervous, timid temperament made the thought most appalling and frightful to her. Certain as she was that the old Baroness would resist to the uttermost, Father Norbert saw her extreme terror, and, with the thought that he might comfort and support her, perhaps mediate between the contending parties, plead that it was Holytide, and proclaim the peace of the Church, or, at the worst, protect the lady herself, he offered his company. But, though she thanked him, it was as if she scarcely understood his kindness, and a shudder passed over her whenever the serfs, hastily summoned to augment the garrison, came hurrying down the path, or turned aside into the more rugged and shorter descents. It was strange, the good father thought, that so timorous and fragile a being should have her lot cast amid these rugged places and scenes of violence, with no one to give her the care and cherishing she so much required. Even when she crept up the castle stairs, she was met with an angry rebuke, not so much for the peril she had incurred, as for having taken away the Schneiderlein, by far the most availing among the scanty remnant of the retainers of Adlerstein. Attempting no answer, and not even daring to ask from what quarter came the alarm, Christina made her way out of the turmoil to that chamber of her own, the scene of so much fear and sorrow, and yet of some share of peace and happiness. But from the window, near the fast subsiding waters of the Debateable Ford, could plainly be seen the small troop of warriors of whom Jobst the Kohler had brought immediate intelligence. The sun glistened on their armour, and a banner floated gaily on the wind, but they were a fearful sight to the inmates of the lonely castle. A stout heart was, however, Kunigunde's best endowment, and, with the steadiness and precision of a general, her commands rang out, as she arranged and armed her garrison, perfectly resolved against any submission, and confident in the strength of her castle, nay, not without a hope of revenge either against Schlangenwald or Wildschloss, whom, as a degenerate Adlerstein, she hated only less than the slayer of her husband and son. The afternoon of Easter Day, however, passed away without any movement on the part of the enemy, and it was not till the following day that they could be seen struggling through the ford, and preparing to ascend the mountain. Attacks had sometimes been disconcerted by posting men in the most dangerous passes, but, in the lack of numbers and of trustworthy commanders, the Freiherrinn had judged it wiser to trust entirely to her walls, and keep her whole force within them. The newcomers could hardly have had any hostile intentions, for, though well armed and accoutred, their numbers did not exceed 25. The banner borne at their head was an azure one, with a white eagle, and their leader could be observed looking with amazement at the top of the watch-tower, where the same eagle had that morning been hoisted for the first time since the fall of the two Freiherren. So soon as the ascent had been made, the leader wound his horn, and before the echoes had died away among the hills, Hatto, acting as seneschal, was demanding his purpose. "I am Casimir von Adlerstein-Wildschloss," was the reply. "I have hitherto been hindered by stress of weather from coming to take possession of my inheritance. Admit me, that I may arrange with the widowed Frau Freiherrinn as to her dower and residence." "The widowed Frau Freiherrinn, born of Adlerstein," returned Hatto, "thanks the Freiherr von Adlerstein-Wildschloss, but she holds the castle as guardian to the present head of the family, the Freiherr von Adlerstein." "It is false, old man," exclaimed the Wildschloss. "The Freiherr had no other son." "No," said Hatto, "but Freiherr Eberhard hath left us twin heirs, our young lords, for whom we hold this castle." "This trifling will not serve," sternly spoke the knight. "Eberhard von Adlerstein died unmarried." "Not so," returned Hatto. "Our gracious Frau Freiherrinn, the younger, was wedded to him at last Friedmund wake, by the special blessing of our good patron, who would not see our house extinct." "I must see thy lady, old man," said Sir Kasimir, impatiently, not in the least crediting the story, and believing his cousin Kunigunde quite capable of any measure that could preserve to her the rule in Schloss Adlerstein, even to erecting some passing love affair of her son's into a marriage. And he hardly did her an injustice, for she had never made any inquiry beyond the castle into the validity of Christina's espousals, nor sought after the friar who had performed the ceremony. She consented to an interview with the claimant of the inheritance, and descended to the gateway for the purpose. The court was at its cleanest, the thawing snow having newly washed away its impurities, and her proud figure, under her black hood and veil, made an imposing appearance, as she stood tall and defiant in the archway. Sir Kasimir was a handsome man of about 30, of partly Polish descent, and endowed with Slavonic grace and courtesy, and he had likewise been employed in negotiations with Burgundy, and had acquired much polish and knowledge of the world. "Lady," he said, "I regret to disturb and intrude on a mourning family, but I am much amazed at the tidings I have heard, and I must pray of you to confirm them." "I thought they would confound you," composedly replied Kunigunde. "And pardon me, lady, but the deed is very nice in requiring full proofs. I would be glad to learn what lady was chosen by my deceased cousin Eberhard." "The lady is Christina, daughter of his esquire Hugh Sorel, of an honourable family at Ulm." "Ha! I know who and what Sorel was," exclaimed Wildschloss. "Lady cousin, thou wouldst not stain the shield of Adlerstein with owning aught that cannot bear the examination of the Diet." "Sir Kasimir," said Kunigunde proudly, "had I known the truth ere my son's death, I had strangled the girl with mine own hands, but I learned it only by his dying confession, and had she been a beggar's child, she was his wedded wife, and her babes are his lawful heirs." "Knowest thou time, place, witnesses?" inquired Sir Kasimir. "The time, the Friedmund Wake; the place, the Friedmund Chapel," replied the Baroness. "Come hither, Schneiderlein, tell the knight their young lord's confession." He bore emphatic testimony to poor Eberhard's last words, but as to the point of who had performed the ceremony, he knew not. His mind had not retained the name. "I must see the Frau herself," said Wildschloss, feeling certain that such a being as he expected in a daughter of the dissolute Landsknecht Sorel would soon, by dexterous questioning, be made to expose the futility of her pretensions so flagrantly that even Kunigunde could not attempt to maintain them. For one moment Kunigunde hesitated, but suddenly a look of malignant satisfaction crossed her face. She spoke a few words to squinting Metz, and then replied that Sir Kasimir should be allowed to satisfy himself, but that she could admit no one else into the castle. Hers was a widow's household, the twins were only a few hours old, and she could not open her gates to admit any person besides himself. So resolved on judging for himself was Adlerstein Wildschloss, that all this did not stagger him; for, even if he had believed more than he did of the old lady's story, there would have been no sense of intrusion or impropriety in such a visit to the mother. Indeed, had Christina been living in the civilized world, her chamber would have been hung with black cloth, black velvet would have enveloped her up to the eyes, and the blackest of cradles would have stood ready for her fatherless babe. 2 steps, in honour of her baronial rank, would have led to her bed, and a beaufet with the due baronial amount of gold and silver plate would have held comfits and caudle to be dispensed to all visitors. As it was, the 2 steps built into the floor of the room, and the black hood that Ursel tied over her young mistress's head, were the only traces that such etiquette had ever been heard of. But when Baron Kasimir had clanked up the turret stairs, each step bringing to her many a memory of him who should have been there, and when he had been led to the bedside, he was completely taken by surprise. Instead of the great, flat-faced, coarse comeliness of a German wench, treated as a lady in order to deceive him, he saw a delicate, lily-like face, white as ivory, and the soft, sweet brown eyes under their drooping lashes, so full of innocence, and sad though thankful content, that he felt as if the inquiries he came to make were almost sacrilege. He had seen enough of the world to know that no agent in a clumsy imposition would look like this pure white creature, with her arm encircling the 2 little swaddled babes, whose red faces and bald heads alone were allowed to appear above their mummy-like wrappings, and he could only make an obeisance lower and infinitely more respectful than that with which he had favoured the Baroness née von Adlerstein with a few words of inquiry and apology. But Christina had her son's rights to defend now, and she had far more spirit to do so than ever she had had in securing her own position, and a delicate rose tint came into her cheek as she said in her soft voice, "The Baroness tells me that you, noble sir, would learn who wedded me to my dear and blessed lord, Sir Eberhard. It was Friar Peter of the Franciscan Brotherhood of Offingham, an agent for selling indulgences. 2 of his lay brethren were present. My dear lord gave his own name and mine in full after the holy rite, the friar promising his testimony if it were needed. He is to be found, or at least heard of, at his own cloister, and the hermit at the chapel likewise beheld a part of the ceremony. "Enough, enough, lady," replied Sir Kasimir. "Forgive me for having forced the question upon you." "Nay," replied Christina, with her blush deepening, "it is but just and due to us all." And her soft eyes had a gleam of exultation, as she looked at the 2 little mummies that made up the us. "I would have all inquiries made in full." "They shall be made, lady, as will be needful for the establishment of your son's right as a free baron of the empire, but not with any doubt on my part, or desire to controvert that right. I am fully convinced, and only wish to serve you and my little cousins. Which of them is the head of our family?" he added, looking at the 2 absolutely indistinguishable little chrysalises, so exactly alike that Christina herself was obliged to look for the black ribbon, on which a medal had been hung, round the neck of the elder. Sir Kasimir put one knee to the ground as he kissed the red cheek of the infant and the white hand of the mother. "Lady cousin," he said to Kunigunde, who had stood by all this time with an anxious, uneasy, scowling expression on her face, "I am satisfied. I own this babe as the true Freiherr von Adlerstein, and far be it from me to trouble his heritage. Rather point out the way in which I may serve you and him. Shall I represent all to the Emperor, and obtain his wardship, so as to be able to protect you from any attacks by the enemies of the house?" "Thanks, sir," returned the elder lady, severely, seeing Christina's gratified, imploring face. "The right line of Adlerstein can take care of itself without greedy guardians appointed by usurpers. Our submission has never been made, and the Emperor cannot dispose of our wardship." And Kunigunde looked defiant, regarding herself and her grandson as quite as good as the Emperor, and ready to blast her daughter-in-law with her eyes for murmuring gratefully and wistfully, "Thanks, noble sir, thanks." "Let me at least win a friendly right in my young cousins," said Sir Kasimir, the more drawn by pitying admiration towards their mother, as he perceived more of the grandmother's haughty repulsiveness, and want of comprehension of the dangers of her position. "They are not baptized. Let me become their godfather." Christina's face was all joy and gratitude, and even the grandmother made no objection. In fact, it was the babe's only chance of a noble sponsor, and Father Norbert, who had already been making ready for the baptism, was sent for from the hall. Kunigunde meantime moved about restlessly, went half-way down the stairs, and held counsel with someone there. Ursel likewise bustled about, and Sir Kasimir remained seated in the chair that had been placed for him near Christina's bed. She was able again to thank him, and add, "It may be that you will have more cause than the lady grandmother thinks to remember your offer of protection to my poor orphans. Their father and grandfather were, in very deed, on their way to make submission." "That is well known to me," said Sir Kasimir. "Lady, I will do all in my power for you. The Emperor shall hear the state of things, and, while no violence is offered to travellers," he added, lowering his tone, "I doubt not he will wait for full submission till this young baron be of age to tender it." "We are scarce enforced to offer violence," said Christina, sighing. "I have no power to withstand the lady baroness. I am like a stranger here. But oh, sir, if the Emperor and Diet will be patient and forbearing with this desolate house, my babes, if they live, shall strive to requite their mercy by loyalty. And the blessing of the widow and fatherless will fall on you, most generous knight," she added fervently, holding out her hand. "I would I could do more for you," said the knight. "Ask, and all I can do is at your service." "Ah, sir," cried Christina, her eyes brightening, "there is one most inestimable service you could render me, and let my uncle, Master Gottfried, the wood-carver of Ulm, know where I am, and of my state, and of my children." Sir Kasimir repeated the name. "Yes," she said, "there was my home, There was I brought up by my dear uncle and aunt, till my father bore me away to attend on the young lady here. It is 18 months since they had any tidings from her who was as a daughter to them." "I will see them myself," said Kasimir. "I know the name. Carved not Master Gottfried the stall–work at Augsburg?" "Yes, indeed, in chestnut leaves. And the Misere, all with fairy tales," exclaimed Christina. "Oh, sir, thanks indeed. Bear to the dear, dear uncle and aunt their child's duteous greetings, and tell them she loves them with all her heart, and prays them to forgive her, and to pray for her and her little ones. And," she added, "my uncle may not have learnt how his brother, my father, died by his lord's side. Oh, pray him, if he ever loved his little Christina, to have masses sung for my father and my own dear lord." As she promised, Ursel came to make the babes ready for their baptism, and Sir Kasimir moved away towards the window. Ursel was looking uneasy and dismayed, and, as she bent over her mistress, she whispered, "Lady, the Schneiderlein send you word that Metz has called him to help in removing the props of the door. You wot of him when he yonder steps across it. He would know if it be your will." "The oubliette!" This was Frau Kunigunde's usage of the relative who was doing his best for the welfare of her grandsons. Christina's whole countenance looked so frozen with horror that Ursel felt as if she had killed her on the spot; but the next moment a flash of relief came over the pale features, and the trembling lip commanded itself to say, "My best thanks to good Heinz. Say to him that I forbid it. If he loves the life of his master's children, he will abstain. Tell him so. My blessings on him if this night leave the castle safe, Ursel." And her terrified, earnest eyes impelled Ursel to hasten to do her bidding, but whether it had been executed there was no knowing, for almost immediately the Freiherrinn and Father Norbert entered, and Ursel returned with them. Nay, the message given, who could tell if Heinz would be able to act upon it? In the ordinary condition of the castle, he was indeed its most efficient inmate. Metz did not approach him in strength, Hans was a cripple, Hatto would be on the right side, but Jobst the Kohler and the other serfs who had been called in for the defence were more likely to hold with the elder than the younger lady. And Frau Kunigunde herself, knowing well that the 25 men outside would be incompetent to avenge their master, confident in her narrow-minded, ignorant pride that no one could take Schloss Adlerstein, and incapable of understanding the changes in society that were rendering her isolated condition untenable, was certain to scout any representation of the dire consequences that the crime would entail. Kasimir had no near kindred, and private revenge was the only justice the Baroness believed in. She only saw in her crime the satisfaction of an old feud, and the union of the Wildschloss property with the parent stem. Seldom could such a christening have taken place as that of which Christina's bedroom was the scene. The mother scarcely able to think of the Holy Sacrament, for the horror of knowing that one sponsor was already exulting in the speedy destruction of the other; and poor little feeble thing, rallying the last remnants of her severely tried powers to prevent the crime at the most terrible of risks. The elder babe received from his grandmother the hereditary name of Eberhard, but Sir Kasimir looked at the mother inquiringly ere he gave the other to the priest. Christina had well nigh said oubliette, but recalling herself in time, she feebly uttered the name she had longed after from the moment she had known that 2 sons had been her Easter gift, Gottfried, after her beloved uncle. But Kunigunde caught the sound, and exclaimed, "No son of Adlerstein shall bear a base craftsman name. Call him Rächer, the Avenger." And in the word there already rang a note of victory and revenge that made Christina's blood run cold. Sir Kasimir marked her trouble. "The lady mother loves not the sound," he said kindly. "Lady, have you any other wish? Then I will call him Friedmund." Christina had almost smiled. To her the omen was of the best. Baron Friedmund had been the last common ancestor of the 2 branches of the family. The patron saint was so called. His wake was her wedding day. The sound of the word imported peace, and the good Barons Ebbo and Friedel had ever been linked together lovingly by popular memory. And so the second little baron received the name of Friedmund, and then the Knight of Wildschloss, perceiving, with consideration rare in a warrior, that the mother looked worn out and feverish, at once prepared to kiss her hand and take leave. "One more favour, Sir Knight," she said, lifting up her head, while a burning spot rose on either cheek. "I beg of you to take my 2 babes down, yes, both in your own arms, and show them to your men, owning them as your kinsmen and godsons." Sir Kasimir looked exceedingly amazed, as if he thought the lady's senses taking leave of her, and Dame Kunigunde broke out into declarations that it was absurd, and she did not know what she was talking of. But she repeated almost with passion, "Take them, take them! You know not how much depends on it." Ursel, with unusual readiness of wit, signed and whispered that the young mother must be humoured, for fear of consequences, till the knight, in a good-natured confused way, submitted to receive the 2 little bundles in his arms, while he gave place to Kunigunde, who hastily stepped before him in a manner that made Christina trust that her precaution would be ineffectual. The room was reeling round with her. The agony of those few minutes was beyond all things unspeakable. What had seemed just before like a certain way of saving the guest without real danger to her children, now appeared instead the most certain destruction to all, and herself the unnatural mother who had doomed her new-born babes for a stranger's sake. She could not even pray. She would have shrieked to have them brought back, but her voice was dead within her. Her tongue clave to the roof of her mouth. Ringings in her ears hindered her even from listening to the descending steps. She lay as one dead, when 10 minutes afterwards the cry of one of her babes struck on her ear, and the next moment Ursel stood beside her, laying them down close to her, and saying exultingly, "Safe, safe out at the gate, and down the hillside, and my old lady ready to gnaw off her hands for spite." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 9. The Eaglets. Christina's mental and bodily constitution had much similarity, apparently most delicate, tender, and timid, yet capable of a vigour, health, and endurance that withstood shocks that might have been fatal to many apparently stronger persons. The events of that frightful Easter Monday morning did, indeed, almost kill her, but the effects, though severe, were not long-lasting, and by the time the last of Ermentrude's snow-wreath had vanished, she was sunning her babes at the window, happier than she had ever thought to be. Above all, in the possession of both the children. A nurse had been captured for the little baron from the village on the hillside, but the woman had fretted, the child had pined, and had been given back to his mother to save his life. And ever since, both had thriven perfectly under her sole care, so that there was very nearly joy in that room. Outside it there was more bitterness than ever. The grandmother had softened for a few moments at the birth of the children, with satisfaction at obtaining twice as much as she had hoped, but the frustration of her vengeance upon Kasimir of Adlerstein-Wildschloss had renewed all her hatred, and she had no scruple in abusing the burgher woman to the whole household for her artful desire to captivate another nobleman. She, no doubt, expected that degenerate fool of a Wildschlosser to come wooing after her. If he did, he should meet his deserts. It was the favourite reproach whenever she chose to vent her fury on the mute, blushing, weeping young widow, whose glance at her babes was her only appeal against the cruel accusation. On Midsummer Eve, Heinz the Schneiderlein, who had all day been taking toll from the various attendants at the Friedmund wake, came up and knocked at the door. He had a bundle over his shoulder, and a bag in his hand, which last he offered to her. "The toll, it is for the Lady Baroness." "You are my Lady Baroness. I levy toll for this my young lord. Take it to her, good Heinz. She must have the charge, and needless strife I will not breed." The angry notes of Dame Kunigunde came up. "How now, knave Schneiderlein? Come down with the toll instantly. I shall not be tampered with. Down, I say, thou thief of a tailor." "Go, prithee, go, vex her not," entreated Christina. "Coming, lady," shouted Heinz, and disregarding all further objurgations from beneath, he proceeded to deposit his bundle, and explain that it had been entrusted to him by a pedlar from Ulm, who would likewise take charge of anything she might have to send in return, and he then ran down just in time to prevent a domiciliary visit from the old lady. From Ulm! The very sound was joy, and Christina, with trembling hands, unfastened the cords and stitches that secured the canvas covering, within which lay folds on folds of linen, and in the midst a rich silver goblet, long ago brought by her father from Italy, a few of her own possessions, and a letter from her uncle, secured with black floss silk, with a black seal. She kissed it with transport, but the contents were somewhat chilling by their grave formality. The opening address to the honour-worthy Lady Baroness and love-worthy niece conveyed to her a doubt on good Master Gottfried's part whether she was still truly worthy of love or honour. The slaughter at Jacob Müller's had been already known to him, and he expressed himself as relieved, but greatly amazed, at the information he had received from the Baron of Adlerstein-Wildschloss, who had visited him at Ulm, after having verified what had been alleged at Schloss Adlerstein by application to the friar at Offingem. Freiherr von Adlerstein-Wildschloss had further requested him to make known that, feud briefs having regularly passed between Schlangenwald and Adlerstein, and the two barons not having been within the peace of the empire, no justice could be extracted for their deaths. Yet, in consideration of the tender age of the present heirs, the question of forfeiture or submission should be waived till they could act for themselves, and Schlangenwald should be withheld from injuring them so long as no molestation was offered to travellers. It was plain that Sir Kasimir had well and generously done his best to protect the helpless twins, and he sent respectful but cordial greetings to their mother. These, however, were far less heeded by her than the coldness of her uncle's letter. She had drifted beyond the reckoning of her kindred, and they were sending her her property and bridal linen, as if they had done with her, and had lost their child in the robber baron's wife. Yet at the end there was a touch of old times in offering a blessing, should she still value it, and the hopes that heaven and the saints would comfort her, for surely, thou poor child, thou must have suffered much, and if thou wiliest still to write to thy city kin, thine aunt would rejoice to hear that thou and thy babes were in good health. Precise grammarian and scribe as was Uncle Gottfried, the lapse from the formal Sie to the familiar Du went to his niece's heart. Whenever her little ones left her any leisure, she spent this her first wedding day in writing so earnest and loving a letter as, in spite of mediaeval formality, must assure the good burgomaster that, except in having suffered much and loved much, his little Christina was not changed since she had left him. No answer could be looked for till another wake-day, but when it came it was full and loving, and therewith were sent a few more of her favourite books, a girdle, and a richly scented pair of gloves, together with 2 ivory boxes of comfits, and 2 little purple silk, gold-edged, straight narrow garments, and tight round brimless lace caps, for the 2 little barons. Nor did henceforth a wake-day pass by without bringing some such token, not only delightful as gratifying Christina's affection by the kindness that suggested them, but supplying absolute wants in the dire stress of poverty at Schloss Adlerstein. Christina durst not tell her mother-in-law of the terms on which they were unmolested, trusting to the scantiness of the retinue, and to her own influence with the Schneiderlein to hinder any serious violence. Indeed, while the Count of Schlangenwald was in the neighbourhood, his followers took care to secure all that could be captured at the debatable ford, and the broken forces of Adlerstein would have been insane had they attempted to contend with such superior numbers. That the castle remained unattacked was attributed by the elder Baroness to its own merits. Nor did Christina undeceive her. They had no intercourse with the outer world, except that once a pursuivant arrived with a formal intimation from their kinsman, the Baron of Adlerstein Wildschloss, of his marriage with the noble Fräulein, Countess Valeska von Trautbach, and a present of a gay dagger for each of his godsons. Frau Kunigunde triumphed a good deal over the notion of Christina's supposed disappointment, but the tidings were most welcome to the younger lady, who trusted they would put an end to all future taunts about Wildschloss. Alas, the handle for abuse was too valuable to be relinquished. The last silver cup the castle had possessed had to be given as a reward to the pursuivant, and mayhap Frau Kunigunde reckoned this as another offence of her daughter-in-law, since, had Sir Kasimir been safe in the oubliette, the twins might have shared his broad lands on the Danube, instead of contributing to the fees of his pursuivant. The cup could indeed be ill spared. The cattle and swine, the dues of the serfs, and the yearly toll at the wake were the sole resources of the household, and though there was no lack of meat, milk, and black bread, sufficient garments could scarce be come by, with all the spinning of the household, woven by the village webster, of whose time the baronial household, by prescriptive right, owned the lion's share. These matters little troubled the two beings in whom Christina's heart was wrapped up. Though running about barefooted and bareheaded, they were healthy, handsome, straight-limbed, noble-looking creatures, so exactly alike, and so inseparable, that no one except herself could tell one from the other, save by the medal of Our Lady, worn by the elder, and the little cross carved by the mother for the younger. Indeed, at one time, the urchins themselves would feel for the cross or medal, ere naming themselves Ebbo or Friedel. They were tall for their age, but with the slender make of their foreign ancestry, and though their fair rosy complexions were brightened by mountain mists and winds, their rapidly darkening hair and large liquid brown eyes told of their Italian blood. Their grandmother looked on their colouring as a taint, and Christina herself had hoped to see their father's simple, kindly blue eyes revive in his boys. But she could hardly have desired anything different from the dancing, kindling, or earnest glances that used to flash from under their long black lashes when they were nestling in her lap, or playing by her knee, making music with their prattle, or listening to her answers with faces alive with intelligence. They scarcely left her time for sorrow or regret. They were never quarrelsome. Either from the influence of her gentleness, or from their absolute union, they could do and enjoy nothing apart, and would as soon have thought of their right and left hands falling out, as of Ebbo and Friedel disputing. Ebbo, however, was always the right hand. The Freiherr, as he had been called from the first, had, from the time he could sit at the table at all, been put into the baronial chair, with the eagle carved at the back. Every member of the household, from his grandmother downwards, placed him foremost, and Friedel followed their example, at the less loss to himself, as his hand was always in Ebbo's, and all their doings were in common. Sometimes, however, the mother doubted whether there would have been this perfect absence of all contest had the medal of the firstborn chanced to hang round Friedmund's neck instead of Eberhard's. At first they were entirely left to her. Their grandmother heeded them little, as long as they were healthy, and evidently regarded them more as heirs of Adlerstein than as grandchildren. But as they grew older, she showed anxiety lest their mother should interfere with the fierce, lawless spirit proper to their line. One winter day, when they were nearly 6 years old, Christina, spinning at her window, had been watching them snowballing in the castle court, smiling and applauding every large handful held up to her, every laughing combat, every well-aimed hit, as the hardy little fellows scattered the snow in showers round them, raising their merry fur-capped faces to the bright eyes that rained influence and judged the prize. By and by they stood still. Ebbo, she knew him by the tossed head and commanding air, was proposing what Friedel seemed to disapprove, but after a short discussion Ebbo flung away from him, and went towards a shed where was kept a wolf cub, recently presented to the young barons by old Ulrich's son. The whelp was so young as to be quite harmless, but it was far from amiable. Friedel never willingly approached it, and the snarling and whining replies to all advances had begun to weary and irritate Ebbo. He dragged it out by its chain, and tethering it to a post, made it a mark for his snowballs, which kneaded hard, and delivered with hearty goodwill by his sturdy arms, made the poor little beast yelp with pain and terror, till the more tender-hearted Friedel threw himself on his brother to withhold him, while Metz stood by laughing and applauding the Baron. Seeing Ebbo shake Friedel off with unusual petulance, and pitying the tormented animal, Christina flung a cloak round her head and hastened downstairs, entering the court just as the terrified whelp had made a snap at the boy, which was returned by angry vindictive pelting, not merely with snow but with stones. Friedel sprang to her crying, and her call to Ebbo made him turn, though with fury in his face, shouting, "He would bite me, the evil beast! Come with me, Ebbo," she said. "He shall suffer for it, the spiteful, ungrateful brute! Let me alone, mother," cried Ebbo, stamping on the snow, but still from habit yielding to her hand on his shoulder. "What now?" demanded the old Baroness, appearing on the scene. "Who is thwarting the Baron?" "She will not let me deal with yonder savage whelp," cried the boy. "She? Take thy child away," said the old lady. "Visit him well for his malice. None shall withstand thee here, at thy peril," she added, turning on Christina. "What! Art not content to have brought base mechanical blood into a noble house? Wouldst make slaves and cowards of its sons?" "I would teach them true courage, not cruelty," she tried to say. "What should such as thou know of courage? Look here, girl, another word to daunt the spirit of my grandsons, and I'll have thee scourged down the mountain-side. On, at him, Ebbo! That's my gallant young knight. Out of the way, girl, with thy whining looks. What, Friedel, be a man, and aid thy brother. Has she made thee a puling woman already?" And Kunigunde laid an ungentle grasp upon Friedmund, who was clinging to his mother, hiding his face in her gown. He struggled against the clutch, and would not look up or be detached. "Fie, poor little coward!" taunted the old lady. "Never heed him, Ebbo, my brave Baron." Cut to the heart, Christina took refuge in her room, and gathered her Friedel to her bosom, as he sobbed out, "Oh, mother, the poor little wolf! Oh, mother, are you weeping too? The grandmother should not so speak to the sweetest, dearest motherling," he added, throwing his arms round her neck. "Alas, Friedel, that Ebbo should learn that it is brave to hurt the weak. It is not like Walter von Wegelwieder," said Friedel, whose mind had been much impressed by the Minnesinger's bequest to the birds, "nor like any true Christian knight. Alas, my poor boys, must you be taught foul cruelty, and I too weak and cowardly to save you?" "That never will be," said Friedel, lifting his head from her shoulder. "Hark! What a howl was that?" "Listen not, dear child, it does but pain thee." "But Ebbo is not shouting. Oh, mother, he is vexed, he is hurt!" cried Friedel, springing from her lap. But ere either could reach the window, Ebbo had vanished from the scene. They only saw the young wolf stretched dead on the snow, and the same moment in burst Ebbo, and flung himself on the floor in a passion of weeping. Stimulated by the applause of his grandmother and of Metz, he had furiously pelted the poor animal with all missiles that came to hand, till a blow, either from him or Metz, had produced such a howl and struggle of agony, and then such terrible stillness, as had gone to the young Baron's very heart, a heart as soft as that of his father had been by nature. Indeed, his sobs were so piteous that his mother was relieved to hear only, "The wolf! The poor wolf!" and to find that he himself was unhurt, and she was scarcely satisfied of this when Dame Kunigunde came up also alarmed, and thus turned his grief to wrath. "As if I would cry in that way for a bite," he said. "Go, grandame, you made me do it. The poor beast!" with a fresh sob. "Ulrich shall get thee another cub, my child. No, no, I never will have another cub. Why did you let me kill it?" "For shame, Ebbo! Weep for a spiteful brute. That's no better than thy mother or Friedel." "I love my mother, I love Friedel. They would have withheld me. Go, go! I hate you!" "Peace, peace, Ebbo!" exclaimed his mother. "You know not what you say. Ask your grandmother's pardon." "Peace, thou fool!" screamed the old lady. "The Baron speaks as he will in his own castle. He is not to be checked here and thwarted there, and taught to mince his words like a cap-in-hand pedlar. Pardon! When did an Adlerstein seek pardon? Come with me, my Baron. I have still some honey cakes." "Not I," replied Ebbo. "Honey cakes will not cure the wolf-whelp. Go, I want my mother and Friedel." Alone with them, his pride and passion were gone. But alas, what augury for the future of her boys was left with the mother! Chapter 10
of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. The Eagle's Prey. It fell about the Lammas tide, when more men win their hay, that all the serfs of Adlerstein were collected to collect their ladies' hay to be stored for the winter's fodder of the goats, and of poor Sir Eberhard's old white mare, the only steed as yet ridden by the young barons. The boys were 14 years old. So monotonous was their mother's life that it was chiefly their growth that marked the length of her residence in the castle. Otherwise there had been no change, except that the elder baroness was more feeble in her limbs, and still more irritable and excitable in temper. There were no events, save a few hunting adventures of the boys, or the yearly correspondence with and the same life continued, of shrinking in dread from the old lady's tyrannous dislike, and of the constant endeavor to infuse better principles into the boys, without the open opposition, for which there was neither power nor strength. The boys' love was entirely given to their mother. Far from diminishing with their dependence on her, it increased with the sense of protection. And now that they were taller than herself, she seemed to be cherished by them more than ever. Moreover, she was their oracle, quick-witted and active-minded, loving books the more because their grandmother thought signing a feud letter the utmost literary effort becoming to a noble. They never rested till they had acquired all that their mother could teach them, or rather they then became more restless than ever. Long ago had her whole store of tales and ballads become so familiar by repetition that the boys could correct her in the smallest variation. Reading and writing were mastered as for pleasure, and the Nuremberg Chronicle, with its wonderful woodcuts, excited such a passion of curiosity that they must needs conquer its Latin and read it for themselves. This were history with Alexander and the Nine Worthies, the cities and landscapes, and the oft-repeated portraits was Eberhard's study. But Fremont continued constant to Walter of von der Vogelweide. Eberhard cared for no character in the Vulgate, so much as for Judas the Maccabee. But Fremont's heart was all for King David, and to both lads, shut up from companionship as they were, every acquaintance in their books was a living being whose like they fancied might be met beyond their mountain. And when they should go forth, like Dietrich of Bern, in search of adventures, doughty deeds were chiefly to fall to the lot of Ebbo's lance. while Friedel was to be their minne-singer. And indeed certain verses that he had murmured in his brother's ear had left no doubt in Ebbo's mind that the exploits would be worthily sung. The soft, dreamy eye was becoming Friedel's characteristic, as fire and keenness distinguished his brother's glance. When at rest, the twins could be known apart by their expression, though in all other respects they were as alike as ever, and let Ebbo look thoughtful, or Friedel eager, and they were again undistinguishable. And indeed they were constantly changing looks. Had not Friedel been beside him, Ebbo would have been deemed a wondrous student for his years. Had not Ebbo been the standard of comparison, Friedel would have been in high repute for spirit and enterprise, and skill as a craftsman, with the crossbow, and in all feats of arms that the Schneiderlin could impart. They shared all occupations, and it was by the nearest shade that Ebbo excelled with the weapon, and Friedel with the book or tool. For the artist's nature was in them, not intentionally excited by their mother, but far too strong to be easily discouraged. They had long daily gazed at in the distance, hoping to behold the spire completed, and the illustrations in their mother's books excited a strong desire to imitate them. The floor had often been covered with charcoal outlines. Even before Christina was persuaded to impart the ruse she had learned from her uncle, and her carving tools were soon seized upon. At first they were used only upon knobs of sticks, but one day when the boys roaming on the mountain had lost their way, and coming to the convent had been there hospitably welcomed by Father Norbert, they came home wild to make carvings like what they had seen in the chapel. Jos, the kohler, was continually importuned for soft wood. The fair was ransacked for knives, and even the old Baroness could not find great fault with the occupation, base and mechanical though it were, which disposed of the two restless spirits during the many hours when winter storms confined them to the castle. Rude as was their work, the constant observation and choice of subjects were an unsuspected training and softening. It was not in vain that they lived in the glorious mountain fastness, and saw the sun descend in his majesty, dyeing the masses of rock with purple and crimson. Not in vain that they beheld peak and ravine clothed in purest snow, flushed with rosy light at morn and eve, or contrasted with the purple blue of the sky, or that they stood marveling at ice caverns with gigantic crystal pendants, shining with the most magical pure depths of sapphire and emerald, as if said Friedel, "Win'll get in his service all the jewel-forging dwarfs of the motherling's tales." And when the snow melted and the buds returned, the ivy spray, the smiling saxifrage, the purple gentian bell, the feathery rowan leaf, the symmetrical lady's mantle, were held and loved first as models, then for themselves. One regret their mother had, almost amounting to shame. Every virtuous person believed in the efficacy of the rod, and maugre her own docility, she had been chastised with it almost as a religious duty. But her sons had never felt the weight of a blow, except once when their grandmother caught them carving a border of eagles and doves round the hall table, and then Ebbo had returned the blow with all his might. As to herself, if she ever worked herself up to attempt chastisement, the Baroness was sure to fall upon her for insulting the noble birth of her sons, and thus gave them a triumph far worse for them than impunity. In truth, the boys had their own way, or rather the Baron had his way, and his way was Baron Fremont's. Poor, bare, and scanty, as were all the surroundings of their life, everything was done to feed their arrogance, with only one influence to counteract their education in pride and violence. A mother's influence indeed, but her authority was judiciously taken from her, and her position set at naught, with no power save what she might derive from their love and involuntary honor, and the sight of the pain caused her by their wrongdoings. And so the summer hay harvest was come. Peasants clambered into the green nooks between the rocks to cut down with hook or knife the flowery grass, for there was no space for the sweep of a scythe. The best crop was on the bank of the Braunwasser, by the debatable ford, but this was cut and carried on the back of the serfs, much earlier than the mountain grass, and never without much vigilance against the slighting warden. But this year the Count was absent at his Styrian council, and little had been seen or heard of his people. The full muster of serfs appeared, for Frau Kunigunde admitted of no excuses, and the sole absentee was a widow who lived on the ledge of the mountain, next above that on which the castle stood. Her son reported her to be very ill, and with tears in his eyes entreated Baron Friedel to obtain leave for him to return to her, since she was quite alone in her solitary hut, with no one to even give her a drink of water. Friedel rushed with the entreaty to his grandmother, but she laughed it to scorn. Lazy Copel only wanted an excuse, for if not, the woman was old and useless, and men could not be spared.
"Oh, good Grandine,"
said Friedel,
"his father died with ours. The more honor for him, the more he is bound to work for us. Off, Junker, make no loiterers."
Grieved and discomfited, Friedel betook himself to his mother and brother.
"Foolish lad not to have come to me,"
said the young Baron.
"Where is he? I'll send him at once."
But Christina interposed and offered to go and take Copel's place beside his mother, and her skill was so much prized over all the mountainside that the alternative was gratefully accepted, and she was escorted up the steep path by her two boys to the hovel, where she spent the day in attendance on the sick woman. Evening came on. The patient was better, but Copel did not return, nor did the young barons come to fetch their mother home. The last sunbeams were dying off the mountain tops, and beginning to suspect something amiss, she at length set off, and halfway down met Copel, who replied to her question.
Then the gracious lady has not heard of our luck. Excellent booty, and 2 prisoners. The young Baron has been a hero indeed, and has won himself a knightly steed."
And on her further interrogation, he added that an unusually rich but small company had been reported by Jos the Kohler to be on the way to the ford, where he had skillfully prepared a stumbling block. The gracious Baroness had caused Hatto to jodel all the haymakers together, and they had fallen on the travelers by the straight path down the crag.
"Ah! Did not the young Baron spring like a young Jim's buck? And in midstream down came their pack horses and their wares. Some of them took to flight, but phooey, there were enough for my young lord to show his mettle upon. Such a prize the saints have not sent since the old baron's time.
Christina pursued her walk in dismay at this new beginning of freebooting in its worst form. Overthrowing all her hopes, the best thing that could happen would be the intermediate interference of the Swabian League, while her sons were too young to be personally held guilty. Yet this might involve ruin and confiscation, and apart from all consequences, she bitterly grieved that the stain of robbery should have fallen on her hitherto innocent sons. Every peasant she met greeted her with praises of their young lord, and when she mounted the hall steps, she found the floor strewed with bales of goods.
"Mother,"
cried Ebbo, flying up to her,
"have you heard? I have a horse, a spirited bay, a knightly charger, and Friedel is to ride him by turns with me. Where is Friedel? And mother, Heinz said I struck as good a stroke as any of them, and I have a sword for Friedel now. Why does he not come? And motherling, this is for you, a gown of velvet, a real black velvet. That would make you fairer than Our Lady at the convent. Come to the wonder and see it, mother dear."
The boy was so joyously excited that she could hardly withstand his delight, but she did not move.
"Don't you like the velvet?"
he continued.
"We always said that the first prize we won, the motherling should wear velvet. Do but look at it."
"Well, it's me, my Ebbo," she sighed, bending to kiss his brow. He understood her at once, colored, and spoke hastily and in defiance.
"It was in the river, mother. The horses fell. It is all right."
"Fairly, Ebbo?" she asked, in a low voice.
"Nay, mother, if Joss did hide a branch in midstream, it was no doing of mine, and the horses fell. The sliding warden don't even wait to let them fall. We cannot live if we are to be so nice and dainty."
"Ah, my son, I thought not to hear you call mercy and honesty mere niceness."
"What do I hear?"
explained Frau Kunigunde, entering from the storeroom where she had been disposing of some spices, a much esteemed commodity. "Are you chiding and daunting this boy as you have done with the other?"
"My mother may speak to me,"
cried Ebbo, hotly turning round.
"and quench thy spirit with whining fooleries. Take the baron's bounty, woman, and vex him not after his first nightly exploit."
"Heaven knows, and Ebbo knows," said the trembling Christina,
"that were it a nightly exploit,
I were the first to exult."
Thou craftsman's girl,
"Dost presume to call in question the knightly deeds of a noble house there?" cried the furious Baroness, striking her face.
now dare to be insolent again."
Her hand was uplifted for another blow, when it was grasped by Eberhard, and the next moment he likewise held the other hand, with youthful strength far exceeding hers. She had often struck his mother before, but not in his presence, and the greatness of the shock seemed to make him cool and absolutely dignified.
"Be still, Grandine,"
he said.
"No, mother, I am not hurting her."
And indeed, the surprise seemed to have taken away her rage and volubility, and unresistingly she allowed him to seat her in a chair, still holding her arm. he made his clear boyish voice resound through the hall, saying,
"Retainers all, know that as I am your lord and master, so is my honored mother, lady of the castle, and she is never to be gainsayed. Let her say or do what she will."
"You are right, Herr Freiherr," said Heinz. "The Frau Christina is our gracious and beloved Dean. Long live the Freiherrin Christina." And the voices of almost all the serfs present mingled in the cry. "And hear you all," continued Eberhard. "She shall rule all, and never be trampled on more. Grandine, you understand?" The old woman seemed confounded, and cowered in her chair without speaking. Christina, almost dismayed by this silence, would have suggested to Ebbo to say something kind or consoling, but at that moment she was struck with alarm by his renewed inquiry for his brother.
"Friedel, was not he with thee?" "No, I never saw him."
Ebbo flew up the stairs and shouted for his brother, then coming down gave orders for the men to go out on the mountain-side and search the jodel. He was hurrying with them, but his mother caught his arm. "Oh, Ebbo, how can I let you go? It is dark, and the crags are so perilous."
"Mother, I cannot stay."
And the boy flung his arms round her neck and whispered in her ear,
"Friedel said it would be a treacherous attack, and I called him a craven. Oh, mother, we never parted thus before. He went up the hillside. Oh, where is he?"
Infected by the boy's despairing voice, yet relieved that Friedel at least had withstood the temptation, Christina still held Ebbo's hand, and descended the steps with him. The clear blue sky was fast showing the stars, and into the evening stillness echoed the loud white yodel, cast back from the other side of the ravine. Ebbo tried to raise his voice, but broke down in the shout, and choked with agitation said,
"Let me go, mother. None know his haunts as I do."
"Ha!" she said, only grasping him tighter. Thinner, shriller, clearer came a far-away cry from the heights, and Ebbo thrilled from head to foot. Then sent up another pealing mountain shout, responded to by a jodel so pitched as to be plainly not an echo.
"Towards the Red Eyrie,"
said Hans.
"He would have been to the ptarmigan's pool,"
said Ebbo, sending up his voice again, in hopes that the answer would sound less distant. But instead of this, its intonations conveyed to these adepts in mountain language that Friedel stood in need of help.
"Depend upon it,"
said the startled Ebbo,
"that he has got up among those rocks where the dead chamois rolled down last summer."
Then, as Christina uttered a faint cry of terror, Heinz added, "Fear not, lady. Those are not the jodel of one who has met with her. Baron Friedel has the sense to be patient rather than risk his bones if he cannot move safely in the dark."
"Up after him,"
said Ebbo, emitting a variety of shouts, imitating speedy aid, and receiving a hallo in reply that reassured even his mother. Equipped with a rope and sundry torches of pine-wood, Heinz and two of the serfs were speedily ready, and Christina implored her son to let her come so far as where she should not impede the others. He gave her his arm, and Heinz held his torch so as to guide her up a winding path, not in itself very steep, but which she could never have climbed had daylight shown her what it overhung. Guided by the constant exchange of yodel, they reached a height where the wind blew cold and wild. An elbow pointed to an intensely black shadow overhung by a peak rising like the gable of a house into the sky.
"Yonder lies the turn," he said. "Don't stir. This way lies the cliff. Fremont,"
exchanging the jodel for the name.
"Here, this way. Under the red eyrie,"
called back the wanderer, and steering their course round the rocks above the pool, the rescuers made their way towards the base of the peak, which was in fact the summit of the mountain, the top of the Eagle's Ladder, the highest step of which they had attained. The peak towered over them, and beneath the council lights seemed as if it would be easy to let a stone fall straight down on them. Friedel's cry seemed to come from under their feet.
"I am here. I am safe. Only it grew so dark that I durst not climb up or down."
The Schneiderling explained that he would lower down a rope, which when fastened round Friedel's waist, would enable him to climb safely up, and after a breathless space, the torchlight shone upon the longed-for face, and Friedel, springing on the path, cried,
"The mother! And here!"
"Oh, Friedel, where have you been? What is this in your arms?" He showed them the innocent face of a little white kid. "Whence is it, Friedel?" He pointed to the peak, saying,
"I was lying on my back by the turn, when my lady eagle came sailing overhead, so low that I could see this poor little thing and hear it bleat." "Thou hast been to the eyrie, the inaccessible eyrie,"
explained Elbow in amazement.
"That's a mistake. It is not hard after the first," said Friedel. "I only waited to watch the old birds out again, rob the eagles and the young ones." "Well,"
said Fremont, as if half ashamed.
"they were twin eaglets, and their mother had left them, and I felt as though I could not harm them, so I only bore off their provisions, and stuck some feathers in my cap. But by the time the sun was down, and soon I could not see my footing, and when I found that I had missed the path, I thought I had better nestle in the nook where I was, and wait for day. I grieved for my mother's fear, but oh, to see her here! Oh, Friedel, didn't do it to prove my words false,"
interposed Elbow eagerly.
"What words?" "Thou knowest. Make me not speak them again." "Oh, those,"
said Friedel, now only recalling them.
"No, verily they were but a moment's anger. I wanted to save the kid. I think it is old Mother Rica's white kid. But, oh, motherling, I grieve to have thus frightened you."
Not a single word passed between them upon Elbow's exploits. Whether Friedel had seen all from the heights, or whether he intuitively perceived that his brother preferred silence, he held his peace, and both were solely occupied in assisting their mother down the pass, the difficulties of which were far more felt now than in the excitement of the ascent. Only when they were near home, and the boys were walking in the darkness with arms round one another's necks, Christina heard Friedel say low, and rather sadly,
"I think I shall be a priest, Elbow."
to which Elbow only answered,
"Oui."
Christina understood that Friedel meant that robbery must be a severance between the brothers. Alas, had the moment come when their path must diverge. Could Ebbo's steps not be redeemed? Urso reported that Dame Cunegonde had scarcely spoken again, but had retired like one stunned into her bed. Friedel was half asleep after the exertions of the day, but Ebbo did not speak, and both soon betook themselves to their little turret chamber within their mothers. Christina prayed long that night, her heart full of dread of the consequence of this transgression. Rumors of freebooting castles destroyed by the Swabian League had reached her every weekday, and if this outrage were once known, the sufferance that left Adlerstein unmolested must be over. There was hope indeed in the weakness and uncertainty of the government, but present safety would in reality be the ruin of Ebbo, since he would be encouraged to persist in the career of violence now unhappily begun. She knew not what to ask, save that her sons might be shielded from evil, and might fulfill that promise of her dream, the star in heaven, the light on earth. And for the present, the good God guide her and her sons through the difficult morrow, and turn the heart of the unhappy old woman below. When exhausted with weeping and watching, she rose from her knees. She stole softly into her son's turret for a last look at them. Generally they were so much alike in their sleep that even she was at fault between them. But that night there was no doubt. Friedel, pale after the day's hunger and fatigue, slept with relaxed features in the most complete calm. But though Ebbo's eyes were closed, there was no repose in his face. His hair was tossed, his color flushed, his brow contracted, the arm flung across his brother had none of the ease of sleep. She doubted whether he was not awake, but knowing that he would not brook any endeavor to force confidence, he did not offer. She merely hung over them both, murmured a prayer and blessing, and left them. End of chapter 10. The Eagle's Prey. Recording by Emma S. Website http://emmas2771.wix.com/Emma-Smiley.
Chapter 11 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 11. The Choice in Life. Friedel, wake! Is it day? Said Friedel, slowly wakening and crossing himself as he opened his eyes. Surely the sun is not up. We must be before the sun, said Ebbo, who was on his feet, beginning to dress himself. Hush, and come. Do not wake the mother. It must be ere she, or aught else, be astir. Thy prayers, I tell thee this is a work as good as prayer. Half awake, and entirely bewildered, Friedel dipped his finger in the pearl mussel-shell of holy water over their bed, and crossed his own brow and his brother's. Then, carrying their shoes, they crossed their mother's chamber, and crept downstairs. Ebbo muttered to his brother, "Stand thou still there, and pray the saints to keep her asleep." and then, with bare feet, moved noiselessly behind the wooden partition that shut off his grandmother's box bedstead from the rest of the hall. She lay asleep with open mouth, snoring loudly, and on her pillow lay the bunch of castle keys that was always carried to her at night. It was a moment of peril when Ebbo touched it, but he had nerved himself to be both steady and dexterous, and he secured it without a jingle, and then, without entering the hall, descended into a passage lit by a rough opening cut in the rock. Friedel, who began to comprehend, followed him close and joyfully, and at the first door he fitted in, and with some difficulty turned, a key, and pushed open the door of a vault, where morning light, streaming through the grated window, showed two captives, who had started to their feet, and now stood regarding the pair in the doorway, as if they thought their dreams were multiplying the young baron who had led the attack. "Signori," began the principal of the two, but Ebbo spoke. "Sir, you have been brought here by a mistake in the absence of my mother, the lady of the castle. If you will follow me, I will restore all that is within my reach, and put you on your way." The merchant's knowledge of German was small, but the purport of the words was plain, and he gladly left the damp, chilly vault. Ebbo pointed to the bales that strewed the hall. "Take all that can be carried," he said. "Here is your sword and your purse," he said, for these had been given to him in the moment of victory. "I will bring out your horse and lead you to the pass." "Give him food," whispered Friedel, but the merchant was too anxious to have any appetite. Only he faltered in broken German a proposal to pay his respects to the Signora Castellana, to whom he owed so much. "No, dormet in lecto," said Ebbo, with a sudden inspiration caught from the Latinized sound of some of the Italian words, but colouring desperately as he spoke. The Latin proved most serviceable, and the merchant understood that his property was restored, and made all speed to gather it together, and transport it to the stable. One or two of his beasts of burden had been lost in the fray, and there were more packages than could well be carried by the merchant, his servant, and his horse. Ebbo gave the aid of the old white mare, now very white indeed, and in truth the boys pitied the merchant's fine young bay for being put to base trading uses, and were rather shocked to hear that it had been taken in payment for a knight's branched velvet gown, and would be sold again at Ulm. "What a poor coxcomb of a knight!" they said to one another, as they patted the creature's neck with such fervent admiration that the merchant longed to present it to them when he saw that the old white mare was the sole steed they possessed, and watched their tender guidance both of her and of the bay up the rocky path so familiar to them. "But signorini miei, I am an infelice infelissimo, ever persecuted by le fate." "By whom? A count like Schlangenwald?" asked Ebbo. "Das Schicksal," whispered Friedel. 3 long miserable years did I spend as a captive among the Moors, having lost all, my ships and all I had, and being forced to row their galleys, glis communicati." "Galleys!" exclaimed Ebbo. "There are some pictured in our world history before Carthage. Would that I could see one!" "The Signorino would soon have seen his fill, were he between the decks, chained to the bench for weeks together, without ceasing to row for 24 hours together, with a renegade standing over to lash us, or to put a morsel into our mouths if we were fainting." "The dogs! Do they thus use Christian men?" cried Friedel. "Si, si, jawohl! There were a good 80 of us, and among them a Tedesco, a good man and true, from whom I learnt la lingua loro." "Our tongue? From whom?" asked one twin of the other. "A Tedesco, a fellow countryman of Sue Excellenze." "Deutsche!" cried both boys, turning in horror. "Are Germans so treated by the pagan villains?" "Yea, truly, signorini miei. This fellow captive of mine was a cavaliere in his own land, but he had been betrayed and sold by his enemies, and he mourned piteously for la sposa sua, his bride, as they say here. a goodly man, and tall, piteously cramped in the narrow deck. I grieved to leave him there when the good Confraternita at Genoa paid my ransom. Having learned to speak Il Tedesco, and being no longer able to fit out a vessel, I made my venture beyond the Alps. But alas! till this moment fortune has still been adverse. My mules died of the toil of crossing the mountains, and, when with reduced baggage I came to the river beneath there, when my horses fell and my servants fled, and the peasants came down with their hay-forks, I thought myself in hands no better than those of the Moors themselves." "It was wrongly done," said Ebbo, in an honest, open tone, though blushing. "I have indeed a right to what may be stranded on the bank, but never more shall foul means be employed for the overthrow." The boys had by this time led the traveller through the Gemsbock's pass, within sight of the convent. "There," said Ebbo, "they will give you harbourage, food, a guide, and a beast to carry the rest of your goods. We are now upon convent land, and none will dare to touch your bales, so I will unload old Schimmel." "Ah, Signorino, if I might offer any token of gratitude—" "Nay," said Ebbo, with boyish lordliness, "make me not a spoiler." "If the Signorini should ever come to Genoa," continued the trader, "and would honour Giambattista dei Battiste with a call, his whole house would be at their feet." "Thanks, I would that we could see strange lands," said Ebbo. "But come, Friedel, the sun is high, and I locked them all into the castle to make matters safe." "May the liberated captive know the name of his deliverers, that he may commend it to the saints?" asked the merchant. "I am Eberhard, Freiherr von Adlerstein, and this is Freiherr Friedmund, my brother. Farewell, sir." "Strange," muttered the merchant, as he watched the two boys turn down the pass, "strange how like one's barbarous name is to another. Eberardo, that is what we called Il Tedesco, and when he once told me his family name, it ended in Stino. But all these foreign names sound alike. Let us speed on, lest these accursed peasants should wake, and be beyond the control of the Signorino." "Ah," sighed Ebbo, as soon as he had hurried out of reach of the temptation, "small use in being a baron if one is to be no better mounted." "Thou art glad to have let that fair creature go free, though," said Friedel. "Nay, my mother's eyes would let me have no rest in keeping him. Otherwise— Talk not to me of gladness, Friedel. Thou shouldst know better. How is one to be a knight with nothing to ride but a beast old enough to be his grandmother?" "Knighthood of the heart may be content to go afoot," said Friedel. "Oh, Ebbo, what a brother thou art! How happy the mother will be!" "Pfui, Friedel! What boots heart without spur? I am sick of being mewed up here within these walls of rock. No sport, not even with falling on a traveller. I am worse off than ever were my forefathers." "But how is it? I cannot understand," asked Friedel. "What has changed thy mind? Thou, and the mother, and, more than all, the grandame. Listen, Friedel. When thou camest up, in all the whirl of eagerness and glad preparation, with thy grave face and murmur that Jobst had put forked stakes in the stream, it was past man's endurance to be balked of the fray. Thou hast forgotten what I said to thee then, good Friedel. Long since. No doubt I thrust in vexatiously." "Not so," said Ebbo, "and I saw thou hadst reason, for the stakes were most maliciously planted, with long branches hid by the current. But the fellows were showing fight, and I could not stay to think then, or I should have seemed to fear them. I can tell you we made them run. But I never meant the grandmother to put yon poor fellow in the dungeon, and use him worse than a dog. I wot that he was my captive, and none of hers. And then came the mother, and oh, Friedel, she looked as if I were slaying her when she saw the spoil, and ere I had made her see right and reason, the old lady came swooping down in full malice and spite, and actually came to blows. She struck the motherling, struck her on the face, Friedel." "I fear me it has so been before," said Friedel, sadly. "Never will it be so again," said Ebbo, standing still. I took the old hag by the hands, and told her she had ruled long enough. My father's wife is as good a lady of the castle as my grandfather's, and I myself am lord thereof. And since my Lady Kunigunde chooses to cross me, and beat my mother about this capture, why, she has seen the last of it, and may learn who is master and who is mistress." "Oh, Ebbo, I would I had seen it! But was she not outrageous? Was not the mother shrinking and ready to give back all her claims at once? Perhaps she would have been, but just then she found thou wast not with me, and I found thou wast not with her, and we thought of naught else. But thou must stand by me, Friedel, and help to keep the grandmother in her place, and the mother in hers." "If the mother will be kept," said Friedel. "I fear me she will only plead to be left to the grondame's treatment as before." "Never, Friedel! I will never see her so used again. I released this man solely to show that she is to rule here. Yes, I know all about freebooting being a deadly sin, and moreover, that it will bring the league about our ears, and it was a cowardly trick of Job's to put those branches in the stream. Did I not go over it last night till my brain was dizzy? But still, it is but living and dying like our fathers, and I hate tameness or dullness, and it is like a fool to go back from what one has once begun." "No, it is like a brave man when one has begun wrong," said Friedel. "But then I thought of the grandame triumphing over the gentle mother, and I know the mother wept over her beads half the night. She shall find. She has had her own way for once this morning." Friedel was silent for a few moments, then said, "Let me tell thee what I saw yesterday, Ebbo." "So," answered the other brother. "I liked not to vex my mother by my tidings, so I climbed up to the tarn. There is something always healing in that spot, is it not so, Ebbo? When the grandmother has been raving, hitherto Friedel's worst grievance, it is like getting up nearer the quiet sky in the stillness there. When the sky seems to have come down into the deep blue water, and is all so still, so wondrous still and calm. I wonder if, when we see the great dome kirk itself, it will give one's spirit wings, as does the gazing up from the ptarmigan's pool." "Thou Minnesänger, was it the blue sky thou hadst to tell me of?" "No, brother, it was ere I reached it that I saw this sight. I had scaled the peak where grows the stunted rowan, and I sat down to look down on the other side of the gorge. It was clear where I sat, but the ravine was filled with clouds, and upon them—" "The shape of the blessed Friedmund, thy patron?" "Our patron," said Friedel. "I saw him, a giant form in gown and hood, traced in grey shadow upon the dazzling white cloud, and oh, Ebbo, he was struggling with a thinner, darker, wilder shape bearing a club. He strove to withhold it, his gestures threatened and warned. I watched like one spellbound, for it was to me as the guardian spirit of our race striving for thee with the enemy." "How did it end?" "The cloud darkened and swallowed them, nor should I have known the issue, if suddenly on the very cloud where the strife had been, there had not beamed forth a rainbow, not a common rainbow, Ebbo, but a perfect ring, a soft glancing, many-tinted crown of victory. Then I knew the saint had won, and that thou wouldst win." "I? What, not thyself, his own namesake?" "I thought, Ebbo, if the fight went very hard, nay, if for a time the grandame led thee her way, that belike I might serve thee best by giving up all, and praying for thee in the hermit's cave or as a monk." "Thou? Thou my other self? Aid me by burrowing in a hole like a rat? What foolery wilt say next? No, no, Friedel, strike by my side, and I will strike with thee. Pray by my side, and I will pray with thee. But if thou takest none of the strokes, then will I none of the prayers." "Ebbo, thou knowest not what thou sayest." "No one knows better. See, Friedel, wouldst thou have me all that the old Adlersteinen were, and worse too? Then wilt thou leave me, and hide thine head in some priestly cowl? Maybe thou thinkest to pray my soul into safety at the last moment, as a favour to thine own abundant sanctity. But I tell thee, Friedel, that's no manly way to salvation. If thou followest that track, I'll take care to get past the border line, within which prayer can help." Friedel crossed himself, and uttered an imploring exclamation of horror at these wild words. "Stay," said Ebbo. "I said not I meant any such thing, so long as thou wilt be with me. My purpose is to be a good man and true, a guard to the weak, a defence against the Turk, a good lord to my vassals, and, if it may not be otherwise, I will take my oath to the Kaiser, and keep it. Is that enough for thee, Friedel, or wouldst thou see me a monk at once?" "Oh, Ebbo, this is what we ever planned. I only dreamed of the other when thou didst seem to be on the other track. Well, what can I do more than turn back? I'll get absolution on Sunday, and tell Father Norbert that I will do any penance he pleases, and warn Jobst that if he sets any more traps in the river, I will drown him there next. Only get this priestly fancy away, Friedel, once and for ever." "Never, never could I think of what would sever us," cried Friedel, "save when—" he added, hesitating, unwilling to harp on the former string. Ebbo broke in imperiously. "Friedmund von Adlerstein, give me thy solemn word that I never again hear of this freak of turning priest or hermit. What! Art slow to speak? Thinkest me too bad for thee? No, Ebbo. Heaven knows thou art stronger, more resolute than I. I am more likely to be too bad for thee. But so long as we can be true, faithful, God-fearing Junkern together, Heaven forbid that we should part." "It is our bond," said Ebbo. "Naught shall part us." "Naught but death," said Friedmund, solemnly. "For my part," said Ebbo, with perfect seriousness, "I do not believe that one of us can live or die without the other. But hark! There's an outcry at the castle. They have found out that they are locked in. Ha! Ho! Hillo, Hatto! How like you playing prisoner?" Ebbo would have amused himself with the dismay of his garrison a little longer, had not Friedel reminded him that their mother might be suffering for their delay, and this suggestion made him march in hastily. He found her standing drooping under the pitiless storm which Frau Kunigunde was pouring out at the highest pitch of her cracked, trembling voice, one hand uplifted and clenched, the other grasping the back of a chair, while her whole frame shook with rage too mighty for her strength. "Grandame," said Ebbo, striding up to the scene of action, "cease! Remember my words yester eve." "She has stolen the keys! She has tampered with the servants! She has released the prisoner, thy prisoner, Ebbo! She has cheated us as she did with Wildschloss! False Bürgerin! I trow she wanted another suitor! Bane! Pest of Adlerstein!" Friedmund threw a supporting arm round his mother, but Ebbo confronted the old lady. "Grandmother," he said, "I freed the captive. I stole the keys, I and Friedel. No one else knew my purpose. He was my captive, and I released him because he was foully taken. I have chosen my lot in life," he added, and standing in the middle of the hall, he took off his cap and spoke gravely. "I will not be a treacherous robber outlaw, but, so help me God, a faithful, loyal, godly nobleman." His mother and Friedel breathed an "Amen" with all their hearts, and he continued, "And thou, grandame, peace. Such reverence shalt thou have as befits my father's mother. But henceforth mine own lady mother is the mistress of this castle, and whoever speaks a rude word to her offends the Freiherr von Adlerstein." That last day's work had made a great step in Ebbo's life, and there he stood, grave and firm, ready for the assault. For, in effect, he and all besides expected that the old lady would fly at him or at his mother like a wild cat, as she would assuredly have done in a like case a year earlier. But she took them all by surprise by collapsing into her chair and sobbing piteously. Ebbo, much distressed, tried to make her understand that she was to have all care and honour, but she muttered something about ingratitude, and continued to exhaust herself with weeping, spurning away all who approached her. And thenceforth she lived in a gloomy, sullen acquiescence in her deposition. Christina inclined to the opinion that she must have had some slight stroke in the night, for she was never the same woman again. Her vigour had passed away, and she would sit spinning, or rocking herself in her chair, scarcely alive to what passed, or scolding and fretting like a shadow of her old violence. Nothing pleased her but the attentions of her grandsons, and happily she soon ceased to know them apart, and gave Ebbo credit for all that was done for her by Friedel, whose separate existence she seemed to have forgotten. As long as her old spirit remained, she would not suffer the approach of her daughter-in-law, and Christina could only make suggestions for her comfort to be acted on by Ursel, and though the reins of government fast dropped from the aged hands, they were but gradually and cautiously assumed by the younger Baroness. Only Elsie remained of the rude, demoralized girls whom she had found in the castle, and their successors, though dull and uncouth, were meek and manageable. The men of the castle had all, except Metz, been always devoted to the Frau Christina, and Metz, to her great relief, ran away as soon as he found that decency and honesty were to be the rule. Old Hatto, hump-backed Hans, and Heinz the Schneiderlein were the whole male establishment, and had at least the merit of attachment to herself and her sons, and in time there was a shade of greater civilization about the castle, though impeded both by dire poverty and the doggedness of the old retainers. At least the court was cleared of the swine, and within doors the table was spread with dainty linen out of the parcels from Ulm, and the meals served with orderliness that annoyed the boys at first, but soon became a subject of pride and pleasure. Frau Kunigunde lingered long, with increasing infirmities. After the winter day, when, running down at a sudden noise, Friedel picked her up from the hearthstone, scorched, bruised, almost senseless, she accepted Christina's care with nothing worse than a snarl, and gradually seemed to forget the identity of her nurse with the interloping burgher girl. Thanks or courtesy had been no part of her nature, least of all towards her own sex, and she did little but grumble, fret, and revile her attendant. But she soon depended so much on Christina's care, that it was hardly possible to leave her. At her best and strongest, her talk was maundering abuse of her son's low-born wife, but at times her wanderings showed black gulfs of iniquity and coarseness of soul that would make the gentler listener tremble, and be thankful that her sons were out of hearing. And thus did Christina von Adlerstein requite 15 years of persecution. The old lady's first failure had been in the summer of 1488. It was the Advent season of 1489, when the snow was at the deepest, and the frost at the hardest, that the two hardy mountaineer grandsons fetched over the pass Father Norbert, and a still sturdier, stronger monk, to the dying woman. "Are we in time, mother?" asked Ebbo from the door of the upper chamber, where the Adlersteins began and ended life, shaking the snow from his mufflings. Ruddy with exertion in the sharp wind, what a contrast he was to all within the room. "Who is that?" said a thin, feeble voice. "It is Ebbo. It is the Baron," said Christina. "Come in, Ebbo. She is somewhat revived." "Will she be able to speak to the priest?" asked Ebbo. "Priest!" feebly screamed the old woman. "No priest for me! My lord died unshriven, unassoilzed. Where he is, there will I be. Let a priest approach me at his peril." Stony insensibility ensued, nor did she speak again, though life lasted many hours longer. The priests did their office, for impenitent as the life and frantic as the words had been, the opinions of the time deemed that the rites might yet give the departing soul a chance, though the body was unconscious. When all was over, snow was again falling, shifting and drifting, so that it was impossible to leave the castle, and the two monks were kept there for a full fortnight, during which Christmas solemnities were observed in the chapel, for the first time since the days of Friedmund the Good. The corpse of Kunigunde preserved, we must say the word, salted, was placed in a coffin, and laid in that chapel to await the melting of the snows, when the vault at the hermitage could be opened. And this could not be effected till Easter had nearly come round again, and it was within a week of their 16th birthday that the two young barons stood together at the coffin's head, serious indeed, but more with the thought of life than of death. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 12. Back to the Dovecote. For the first time in her residence at Alderstein, now full half her life, the Freiherrinn Christina ventured to send a messenger to Ulm, namely a lay brother of the convent of St. Ruprecht, who undertook to convey to Master Gottfried Sorel her letter, informing him of the death of her mother-in-law, and requesting him to send the same tidings to the Freiherr von Alderstein Wildschloss, the kinsman and godfather of her sons. She was used to wait 52 weeks for answers to her letters, and was amazed when, at the end of 3, 2 stout serving-men were guided by Jobst up the pass. But her heart warmed to their flat caps and round jerkins, they looked so like home. They bore a letter of invitation to her and her sons to come at once to her uncle's house. The King of the Romans, and perhaps the Emperor, were to come to the city early in the summer, and there could be no better opportunity of presenting the young barons to their sovereign. Sir Casimir of Alderstein Wildschloss would meet them there for the purpose, and would obtain their admission to the league, in which all Swabian nobles had bound themselves to put down robbery and oppression, and outside which there was nothing but outlawry and danger. "So must it be," said Ebbo, between his teeth, as he leant moodily against the wall, while his mother was gone to attend to the fare to be set before the messengers. "What! Art not glad to take wing at last?" exclaimed Friedel, cut short in an exclamation of delight. "Take wing, forsooth! To be guest of a greasy burgher, and call cousin with him? Fear not, Friedel, I'll not vex the motherling. Heaven knows she has had pain, grief, and subjection enough in her lifetime, and I would not hinder her visit to her home, but I would she could go alone, nor make us show our poverty to the swollen city folk, and listen to their endearments. I charge thee, Friedel, do as I do. Be not too familiar with them. Could we but sprain an ankle over the crag—" "Nay, she would stay to nurse us," said Friedel, laughing. "Besides, thou art needed for the matter of homage." "Look, Friedel," said Ebbo, sinking his voice, "I shall not lightly yield my freedom to king or Kaiser. Maybe there is no hope for it, but it irks me to think that I should be the last lord of Alderstein, to whom the title of Freiherr is not a mockery. Why dost bend thy brow, brother? What art thinking of?" "Only a saying in my mother's book, that well-ordered service is true freedom," said Friedel, "and methinks there will be freedom in rushing at last into the great far off." The boy's eye expanded and glistened with eagerness. "Here are we prisoners to ourselves, if you like, but prisoners still, pent up in the rocks, seeing no one, hearing scarce an echo from the knightly or the poet world, nor from all the wonders that pass, and the world has a history going on still, like the chronicle. Oh, Ebbo, think of being in the midst of life, with lance and sword, and seeing the Kaiser of the Holy Roman Empire!" "With lance and sword, well and good, but would it were not at the cost of liberty." However, Ebbo forbore to damp his mother's joy, save by the one warning: "Understand, mother, that I will not be pledged to anything. I will not bend to the yoke ere I have seen and judged for myself." The manly sound of the words gave a sweet sense of exultation to the mother, even while she dreaded the proud spirit, and whispered, "God direct thee, my son." Certainly Ebbo, hitherto the most impetuous and least thoughtful of the two lads, had a gravity and seriousness about him that, but for his naturally sweet temper, would have seemed sullen. His aspirations for adventure had hitherto been more vehement than Friedel's, but when the time seemed at hand, his regrets at what he might have to yield overpowered his hopes of the future. The fierce haughtiness of the old Adlersteins could not brook the descent from the crag, even while the keen, clear burgher wit that Ebbo inherited from the other side of the house taught him that the position was untenable, and that his isolated glory was but a poor mean thing after all, and the struggle made him sad and moody. Friedel, less proud, and with nothing to yield, was open to blithe anticipations of what his fancy pictured as the home of all the beauty, sacred or romantic, that he had glimpsed at through his mother. Religion, poetry, learning, art, refinement, had all come to him through her, and though he had a soul that dreamt and soared in the lonely grandeur of the mountain heights, it craved further aliment for its yearnings, for completeness and perfection. Long ago had Friedel come to the verge of such attainments as he could work out of his present materials, and keen had been his ardour for the means of progress, though only the mountain tarn had ever been witness to the full outpouring of the longings with which he gazed upon the dim, distant city like a land of enchantment. The journey was to be at once, so as to profit by the escort of Master Sorel's men. Means of transport were scanty, but Ebbo did not choose that the messengers should report the need, and bring back a bevy of animals at the burgher's expense. So the mother was mounted on the old white mare, and her sons and hinds trusted to their feet. By setting out early on a May morning, the journey could be performed ere night, and the twilight would find them in the domains of the free city, where their small numbers would be of no importance. As to their appearance, the mother wore a black woollen gown and mantle, and a black silk hood tied under her chin, and sitting loosely round the stiff frame of her white cap, a nun-like garb, save for the soft brown hair, parted over her brow, and more visible than she sometimes thought correct, but her sons would not let her wear it out of sight. The brothers had piece by piece surveyed the solitary suit of armour remaining in the castle, but though it might serve for defence, it could not be made fit for display, and they must needs be contented with blue cloth, spun, woven, dyed, fashioned, and sewn at home, chiefly by their mother, and by her embroidered on the breast with the white eagle of Adlerstein. Short blue cloaks and caps of the same, with an eagle plume in each, and leggings neatly fashioned of deerskin, completed their equipments. Ebbo wore his father's sword. Friedel had merely a dagger and crossbow. There was not a gold chain, not a brooch, not an approach to an ornament among the three, except the medal that had always distinguished Ebbo, and the coral rosary at Christina's girdle. Her own trinkets had gone in masses for the souls of her father and husband, and though a few costly jewels had been found in Frau Kunigunde's hoards, the mode of their acquisition was so doubtful that it had seemed fittest to bestow them in alms and masses for the good of her soul. What ornament, what glory could any one desire better than two such sons, thought Christina, as for the first time for 18 years she crossed the wild ravine where her father had led her, a trembling little captive, longing for wings like a dove's to flutter home again. Who would then have predicted that she should descend after so long and weary a time, and with a gallant boy on either side of her, eager to aid her every step, and reassure her at each giddy pass, all joy and hope before her and them? Yet she was not without some dread and misgiving, as she watched her elder son, always attentive to her, but unwontedly silent, with a stern gravity on his young brow, a proud sadness on his lip. And when he had come to the Debatable Ford, and was about to pass the boundaries of his own lands, he turned and gazed back on the castle and mountain with a silent but passionate ardour, as though he felt himself doing them a wrong by perilling their independence. The sun had lately set, and the moon was silvering the Danube, when the travellers came in full view of the imperial free city, girt in with mighty walls and towers, the vine-clad hill dominated by its crowning church, the irregular outlines of the unfinished spire of the cathedral traced in mysterious dark lacework against the pearly sky, the lofty steeple-like gate-tower majestically guarding the bridge. Christina clasped her hands in thankfulness, as at the familiar face of a friend. Friedel glowed like a minstrel introduced to his fair dame, long wooed at a distance. Ebbo could not but exclaim, "Yes, truly, a great city is a solemn and a glorious sight." The gates were closed, and the serving-men had to parley at the barbican ere the heavy door was opened to admit the party to the bridge, between deep battlemented stone walls, with here and there loopholes showing the shimmering of the river beneath. The slow tired tread of the old mare sounded hollow. The river rushed below with the full swell of evening loudness. A deep-toned convent bell tolled gravely through the stillness, while between its reverberations clear distinct notes of joyous music were borne on the summer wind, and a nightingale sung in one of the gardens that bordered the bank. "Mother, it is all that I dreamt," breathlessly murmured Friedel, as they halted under the dark arch of the great gateway tower. Not, however, in Friedel's dreams had been the hearty voice that proceeded from the lighted guard-room in the thickness of the gateway. "Freiherrinn von Adlerstein, is it she? Then must I greet my old playmate." And the captain of the watch appeared among upraised lanterns and torches that showed a broad, smooth, plump face beneath a plain steel helmet. "Welcome, gracious lady, welcome to your old city. What, you do not remember Lippus Grunt, your poor Valentine?" "Master Philip Grunt!" exclaimed Christina, amazed at the breadth of visage and person. "And how fares it with my good Regina?" "Excellent well, good lady. She manages her trade and house as well as the good man Bartoleus Fleischer himself. Blithe will she be to show you her goodly 10, as I shall my 8, he continued, walking by her side. "And Barbara, you remember Barbara Schmidt, lady?" "My dear Barbara, that I do indeed. Is she your wife?" "Ay, truly, lady," he answered, in an odd sort of apologetic tone. "You see, you returned not, and the house-fathers, they would have it so, and Barbara is a good housewife." "Truly do I rejoice," said Christina, wishing she could convey to him how welcome he had been to marry any one he liked, as far as she was concerned, he in whom her fears of mincing goldsmiths had always taken form. Then, signing with her hand, "I have my sons likewise to show her." "Oh, on foot," muttered Grunt, as a not well conceived apology for not having saluted the young gentleman. "I greet you well, sirs," with a bow, almost haughtily returned by Ebbo, who was heartily wishing himself on his mountain. "Two lusty, well-grown Junkern, indeed, to whom my Martin will be proud to show the humours of Ulm. A fair good night, lady. You will find the old folks right cheery." Well did Christina know the turn down the street, darkened by the overhanging brows of the tall houses, but each lower window laughing with the glow of light within that threw out the heavy mullions and the circles and diamonds of the lattice-work, and here and there the brilliant tints of stained glass sparkled like jewels in the upper panes, pictured with scripture scene, patron saint, or trade emblem. The familiar porch was reached, the familiar knock resounded on the iron-studded door. Friedel lifted his mother from her horse, and felt that she was quivering from head to foot, and at the same moment the light streamed from the open door on the white horse, and the two young faces, one eager, the other with knit brows and uneasy eyes. A kind of echo pervaded the house. "She is come! She is come!" And as one in a dream Christina entered, crossed the well-known hall, looked up to her uncle and aunt on the stairs, perceived little change on their countenances, and sank upon her knees with bowed head and clasped hands. "My child, my dear child!" exclaimed her uncle, raising her with one hand, and crossing her brow in benediction with the other. "Art thou indeed returned?" and he embraced her tenderly. "Welcome, fair niece," said Hausfrau Johanna more formally. "I am right glad to greet you here." "Dear, dear mother!" cried Christina, courting her fond embrace by gestures of the most eager affection. "How have I longed for this moment, and above all, to show you my boys! Herr Uncle, let me present my sons, my Eberhard, my Friedmund. Oh, housemother, are not my twins well-grown lads?" And she stood with a hand on each, proud that their heads were so far above her own, and looking still so slight and girlish in figure, that she might better have been their sister than their mother. The cloud that the sudden light had revealed on Ebbo's brow had cleared away, and he made an inclination neither awkward nor ungracious in its free mountain dignity and grace, but not devoid of mountain rusticity and shy pride, and far less cordial than was Friedel's manner. Both were infinitely relieved to detect nothing of the greasy burgher, and were greatly struck with the fine venerable head before them. Indeed, Friedel would, like his mother, have knelt to ask a blessing, had he not been under command not to outrun his brother's advances towards her kindred. "Welcome, fair Junkern," said Master Gottfried. "Welcome both for your mother's sake and your own. These thy sons, my little one," he added, smiling. "Art sure I neither dream nor see double? Come to the gallery, and let me see thee better." And ceremoniously giving his hand, he proceeded to lead his niece up the stairs, while Ebbo, labouring under ignorance of city forms, and uncertainty of what befitted his dignity, presented his hand to his aunt with an air that half amused, half offended the shrewd dame. "All is as if I had left you but yesterday," exclaimed Christina. "Uncle, have you pardoned me? You bade me return when my work was done. I should have known better, child. Such return is not to be sought on this side the grave. Thy work has been more than I then thought of." "Ah, and now you will deem it begun, not done?" softly said Christina, though with too much heartfelt exultation greatly to doubt that all the world must be satisfied with two such boys, if only Ebbo would be his true self. The luxury of the house, the wainscoted and tapestried walls, the polished furniture, the lamps and candles, the damask linen, the rich array of silver, pewter, and brightly coloured glass, were a great contrast to the bare walls and scant necessaries of Schloss Adlerstein; but Ebbo was resolved not to expose himself by admiration, and did his best to stifle Friedel's exclamations of surprise and delight. Were not these citizens to suppose that everything was tenfold more costly at the baronial castle? And truly the boy deserved credit for the consideration for his mother, which made him merely reserved, while he felt like a wild eagle in a poultry yard. It was no small proof of his affection to forbear more interference with his mother's happiness than was the inevitable effect of that intuition which made her aware that he was chafing and ill at ease. For his sake she allowed herself to be placed in the seat of honour, though she longed, as of old, to nestle at her uncle's feet, and be again his child. But even while she felt each acceptance of a token of respect as almost an injury to them, every look and tone was showing how much the same Christina she had returned. In truth, though her life had been mournful and oppressed, it had not been such as to age her early. It had been all submission, without wear and tear of mind, and too simple in its trials for care and moiling. So the fresh, lily-like sweetness of her maiden bloom was almost intact, and, much as she had undergone, her once frail health had been so braced by the mountain breezes, that, though delicacy remained, sickliness was gone from her appearance. There was still the exquisite purity and tender modesty of expression, but with greater sweetness in the pensive brown eyes. "Ah, little one," said her uncle, after duly contemplating her, "the change is all for the better. Thou art grown a wondrously fair dame. There will scarce be a lovelier in the Kaiserly train." Ebbo almost pardoned his great-uncle for being his great-uncle. "When she is arrayed as becomes the Frau Freiherrinn," said the housewife, "aunt, looking with concern at the coarse texture of her black sleeve. "I long to see our own lady ruffle it in her new gear. I am glad that the lofty pointed cap has passed out. The coif becomes my child far better, and I see our tastes still accord as to fashion." "Fashion scarce came along the Debatable Ford," said Christina, smiling. "I fear my boys look as if they came out of the Weltgeschichte, for I could only shape their garments after my remembrance of the gallants of 18 years ago." "Their garments are your own shaping?" exclaimed the aunt, now in an accent of real, not conventional respect. "Spinning and weaving, shaping and sewing," said Friedel, coming near to let the housewife examine the texture. "Close woven, even threaded, smooth tinted. Ah, Stina, thou didst learn something. Thou wert not quite spoiled by the house father's books and carvings." "I cannot tell whose teachings have served me best, or been the most precious to me," said Christina, with clasped hands, looking from one to the other with earnest love. "Thou art a good child. Ah, little one, forgive me. You look so like our child that I cannot bear in mind that you are the Frau Freiherrinn. Nay, I should deem myself in disgrace with you, did you keep me at a distance, and not thou me, as your little Stina," she fondly answered, half forgetting her fond eager movement, as Ebbo seemed to shrink together with the gesture perceived by her uncle. "It is my young lord here who would not forgive the freedom," he said good-humouredly, though gravely. "Not so," Ebbo forced himself to say, "not so, if it makes my mother happy." He held up his head, rather as if he thought it a fool's paradise, but Master Gottfried answered, "The noble Freiherr is, from all I have heard, too good a son to grudge his mother's duteous love even to burgher kindred." There was something in the old man's frank, dignified tone of grave reproof that at once impressed Ebbo with a sense of the true superiority of that wise and venerable old age to his own petulant baronial self-assertion. He had both head and heart to feel the burgher's victory, and with a deep blush, though not without dignity, he answered, "Truly, sir, my mother has ever taught us to look up to you as her kindest and best." He was going to say friend, but a look into the grand benignity of the countenance completed the conquest, and he turned it into father. Friedel at the same instant bent his knee, exclaiming, "It is true what Ebbo says. We have both longed for this day. Bless us, honoured uncle, as you have blessed my mother." For in truth there was in the soul of the boy, who had never had any but women to look up to, a strange yearning towards reverence, which was called into action with inexpressible force by the very aspect and tone of such a sage elder and counsellor as Master Gottfried Sorel, and he took advantage of the first opening permitted by his brother. And the sympathy always so strong between the two quickened the like feeling in Ebbo, so that the same moment drew him on his knee besides Friedel, in oblivion or renunciation of all lordly pride towards a kinsman such as he had here encountered. "True and heartily, my fair youths," said Master Gottfried, with the same kind dignity, "so I pray the good God to bless you, and render you faithful and loving sons, not only to your mother, but to your fatherland." He was unable to distinguish between the two exactly similar forms that knelt before him, yet there was something in the quivering of Friedel's head which made him press it with a shade more of tenderness than the other, and in truth tears were welling into the eyes, veiled by the fingers that Friedel clasped over his face, for such a blessing was strange and sweet to him. Their mother was ready to weep for joy. There was now no drawback to her bliss, since her son and her uncle had accepted one another, and she repaired to her own beloved old chamber a happier being than she had been since she had left its wainscoted walls. Nay, as she gazed out at the familiar outlines of roof and tower, and felt herself truly at home, then knelt by the little undisturbed altar of her devotions, with the cross above and her own patron saint below in carved wood, and the flowers which the good aunt had ever kept as a freshly renewed offering, she felt that she was happier, more fully thankful and blissful, than even in the girlish calm of her untroubled life. Her prayer that she might come again in peace had been more than fulfilled. Nay, when she had seen her boys kneel meekly to receive her uncle's blessing, it was in some sort to her as if the work was done, as if the millstone had been borne up for her, and had borne her and her dear ones with it. But there was much to come. She knew full well that, even though her son's first step had been in the right direction, it was in a path beset with difficulties, and how would her proud Ebbo meet them? End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 13. The Eaglets in the City. After having once accepted Master Gottfried, Ebbo froze towards him and Dame Johanna no more, save that a naturally imperious temper now and then led to fitful stiffnesses and momentary haughtiness, which were easily excused in one so new to the world and afraid of compromising his rank. In general, he could afford to enjoy himself with a zest as hearty as that of the simpler-minded Friedel. They were early afoot, but not before the heads of the household were coming forth for the morning devotions at the cathedral, and the streets were stirring into activity, and becoming so peopled that the boys supposed that it was a great fair day. They had never seen so many people together, even at the Friedmund wake, and it was several days before they ceased to exclaim at every passenger as a new curiosity. The Dome Kirk awed and hushed them. They had looked to it so long that perhaps no sublunary thing could have realized their expectations, and Friedel avowed that he did not know what he thought of it. It was not such as he had dreamt, and, like a German as he was, he added that he could not think, he could only feel, that there was something ineffable in it, yet he was almost disappointed to find his visions unfulfilled, and the hues of the painted glass less pure and translucent than those of the ice crystals on the mountains. However, after his eye had become trained, the deep influence of its deep solemn majesty, and the echoes of its organ tones, and the chants of high praise or earnest prayer began to enchain his spirit, and if ever he were missing, he was sure to be found among the mysteries of the cathedral aisles, generally with Ebbo, who felt the spell of the same grave fascination, since whatever was true of the one brother was generally true of the other. They were essentially alike, though some phases of character and taste were more developed in the one or the other. Master Gottfried was much edified by their perfect knowledge of the names and numbers of his books. They instantly, almost resentfully, missed the Cicero's offices that he had parted with, and joyfully hailed his new acquisitions, often sitting with heads together over the same book, reading like active-minded youths, who were used to out-of-door life and exercise in superabundant measure, and to study as a valued recreation, with only food enough for the intellect to awaken instead of satisfying it. They were delighted to obtain instruction from a travelling student, then attending the schools of Ulm, a meek, timid lad who, for the love of learning and desire of the priesthood, had endured frightful tyranny from the Bacchantine or elder scholars, and having at length attained that rank, had so little heart to retaliate on the juniors, that his contemporaries despised him, and led him a cruel life, until he obtained food and shelter from Master Gottfried, at the pleasant cost of lessons to the young barons. Poor Bastian! This land of quiet, civility, and books was a foretaste of paradise to him after the hard living, barbarity, and coarse vices of his comrades, of whom he now and then disclosed traits that made his present pupils long to give battle to the shaggy youths who used to send out the lesser lads to beg and steal for them, and cruelly maltreated such as failed in the quest. Lessons in music and singing were gladly accepted by both lads, and from their uncle's carving they could not keep their hands. Ebbo had begun by enjoining Friedel to remember that the work that had been sport in the mountains would be basely mechanical in the city, and Friedel, as usual, yielded to his private tastes. But on the second day Ebbo himself was discovered in the workshop, watching the magic touch of the deft workman, and he was soon so enticed by the perfect appliances as to take tool in hand and prove himself not unadroit in the craft. Friedel, however, excelled in delicacy of touch and grace and originality of conception, and produced such workmanship that Master Gottfried could not help stroking his hair and telling him it was a pity he was not born to belong to the guild. "I cannot spare him, sir," cried Ebbo. "Priest, scholar, minstrel, artists, all want him." "What, Hans of all streets, Ebbo?" interrupted Friedel. "And guildmaster of none," said Ebbo, "save as a warrior. The rest only enough for a gentleman. For what I am thou must be." But Ebbo did not find fault with the skill Friedel was bestowing on his work. A carving in wood of a dove brooding over two young eaglets, the device that both were resolved to assume. When their mother asked what their lady loves would say to this, Ebbo looked up, and with the fullest conviction in his lustrous eyes, declared that no love should ever rival his motherling in his heart, for truly her tender sweetness had given her son's affection a touch of romance, for which Master Gottfried liked them the better, though his wife thought their familiarity with her hardly accordant with the patriarchal discipline of the citizens. The youths held aloof from these burghers, for Master Gottfried wisely desired to give them time to be tamed before running risk of offence, either to or by their wild shy pride, and their mother contrived to time her meetings with her old companions when her sons were otherwise occupied. Master Gottfried made it known that the marriage portion he had designed for his niece had been entrusted to a merchant trading in peltry to Muscovy, and the sum thus realized was larger than any bride had yet brought to Adlerstein. Master Gottfried would have liked to continue the same profitable speculations with it, but this would have been beyond the young baron's endurance, and his eyes sparkled when his mother spoke of repairing the castle, refitting the chapel, having a resident chaplain, cultivating more land, increasing the scanty stock of cattle, and attempting the improvements hitherto prevented by lack of means. He fervently declared that the motherling was more than equal to the wise spinning Queen Bertha of legend and lay, and the first pleasant sense of wealth came in the acquisition of horses, weapons, and braveries. In his original mood, Ebbo would rather have stood before the Diet in his homespun blue than have figured in cloth of gold at a burgher's expense. But he had learned to love his uncle. He regarded the marriage portion as family property, and moreover he sorely longed to feel himself and his brother well mounted, and scarcely less to see his mother in a velvet gown. Here was his chief point of sympathy with the house-mother, who herself, precluded from wearing miniver, velvet, or pearls, longed to deck her niece therewith, in time to receive Sir Casimir of Adlerstein Wildschloss, as he had promised to meet his godsons at Ulm. The knight's marriage had lasted only a few years, and had left him no surviving children except one little daughter, whom he had placed in a nunnery at Ulm, under the care of her mother's sister. His hands lay higher up the Danube, and he was expected at Ulm shortly before the Emperor's arrival. He had been chiefly in Flanders with the King of the Romans, and had only returned to Germany when the Netherlanders had refused the regency of Maximilian, and driven him out of their country, depriving him of the custody of his children. Pfingsttag, or Pentecost Day, was the occasion of Christina's first full toilet, and never was bride more solicitously or exultingly arrayed than she, while one boy held the mirror and the other criticised and admired, as the aunt adjusted the pearl-bordered coif and long white veil floating over the long-desired black velvet dress. How the two lads admired and gazed, caring far less for their own new and noble attire! Friedel was indeed somewhat concerned that the sword by his side was so much handsomer than that which Ebbo wore, and which, for all its dinted scabbard and battered hilt, he was resolved never to discard. It was a festival of brilliant joy. Wreaths of flowers hung from the windows, rich tapestries decked the dome-kirk, and the relics were displayed in shrines of wonderful costliness of material and beauty of workmanship. Little birds, with thin cakes fastened to their feet, were let loose to fly about the church, in strange allusion to the event of the day. The clergy wore their most gorgeous robes, and the exulting music of the mass echoed from the vaults of the long-drawn aisles, and brought a rapt look of deep, calm ecstasy over Friedel's sensitive features. The beggars evidently considered a festival as a harvest day, and crowded round the doors of the cathedral. As the Lady of Adlerstein came out leaning on Ebbo's arm, with Friedel on her other side, they evidently attracted the notice of a woman whose thin brown face looked the darker for the striped red and yellow silk kerchief that bound the dark locks round her brow, as, holding out a beringed hand, she fastened her glittering jet-black eyes on them, and exclaimed, "Alms, if the fair dame and knightly Junkern would hear what fate has in store for them!" "We meddle not with the future, I thank thee," said Christina, seeing that her sons, to whom gipsies were an amazing novelty, were in extreme surprise at the fortune-telling proposal. "Yet could I tell much, lady," said the woman, still standing in the way. "What would some here present give to know that the locks that were shrouded by the widow's veil, ere ever they wore the matron's coif, shall yet return to the coif once more?" Ebbo gave a sudden start of dismay and passion. His mother held him fast. "Push on, Ebbo, mine, heed her not. She is a mere Bohemian." "But how knew she your history, mother?" asked Friedel eagerly. "That might be easily learnt at our wake," began Christina, but her steps were checked by a call from Master Gottfried just behind. "Frau Freiherrinn, Junkern, not so fast. Here is your noble kinsman." A tall, fine-looking person, in the long, rich robe worn on peaceful occasions, stood forth, doffing his eagle-plumed bonnet, and as the lady turned and curtsied low, he put his knee to the ground and kissed her hand, saying, "Well met, noble dame. I felt certain that I knew you when I beheld you in the dome." "He was gazing at her all the time," whispered Ebbo to his brother, while their mother, blushing, replied, "You do me too much honour, Herr Freiherr." "Once seen, never to be forgotten," was the courteous answer, "and truly, but for the stately height of these my godsons, I would not believe how long since our meeting was." Thereupon, in true German fashion, Sir Kasimir embraced each youth in the open street, and then, removing his long embroidered Spanish glove, he offered his hand, or rather the tips of his fingers, to lead the Frau Christina home. Master Sorel had invited him to become his guest at a very elaborate ornamental festival meal, in honour of the great holiday, at which were to be present several wealthy citizens with their wives and families, old connections of the Sorel family. Ebbo had resolved upon treating them with courteous reserve and distance, but he was surprised to find his cousin of Wildschloss comporting himself among the burgomasters and their dames as freely as though they had been his equals, and to see that they took such demeanour as perfectly natural. Quick to perceive, the boy gathered that the gulf between noble and burgher were so great that no intimacy could bridge it over, no reserve widen it, and that his own bashful hauteur was almost a sign that he knew that the gulf had been passed by his own parents. But shame and consciousness did not enable him to alter his manner, but rather add to its stiffness. "The Junker is like an Englishman," said Sir Kasimir, who had met many of the exiles of the Roses at the court of Mary of Burgundy, and then he turned to discuss with the guildmasters the interruption to trade caused by Flemish jealousies. After the lengthy meal, the tables were removed, the long gallery was occupied by musicians, and Master Gottfried crossed the hall to tell his eldest grandnephew that to him he should depute the opening of the dance with the handsome bride of the Rathshear, Ulrich Burger. Ebbo blushed to the eyes, and muttered that he prayed his uncle to excuse him. "So," said the old citizen, really displeased, "thy kinsman might have proved to thee that it is no derogation of thy lordly dignity. I have been patient with thee, but thy pride passes." "Sir," interposed Friedel hastily, raising his sweet candid face with a look between shame and merriment, "it is not that, but you forget what poor mountaineers we are. Never did we tread a measure save now and then with our mother on a winter evening, and we know no more than a chamois of your intricate measures." Master Gottfried looked perplexed, for these dances were matters of great punctilio. It was but 7 years since the Lord of Praunstein had defied the whole city of Frankfurt because a damsel of that place had refused to dance with one of his cousins, and though fist-right and letters of challenge had been made illegal, yet the whole city of Ulm would have resented the affront put on it by the young lord of Adlerstein. Happily the Freiherr of Adlerstein Wildschloss was at hand. "Herr Burgomaster," he said, "let me commence the dance with your fair lady niece. By your testimony," he added, smiling to the youths, "she can tread a measure, and after marking us, you may try your success with the Rathsherren." Christina would gladly have transferred her noble partner to the Rathsherren, but she feared to mortify her good uncle and aunt further, and consented to figure alone with Sir Kasimir in one of the majestic, graceful dances performed by a single couple before a gazing assembly. So she let him lead her now to her place, and they bowed and bent, swept past one another, and moved in interlacing lines and curves with a grand, slow movement that displayed her quiet grace and his stately port and courtly air. "Is it not beautiful to see the motherling?" said Friedel to his brother. "She sails like a white cloud in a soft wind, and he stands grand as a stag at gaze." "Like a malapert peacock, say I," returned Ebbo. "Didst not see, Friedel, how he kept his eyes on her in church? My uncle says the Bohemians are mere deceivers. Depend on it, the woman had spied his insolent looks when she made her ribald prediction." "See," said Friedel, who had been watching the steps rather than attending, "it will be easy to dance it now. It is a figure my mother once tried to teach us. I remember it now." "Then go and do it, since better may not be." "Nay, but it should be thou." "Who will know which of us it is? I hated his presumption too much to mark his antics." Friedel came forward, and the substitution was undetected by all save their mother and uncle. By the latter only because, addressing Ebbo, he received a reply in a tone such as Friedel never used. Natural grace, quickness of ear and eye, and a skilful partner, rendered Friedel's so fair a performance that he ventured on sending his brother to attend the councilloress with wine and comfits, while he in his own person performed another dance with the city dame next in pretension, and their mother was amused by Sir Kasimir's remark that her second son danced better than the elder, but both must learn. The remark displeased Ebbo. In his isolated castle he knew no superior, and his nature might yield willingly, but rebelled at being put down. His brother was his perfect equal in all mental and bodily attributes, but it was the absence of all self-assertion that made Ebbo so often give him the preference. It was his mother's tender meekness in which lay her power with him, and if he yielded to Gottfried Sorel's wisdom and experience, it was with the inward consciousness of voluntary deference to one of lower rank. But here was Wildschloss, of the same noble blood with himself, his elder, his sponsor, his protector, with every right to direct him, so that there was no choice between grateful docility and headstrong folly. If the fellow had been old, weak, or in any way inferior, it would have been more bearable, but he was a tried warrior, a sage counsellor, in the prime vigour of manhood, and with a kindly, reasonable authority to which only a fool could fail to attend, and which for that very reason chafed Ebbo excessively. Moreover, there was the gipsy prophecy ever rankling in the lad's heart, and embittering to him the side of every civility from his kinsman to his mother. Sir Kasimir lodged at a neighbouring hostel, but he spent much time with his cousins, and tried to make them friends with his squire, Count Rudiger. A great offence to Ebbo was, however, the criticisms of both knight and squire on the bearing of the young barons in military exercises. Truly, with no instructor but the rough Landsknecht Heinz, they must, as Friedel said, have been born paladins to have qualified youths, whose life had been spent in chivalrous training. "See us in a downright fight," said Ebbo. "We could strike as hard as any courtly minion." "As hard, but scarce as dexterous," said Friedel, "and be called for our pains the wild mountaineers. I heard the men-at-arms saying I sat my horse as though it were always going up or down a precipice, and Master Schmidt went into his shop the other day shrugging his shoulders, and saying we hailed one another across the market-place, as if we thought Ulm was a mountain full of gemsboks. "Thou'st heard, and didst not cast his insolence in his teeth?" cried Ebbo. "How could I?" laughed Friedel, "when the echo was casting back in my teeth my own shout to thee? I could only laugh with Rudiger. The chief delight I could have, next to getting home, would be to lay that fellow Rudiger on his back in the tilt-yard," said Ebbo. But as Rudiger was by 4 years his senior, and very expert, the upshot of these encounters was quite otherwise, and the young gentlemen were disabused of the notion that fighting came by nature, and found that, if they desired success in a serious conflict, they must practise diligently in the city tilt-yard, where young men were trained to arms. The crossbow was the only weapon with which they excelled, and as shooting was a favourite exercise of the burghers, their proficiency was not as exclusive as had seemed to Ebbo a baronial privilege. Harquebuses were novelties to them, and they despised them as burgher weapons, in spite of Sir Casimir's assurance that firearms were a great subject of study and interest to the King of the Romans. The name of this personage was, it may be feared, highly distasteful to the Freiherr von Adlerstein, both as Wildschloss's model of knightly perfection, and as one who claimed submission from his haughty spirit. When Sir Casimir spoke to him on the subject of giving his allegiance, he stiffly replied, "Sir, that is a question for ripe consideration." "It is the question," said Wildschloss, rather more lightly than agreed with the Baron's dignity, "whether you like to have your castle pulled down about your ears." "That has never happened yet to Adlerstein," said Ebbo proudly. "No, because since the days of the Hohenstaufen there has been neither rule nor union in the empire. But times are changing fast, my Junker, and within the last 10 years 40 castles such as yours have been consumed by the Swabian League, as though they were so many walnuts. The shell of Adlerstein was too hard for them, though they never tried." "And wherefore, friend Eberhard?" "It was because I represented to the Kaiser and the Graf von Würtemberg that little profit and no glory would accrue from attacking a crag full of women and babes, and that I, having the honour to be your next heir, should prefer having the castle untouched and under the peace of the empire, so long as that peace was kept. When you should come to years of discretion, then it would be for you to carry out the intention wherewith your father and grandfather left home." "Then we have been protected by the peace of the empire all this time?" said Friedel, while Ebbo looked as if the notion were hard of digestion. "Even so, and had you not freely and nobly released your Genoese merchant, it had gone hard with Adlerstein." "Could Adlerstein be taken?" demanded Ebbo triumphantly. "Your grandmother thought not," said Sir Casimir, with a shade of irony in his tone. "It would be a troublesome siege, but the League numbers 1,500 horse and 9,000 foot, and with Schlangenwald's concurrence, you would be assuredly starved out." Ebbo was so much the more stimulated to take his chance, and do nothing on compulsion. But Friedel put in the question to what the oaths would bind them. "Only to aid the Emperor with sword and counsel in field or diet, and thereby win fame and honour such as can scarce be gained by carrying prey to yon eagle-roost." "One may preserve one's independence without robbery," said Ebbo coldly. "Nay, lad, did you ever hear of a wolf that could live without marauding? Or if he tried, would he get credit for so doing?" "After all," said Friedel, "does not the present agreement hold till we are of age? I suppose the Swabian League would attempt nothing against minors unless we break the peace?" "Probably not. I will do my utmost to give the Freiherr more time to grow beyond his grandmother's maxims," said Wildschloss. "If Schlangenwald do not meddle in the matter, he may have the next 5 years to decide whether Adlerstein can hold out against all Germany." "Freiherr Casimir von Adlerstein Wildschloss," said Eberhard, turning solemnly on him, "I do you to wit once for all that threats will not serve with me. If I submit, it will be because I am convinced it is right. Otherwise we had rather both be buried in the ruins of our castle, as its last free lords." "So," said the provoking kinsman, "such burials look grim when the time comes, but happily it is not coming yet." Meantime, as Ebbo said to Friedel, How much might happen, a disruption of the empire, a crusade against the Turks, a war in Italy, some grand means of making the Diet value the sword of a free baron, without chaining him down to gratify the greed of hungry Austria. If only Wildschloss could be shaken off! But he only became constantly more friendly and intrusive, almost paternal. No wonder when the mother and her uncle made him so welcome, and were so intolerably grateful for his impertinent interference, even while Friedel confessed the reasonableness of his counsels, as if that were not the very sting of them. He even asked leave to bring his little daughter Thekla from her convent to see the lady of Adlerstein. She was a pretty flaxen-haired maiden of 5 years old, in a round cap, and long narrow frock, with a little cross at the neck. She had never seen any one beyond the walls of the nunnery, and when her father took her from the lay sister's arms and carried her to the gallery, where sat Hausfrau Johanna in dark green, slashed with cherry colour, Master Gottfried in sombre crimson with gold medal and chain, Freiherrinn Christina in silver embroidered black, and the two Junkern stood near in the shining mail in which they were going to the tilt-yard, she turned her head in terror, struggled with her scarce-known father, and shrieked for Sister Grethel. It was all too sheen, she sobbed, in the lay sister's arms. She did not want to be in paradise yet among the saints. Oh, take her back! The two bright holy Michaels would let her go, for indeed she had made but one mistake in her Ave. Vain was the attempt to make her lift her face from the black serge shoulder where she had hidden it. Sister Grethel coaxed and scolded, Sir Kasimir reproved, the house-mother offered comfits, and Christina's soft voice was worst of all, for the child, probably taking her for Our Lady herself, began to gasp forth a general confession. "I will never do so again. Yes, it was a fib, but Mother Hildegard gave me a bit of marchpane not to tell." Here the lay sister took strong measures for closing the little mouth, and Christina drew back, recommending that the child should be left gradually to discover their terrestrial nature. Ebbo had looked on with extreme disgust, trying to hurry Friedel, who had delayed to trace some lines for his mother on her broidery pattern. In passing the step where Grethel sat with Thelka on her lap, the clank of their armour caused the uplifting of the little flaxen head, and two wide blue eyes looked over Grethel's shoulder, and met Friedel's sunny glance. He smiled. She laughed back again. He held out his arms, and though his hands were gauntleted, she let him lift her up, and curiously smoothed and patted his cheek, as if he had been a strange animal. "You have no wings," she said. "Are you St. George or St. Michael?" "Neither the one nor the other, pretty one. Only your poor cousin, Friedel von Adlerstein, and here is Ebbo, my brother." It was not in Ebbo's nature not to smile encouragement at the fair little face, with its wistful look. He drew off his glove to caress her silken hair, and for a few minutes she was played with by the two brothers like a newly invented toy, receiving their attentions with pretty half-frightened graciousness, until Count Rudiger hastened in to summon them, and Friedel placed her on his mother's knee, where she speedily became perfectly happy and at ease. Her extreme delight when towards evening the Junkern returned was flattering even to Ebbo, and when it was time for her to be taken home, she made strong resistance, clinging fast to Christina with screams and struggles. To the lady's promise of coming to see her, she replied, "Friedel and Ebbo too," and receiving no response to this request, she burst out, "Then I won't come. I am the Freiherrinn Thekla, the heiress of Adlerstein, Wildschloss, and Felsenbach. I won't be a nun. I'll be married. You shall be my husband." And she made a dart at the nearest youth, who happened to be Ebbo. "Ay, ay, you shall have him. He will come for you, sweetest Fräulein," said the perplexed Grethel, "so only you will come home. Nobody will come for you if you are naughty." "Will you come if I am good?" said the spoilt cloister pet, clinging tight to Ebbo. "Yes," said her father, as she still resisted. "Come back, my child, and one day you shall see Ebbo and have him for a brother." Thereat Ebbo shook off the little grasping fingers, almost as if they belonged to a noxious insect. The matron's coif should succeed the widow's veil. He might talk with scholarly contempt of the new race of Bohemian impostors, but there was no forgetting that sentence. and in like manner, though his grandmother's allegation that his mother had been bent on captivating Sir Kasimir in that single interview at Adlerstein had always seemed to him the most preposterous of all Cunegonde's form of outrage, the recollection would occur to him, and he could have found it in his heart to wish that his mother had never heard of the old lady's designs as to the oubliette. He did most sincerely wish Master Gottfried had never let Wildschloss know of the mode in which his life had been saved, yet, while it would have seemed to him profane to breathe even to Friedel the true secret of his repugnance to this meddlesome kinsman, it was absolutely impossible to avoid his most distasteful authority and patronage, and the mother herself was gently, thankfully happy and unsuspicious, basking in the tender home affection of which she had so long been deprived, proud of her sons, and though anxious as to Ebbo's decision, with a quiet trust in his foundation of principle, and above all trusting to prayer. Chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Dove in the Eagle's Nest. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Dove in the Eagle's Nest by Charlotte Mary Yonge. Chapter 14. The Double-Headed Eagle. One summer evening, when shooting at a bird on a pole was in full exercise in the tilt-yard, the sports were interrupted by a message from the provost that a harbinger had brought tidings that the imperial court was within a day's journey. All was preparation. Fresh sand had to be strewn on the arena, new tapestry hangings were to deck the galleries, the houses, and the balconies to be brave with drapery. The fountain in the market-place was to play Rhine wine, all Ulm was astir to do honour to itself and to the Kaiser, and Ebbo stood amid all the bustle, drawing lines in the sand with the stock of his arblast, subject to all that oppressive self-magnification so frequent in early youth, and which made it seem to him as if the Kaiser and the King of the Romans were coming to Ulm with the mere purpose of destroying his independence, and as if the eyes of all Germany were watching for his humiliation. "See, see!" suddenly exclaimed Friedel. "Look, there is something among the tracery of the dome kirk tower. Is it man or bird?" "Bird, folly! Thou couldst see no bird less than an eagle from hence," said Ebbo. "No doubt they are about to hoist a banner." "That is not their wont," returned Sir Kasimir. "I see him," interrupted Ebbo. "Nay, but he is a bold climber. We went up to that stage, close to the balcony, and there's no footing beyond but crockets and canopies." "And a bit of rotten scaffold," added Friedel. "Perhaps he is a builder going to examine it. Up higher, higher!" "A builder?" said Ebbo. "A man with a head and foot like that should be a chamois hunter." "Shouldst thou deem it worse than the Red Eyrie, Friedel?" "Yea, truly. The depth beneath is plainer. There would be no climbing there without—" "Without what, cousin?" asked Wildschloss. "Without great cause," said Friedel. "It is fearful. He is like a fly against the sky." "Beaten again," muttered Ebbo. "I did think that none of these town-bred fellows could surpass us when it came to a giddy height. Who can it be?" "Look, look!" burst out Friedel. "The saints protect him! He is on that narrowest topmost ledge, measuring. His heel is over the parapet, half his foot." "Holding on by the rotten scaffold-pole. St. Barbara be his speed! But he is a brave man," shouted Ebbo. "Oh, the pole has broken!" "Heaven forfend!" cried Wildschloss, with despair on his face unseen by the boys, for Friedel had hidden his eyes, and Ebbo was straining his with the intense gaze of horror. He had carried his glance downwards, following the 380 feet fall that must be the lot of the adventurer. Then looking up again, he shouted, "I see him! I see him! Praise to St. Barbara! He is safe! He has caught by the upright stonework. Where? Show me!" cried Wildschloss, grasping Ebbo's arm. "There, clinging to that upright bit of tracery, stretching his foot out to yonder crocket." "I cannot see. Mine eyes swim and dazzle," said Wildschloss. "Merciful heavens! Is this another tempting of Providence? How is it with him now, Ebbo?" "Swarming down another slender bit of the stone network. It must be easy now to one who could keep head and hand steady in such a shock." "There," added Friedel, after a breathless space, "he is on the lower parapet, whence begins the stair. Do you know him, sir? Who is he?" "Either a Venetian mountebank," said Wildschloss, "or else there is only one man I know of either so foolhardy or so steady of head." "Be he who he may," said Ebbo, "he is the bravest man that I ever beheld. Who is he, Sir Kasimir?" "An eagle of higher flight than ours, no doubt," said Wildschloss. "But come, we shall reach the Dome Kirk by the time the climber has wound his way down the turret stairs, and we shall see what like he is." Their coming was well timed, for a small door at the foot of the tower was just opening to give exit to a very tall knight, in one of those short Spanish cloaks the collar of which could be raised so as to conceal the face. He looked to the right and left, and had one hand raised to put up the collar when he recognised Sir Kasimir, and holding out both hands, exclaimed, "Ha! Adlerstein, well met! I looked to see thee here. No unbonneting. I am not come yet. I am at Strasbourg with the Kaiser and the Archduke, and am not here till we ride in purple and in pall, by the time the good folk have hung out their arras, and donned their gold chains, and conned their speeches, and mounted their mules." "Well that their speeches are not over the lyke-wake of his kingly Kaiserly Highness," gravely returned Sir Kasimir. "Ha! Thou sawest? I came out here to avoid the gaping throng, who don't know what a hunter can do. I have been in worse case in the Tyrol. Snowdrifts are worse footing than stone–vine leaves." "Where abides your highness?" asked Wildschloss. "I ride back again to the halting–place for the night, and meet my father in time to do my part in the pageant. I was sick of the addresses, and moreover the purse–proud Flemings have made such a stiff little fop of my poor boy that I am ashamed to look at him, or hear his French accent. So I rode off to get a view of this notable dom in peace, ere it be bedizened in holiday garb, and one can't stir without all the chapter waddling after one." "Your highness has found means of distracting them." "Why, truly, the prior would scarce delight in the view from yonder parapet," laughed his highness. "Ha! Adlerstein, where didst get such a perfect pair of pages? I would I could match my hounds as well." "They are no pages of mine, so please you," said the knight. "Rather, this is the head of my name. Let me present to your kingly highness the Freiherr von Adlerstein." "Thou dost not thyself distinguish between them?" said Maximilian, as Friedmund stepped back, putting forward Eberhard, whose bright, lively smile of interest and admiration had been the cause of his cousin's mistake. They would have doffed their caps and bent the knee, but were hastily checked by Maximilian. "No, no, Junkern, I shall owe you no thanks for bringing all the street on me. That's enough. Reserve the rest for Kaiser Fritz." Then familiarly taking Sir Kasimir's arm, he walked on, saying, "I remember now. Thou wentest after an inheritance from the old Mouser of the Debatable Ford, and wert ousted by a couple of lusty boys sprung of peasant wedlock." "Nay, my lord, of a burgher lady, fair as she is wise and virtuous, who, spite of all hindrances, has bred up these youths in all good and noble nurture." "Is this so?" said the king, turning sharp round on the twins. "Are ye minded to quit freebooting and come a–crusading against the Turks with me?" "Everywhere with such a leader!" enthusiastically exclaimed Ebbo. "What, up there?" said Maximilian, smiling. "Thou hast the tread of a chamois hunter." "Friedel has been on the Red Eyrie," exclaimed Ebbo; then thinking he had spoken foolishly, he coloured. "Which is the Red Eyrie?" good–humouredly asked the king. "It is the crag above our castle," said Friedel, modestly. "None other has been there," added Ebbo, perceiving his auditor's interest; "but we saw the eagle flying away with a poor widow's kid, and the sight must have given him wings, for we never could find the same path. But here is one of the feathers he brought down," taking off his cap so as to show a feather rather the worse for wear, and sheltered behind a fresher one. "Nay," said Friedel, "thou shouldst say that I came to a ledge where I had liked to have stayed all night, but that ye all came out with men and ropes." "We know what such a case is," said the king. "It has chanced to us to hang between heaven and earth. I've even had the Holy Sacrament held up for my last pious gaze by those who gave me up for lost on the mountain-side. Adlerstein, the peak above the Braunwasser, some day shall ye show me this eyrie of yours, and we will see whether we can amaze our cousins, the eagles. We see you at our father's court to–morrow?" he graciously added, and Ebbo gave a ready bow of acquiescence. "There," said the king, as after their dismissal he walked on with Sir Kasimir, "never blame me for rashness and imprudence. Here has this height of the steeple proved the height of policy. It has made me a loyal subject of a Mouser on the spot." "Pray heaven it may have won a heart, true though proud," said Wildschloss, "but mousing was cured before by the wise training of the mother. Your highness will have taken out the sting of submission, and you will scarce find more faithful subjects." "How old are the Junkern?" "Some 16 years, your highness." "That is what living among mountains does for a lad. Why could not those thrice–accursed Flemish towns let me breed up my boy to be good for something in the mountains, instead of getting duck–footed and muddy–witted in the fens?" In the meantime Ebbo and Friedel were returning home in that sort of passion of enthusiasm that ingenuous boyhood feels when first brought into contact with greatness or brilliant qualities. And brilliance was the striking point in Maximilian. The last of the knights, in spite of his many defects, was, by personal qualities, and the hereditary influence of long–descended rank, verily a king of men in aspect and demeanour, even when most careless and simple. He was at this time a year or two past 30, unusually tall, and with a form at once majestic and full of vigour and activity. A noble, fair though sunburnt countenance, eyes of dark grey, almost black, long fair hair, a keen aquiline nose, a lip only beginning to lengthen to the characteristic Austrian feature, an expression always lofty, sometimes dreamy, and yet at the same time full of acuteness and humour. His abilities were of the highest order, his purposes, especially at this period of his life, most noble and becoming in the first prince of Christendom, and, if his life were a failure, and his reputation unworthy of his endowments, the cause seems to have been, in great measure, the bewilderment and confusion that unusual gifts sometimes cause to their possessor, whose sight their conflicting illumination dazzles so as to impair the steadiness of aim, while their contending gleams light him into various directions, so that one object is deserted for another ere its completion. Thus Maximilian cuts a figure in history far inferior to that made by his grandson, Charles V., whom he nevertheless excelled in every personal quality, except the most needful of all, force of character. And, in like manner, his remote descendant, the narrow–minded Ferdinand of Styria, gained his ends, though the able and brilliant Joseph II. was to die broken–hearted, calling his reign a failure and mistake. However, such terms as these could not be applied to Maximilian with regard to home affairs. He has had hard measure from those who have only regarded his vacillating foreign policy, especially with respect to Italy, ever the temptation and the bane of Austria. But even here much of his uncertain conduct was owing to the unfulfilled promises of what he himself called his "realm of kings," and a sovereign can only justly be estimated by his domestic policy. The contrast of the empire before his time with the subsequent Germany is that of chaos with order. Since the death of Friedrich II. the imperial title has been a mockery, making the prince who chanced to bear it a mere mark for the spite of his rivals. There was no centre of justice, no appeal. Everybody might make war on everybody with the sole preliminary of exchanging a challenge. Fist–fight was the acknowledged law of the land, and except in the free cities and under such a happy accident as a right-minded prince here and there, the state of Germany seems to have been rather worse than that of Scotland from Bruce to the union of the crowns. Under Maximilian, the Diet became an effective council. First right was abolished, independent robber lords put down, civilization began to effect an entrance, the system of circles was arranged, and the empire again became a leading power in Europe, instead of a mere vortex of disorder and misrule. Never would Charles V. have held the position he occupied had he come after an ordinary man, instead of after an able and sagacious reformer like that Maximilian who is popularly regarded as a fantastic caricature of a knight errant, marred by avarice and weakness of purpose. At the juncture of which we are writing, none of Maximilian's less worthy qualities had appeared. He had not been rendered shifty and unscrupulous by difficulties and disappointments in money matters, and had not found it impossible to keep many of the promises he had given in all good faith. He stood forth as the hope of Germany, in salient contrast to the feeble and avaricious father, who was felt to be the only obstacle in the way of his noble designs of establishing peace and good discipline in the empire, and conducting a general crusade against the Turks, whose progress was the most threatening peril of Christendom. His fame was, of course, frequently discussed among the citizens, with whom he was very popular, not only from his ease and freedom of manner, but because his graceful tastes, his love of painting, sculpture, architecture, and the mechanical turn which made him an improver of firearms and a patron of painting and engraving, rendered their society more agreeable to him than that of his dull, barbarous nobility. Ebbo had heard so much of the perfections of the King of the Romans as to be prepared to hate him, but the boy, as we have seen, was of a generous, sensitive nature, peculiarly prone to enthusiastic impressions of veneration, and Maximilian's high-spirited manhood, personal fascination, and individual kindness had so entirely taken him by surprise, that he talked of him all the evening in a more fervid manner than did even Friedel, though both could scarcely rest for their anticipations of seeing him on the morrow in the full state of his entry. Richly clad and mounted on cream-coloured steeds, nearly as much alike as themselves, the twins were a pleasant sight for a proud mother's eyes, as they rode out to take their place in the procession that was to welcome the royal guests. Master Sorel, in ample gown, richly furred with medal and chain of office, likewise went forth as guildmaster, and Christina, with smiling lips and liquid eyes, recollected the days when to see him in such array was her keenest pleasure, and the utmost splendour her fancy could depict. Arrayed, as her son loved to see her, in black velvet, with pearl-bordered cap, Christina sat by her aunt in the tapestried balcony, and between them stood or sat little Thekla von Adlerstein-Wildschloss, whose father had entrusted her to their care, to see the procession pass by. A rich Eastern carpet of gorgeous colouring covered the upper balustrade, over which they leant, in somewhat close quarters with the scarlet-bodiced dames of the opposite house, but with ample space for sight up and down the rows of smiling expectants at each balcony or window, equally gay with hangings, while the bells of all the churches clashed forth their gayest chimes, and fitful bursts of music were borne upon the breeze. Little Thekla danced in the narrow space for very glee, and wondered why any one should live in a cloister when the world was so wide and so fair. And Dame Johanna tried to say something pious of worldly temptations, and the cloister shelter, but Thekla interrupted her, and clinging to Christina, exclaimed, "Nay, but I am always naughty with Mother Ludmilla at the convent, and I know I should never be naughty out here with you and the barons. I should be so happy." "Hush, hush, little one, here they come." On they came, stout Landsknechts at first, the city guard with steel helmets unadorned, buff suits, and bearing either harquebuses, halberts, or those handsome but terrible weapons, morning stars. Then followed guild after guild, each preceded by the banner bearing its homely emblem, the cauldron of the smiths, the hose of the clothiers, the helmet of the armourers, the bason of the barbers, the boot of the suitors, even the sausage of the cooks, and the shoe of the shoeblacks, were represented, as by men who gloried in the calling in which they did life's duty and task. First in each of these bands marched the prentices, stout, broad, flat–faced lads from 20 to 14 years of age, with hair like tow hanging from under their blue caps, staves in their hands, and knives at their girdles. Behind them came the journeymen, in leathern jerkins and steel caps, and armed with halberts or crossbows, men of all ages, from 60 to 1 or 2 and 20, and many of the younger ones with foreign countenances, and garb betokening that they were strangers spending part of their wandering years in studying the Ulm fashions of their craft. Each trade showed a large array of these juniors, but the masters who came behind were comparatively few, mostly elderly, long–gowned, gold–chained personages, with a weight of solid dignity on their wise brows, men who respected themselves, made others respect them, and kept their city a peaceful, well–ordered haven, while storms raged in the realm beyond. Men, too, who had raised to the glory of their god a temple, not indeed fulfilling the original design, but a noble effort, and grand monument of burgher devotion. Then came the ragged regiment of scholars, wild lads from every part of Germany and Switzerland, some wan and pinched with hardship and privation, others sturdy, selfish rogues, evidently well able to take care of themselves. There were many rude, tyrannical–looking lads among the older lads, and though here and there a studious, earnest face might be remarked, the prospect of Germany's future priests and teachers was not encouraging. And what a searching ordeal was waiting those careless lads when the voice of one, as yet still a student, should ring through Germany! Contrasting with these ill–kempt pupils marched the grave professors and teachers, in square ecclesiastic caps and long gowns, whose colours marked their degrees and the universities that had conferred them, some thin, some portly, some jocund, some dreamy, some observing all the humours around, others still intent on Aristotelian ethics, all men of high fame, with doctor at the beginning of their names, and or us at the close of them. After them rode the magistracy, a burgomaster from each guild, and the Herr Provost himself, as great a potentate within his own walls as the Doge of Venice or of Genoa, or perhaps greater, because less jealousy hampered. In this dignified group was uncle Gottfried, by complacent nod and smile acknowledging his good wife and niece, who indeed had received many a previous glance and bow from friends passing beneath. But Master Sorel was no new spectacle in a civic procession, and the sight of him was only a pleasant fillip to the excitement of his ladies. Here was jingling of spurs and trampling of horses, heraldic achievements showed upon the banners, round which rode the mail–clad retainers of country nobles, who had mustered to meet their lords. Then, with still more clank and tramp, rode a bright–faced troop of lads, with feathered caps and gay mantles. Young Count Rudiger looked up with courteous salutation, and just behind him, with smiling lips and upraised faces, were the pair whose dark eyes, dark hair, and slender forms rendered them conspicuous among the fair Teutonic youth. Each cap was taken off and waved, and each pair of lustrous eyes glanced up pleasure and exultation at the sight of the lovely Mutterlein. And she? The pageant was well–nigh over to her, save for heartily agreeing with Aunt Johanna that there was not a young noble of them all to compare with the twin barons of Adlerstein. However, she knew she should be called to account if she did not look well at the Romish king. Besides, Thekla was shrieking with delight at the sight of her father, tall and splendid on his mighty black charger, with a smile for his child, and for the lady a bow so low and deferential that it was evidently remarked by those at whose approach every lady in the balconies was rising, every head in the street was bared. A tall, thin, shrivelled, but exceedingly stately old man on a grey horse was in the centre. Clad in a purple velvet mantle, and bowing as he went, he looked truly the Kaisar, to whom stately courtesy was second nature. On one side, in black and gold, with the jewel of the Golden Fleece on his breast, rode Maximilian, responding gracefully to the salutations of the people, but his keen grey eye roving in search of the object of Sir Kasimir's salute, and lighting on Christina with such a rapid, amused glance of discovery, that, in her confusion, she missed what excited Dame Johanna's rapturous admiration, the handsome boy on the Emperor's other side, a fair, plump lad, the young sovereign of the Low Countries, beautiful in feature and complexion, but lacking the fire and the loftiness that characterized his father's countenance. The train was closed by the Reitern of the Emperor's guard, steel-clad mercenaries, who were looked on with no friendly eyes by the few gazers in the street who had been left behind in the general rush to keep up with the attractive part of the show. Pageants of elaborate mythological character impeded the imperial progress at every stage, and it was full 2 hours ere the two youths returned, heartily weary of the lengthened ceremonial, and laughing at having actually seen the King of the Romans enduring to be conducted from shrine to shrine in the cathedral by a large proportion of its dignitaries. Ebbo was sure he had caught an archly disconsolate wink. Ebbo had to dress for the banquet spread in the town hall. Space was wanting for the concourse of guests, and Master Sorel had decided that the younger baron should not be included in the invitation. Friedel pardoned him more easily than did Ebbo, who not only resented any slight to his double, but in his fits of shy pride needed the aid of his readier and brighter other self. But it might not be, and Sir Kasimir and Master Gottfried alone accompanied him, hoping that he would not look as wild as a hawk, and would do nothing to diminish the favourable impression he had made on the King of the Romans. Late, according to medieval hours, was the return, and Ebbo spoke in a tone of elation. "The Kaisar was most gracious, and the king knew me," he said, "and asked for thee, Friedel, saying one of us was naught without the other. But thou wilt go to-morrow, for we are to receive knighthood." "Already?" exclaimed Friedel, a bright glow rushing to his cheek. "Yea," said Ebbo. "The Romish king said somewhat about waiting to win our spurs, but the Kaisar said I was in a position to take rank as a knight, and I thanked him, so thou shouldst share the honour." "The Kaisar," said Wildschloss, "is not the man to let a knight's fee slip between his fingers. The king would have kept off their grip, and reserved you for knighthood from his own sword under the banner of the empire. But there is no help for it now. You must make your vassals send in their dues." "My vassals?" said Ebbo. "What could they send?" "The aid customary on the knighthood of the heir." "But there is nothing," said Friedel. "They can scarce pay meal and poultry enough for our daily fare, and if we were to flay them alive, we should not get 60 groschen from the whole." "True enough. Knighthood must wait till we win it," said Ebbo, gloomily. "Nay, it is accepted," said Wildschloss. "The Kaisar loves his iron chest too well to let you go back. You must be ready with your round sum to the chancellor, and your spur money, and your fee for the heralds, and largesse to the crowd." "Mother, the dowry!" said Ebbo. "At your service, my son," said Christina, anxious to chase the cloud from his brow. But it was a deep haul, for the avaricious Friedrich IV. made exorbitant charges for the knighting his young nobles, and Ebbo soon saw that the improvements at home must suffer for the honours that would have been so much better won than bought. "If your vassals cannot aid, yet may not your kinsmen?" began Wildschloss. "No," interrupted Ebbo, lashed up to hot indignation. "No, sir. Rather will my mother, brother, and I ride back this very night to unfettered liberty on our mountain, without obligation to any living man." "Less hotly, Sir Baron," said Master Gottfried, gravely. "You broke in on your noble grandfather, and you had not heard me speak. You and your brother are the old man's only heirs, nor do ye incur any obligation that need fret you by forestalling what would be your just right. I will see my nephews as well equipped as any young baron of them." The mother looked anxiously at Ebbo. He bent his head with rising colour, and said, "Thanks, kind uncle. From you I have learnt to look on goodness as fatherly." "Only," added Friedel, "if the baron's station renders knighthood fitting for him, surely I might remain his esquire." "Never, Friedel!" cried his brother. "Without thee, nothing." "Well said, Freiherr," said Master Sorel. "What becomes the one becomes the other. I would not have left thee out, my Friedel, since I cannot leave thee the mysteries of my craft." "To morrow," said Friedel, gravely. "Then must the vigil be kept to night." "The boy thinks these are the days of Roland and Karl the Great," said Wildschloss. "He would fain watch his arms in the moonlight in the Dome Kirk. Alas, no, my Friedel, knighthood in these days smacks more of bezants than of deeds of prowess." "Unbearable fellow!" cried Ebbo, when he had latched the door of the room he shared with his brother. "First holding up my inexperience to scorn, as though the Kaisar knew not better than he what befits me, then trying to buy my silence and my mother's gratitude with his hateful advance of gold. As if I did not loathe him enough without! If I pay my homage and sign the league to morrow, it will be purely that he may not plume himself on our holding our own by sufferance, in deference to him." "You will sign it, you will do homage!" exclaimed Friedel. "How rejoiced the mother will be!" "I had rather depend at once, if depend I must, on yonder dignified Kaisar and that noble king than on our meddling kinsman," said Ebbo. "I shall be his equal now. Ay, and no more classed with the court Junkern I was with to day. The dullards! No one reasonable thing know they but the chase. One had been at Florence, and when I asked him of the baptistry and rare Giotto of whom my uncle told us, he asked if he were a knight of the Medici. All he knew was that they were ortolans at Ser Lorenzo's table, and he and the rest of them talked over wines as many and as hard to call as the roll of Inez's comrades. And when each one must drink to her he loved best, and I said I loved none but my sweet mother, they gibed me for a simple, dutiful mountaineer. Yea, and when the servants brought a bowl, I thought it was a wholesome draught of spring water, after all their hot wines and fripperies. Pah! The Rosewater, Ebbo? No wonder they laughed. Why, the bowls for our fingers came round at the banquet here. Ah, thou hast eyes for their finikin manners. Yet what know they of what we used to long for in polished life? Not one but vowed he had poured books, and cursed Dr. Faustus for multiplying them. I may not know the taste of a stew, nor the fit of a glove, as they do, but I trust I bear a less empty brain. And the young Netherlanders that came with the Archduke were worst of all. They got together and garbled French, and treated the German Junkern with the very same sauce with which they had served me. The Archduke laughed with them, and when the Provost addressed him, made as if he understood not, till his father heard, and thundered out, "How now, Philip? Deaf on thy German ear? I tell thee, Herr Probst, he knows his own language as well as thou or I, and thou shalt hear him speak as becomes the son of an Austrian hunter. That Romish king is a knight of knights, Friedel. I could follow him to the world's end." "I wonder whether he will ever come to climb the Red Eyrie." "It does not seem the world's end when one is there," said Friedel, with strange yearnings in his breast. "Even the Dome steeple never rose to its full height," he added, standing in the window and gazing pensively into the summer sky. "Oh, Ebbo, this knighthood has come very suddenly after our many dreams, and even though its outward tokens be lowered, it is still a holy, awful thing." Nurtured in mountain solitude, on romance transmitted through the pure medium of his mother's mind, and his spirit untainted by contact with the world, Friedmund von Adlerstein looked on chivalry with the temper of a Percival or Galahad, and regarded it with a sacred awe. Eberhard, though treating it more as a matter of business, was like enough to his brother to enter the force of the vows they were about to make, and if the young barons of Adlerstein did not perform the night watch over their armour, yet they kept a vigil that impressed their own minds as deeply, and in the early morn they went to confession and mass ere the gay parts of the city were astir. "Sweet niece," said Master Sorel, as he saw the brothers' grave, earnest looks, "thou hast done well by these youths, yet I doubt me at times whether they be not too much lifted out of this veritable world of ours." "Ah, fair uncle, were they not above it, how could they face its temptations?" "True, my child, But how will it be when they find how lightly others treat what to them is so solemn?" "There must be temptations for them, above all for Ebbo," said Christina. "But still, when I remember how my heart sank when their grandmother tried to bring them up to love crime as sport and glory, I cannot but trust that the good work will be wrought out, and my dreams fulfilled, that they may be lights on earth and stars in heaven. Even this matter of homage, that seemed so hard to my Ebbo, has now been made easy to him by his veneration for the Emperor." It was even so. If the sense that he was the last veritable free lord of Adlerstein rushed over Ebbo, he was, on the other hand, overmastered by the kingliness of Friedrich and Maximilian, and was aware that this submission, while depriving him of little or no actual power, brought him into relations with the civilized world, and opened to him paths of true honour. So the ceremonies were gone through, his oath of allegiance was made, investiture was granted to him by the delivery of a sword, and both he and Friedel were dubbed knights. Then they shared another banquet, where, as away from the Junkern and among elder men, Ebbo was happier than the day before. Some of the knights seemed to him as rude and ignorant as the Schneiderlein, but no one talked to him nor observed his manners, and he could listen to conversation on war and policy, such as interested him far more than the subjects affected by youths a little older than himself. Their lonely life and training had rendered the minds of the brothers as much in advance of their fellows as they were behind them in knowledge of the world. The crass obtuseness of most of the nobility made it a relief to return to the usual habits of the Sorel household when the court had left Ulm. Friedmund, anxious to prove that his new honours were not to alter his home demeanour, was drawing on a block of wood from a tinted pen and ink sketch. Ebbo was deeply engaged with a newly acquired copy of Virgil, and their mother was embroidering some draperies for the long neglected castle chapel, all sitting, as Master Gottfried loved to have them, in his studio, whence he had a few moments before been called away, when, as the door slowly opened, a voice was heard that made both lads start and rise. "Yea, truly, Herr Guildmaster, I would see these masterpieces. Ha! What have you here for masterpieces? Our two new double-ganger knights?" And Maximilian entered in a simple riding dress, attended by Master Gottfried and by Sir Kasimir of Adlerstein's Wildschloss. Christina would fain have slipped out unperceived, but the king was already removing his cap from his fair curling locks, and bending his head as he said, "The Frau Freiherrinn von Adlerstein? Fair lady, I greet you well, and thank you in the Kaiser's name and mine for having bred up for us two true and loyal subjects." "May they so prove themselves, my liege," said Christina, bending low. "And not only loyal-hearted," added Maximilian, smiling, "but ready-brained, which is less frequent among our youth. What is that book, young knight? Virgilius Maro? Dost thou read the Latin?" he added in that tongue. "Not as well as we wish, your kingly highness," readily answered Ebbo in Latin, "having learnt solely of our mother till we came hither." "Never fear for that, my young blade," laughed the king. "Know'st not that the wiseacres thought me too dull for teaching till I was past 10 years? And what is thy double about? Drawing on wood? How now? An able draughtsman, my young knight?" "My nephew Sir Friedmund is good to the old man," said Gottfried, himself almost regretting the lad's avocation. "My eyes are failing me, and he is aiding me with the graving of this border. He has the knack that no teaching will impart to any of my present journeymen." "Born, not made," quoth Maximilian. "Nay," as Friedel coloured deeply at the sense that Ebbo was ashamed of him, "no blushes, my boy. It is a rare gift. I can make 100 knights any day, but the Almighty alone can make a genius. It was this very matter of graving that led me hither." For Maximilian had a passion for composition, and chiefly for autobiography, and his head was full of that curious performance, Der Weisse König, which occupied many of the leisure moments of his life, being dictated to his former writing-master, Marcus Sauerwein. He had already designed the portrayal of his father as the old White King, and himself as the young White King, in a series of woodcuts illustrating the narrative which culminated in the one romance of his life, his brief happy marriage with Mary of Burgundy. And he continued eagerly to talk of Master Gottfried, about the mystery of graving, and the various scenes in which he wished to depict himself learning languages from native speakers, Czech from a peasant with a basket of eggs, English from the exiles of the Burgundian court, who had also taught him the use of the longbow, building from architects and masons, painting from artists, and more imaginatively, astrology from a wonderful flaming sphere in the sky, and the black art from a witch inspired by a long-tailed demon perched on her shoulder. No doubt the young white king made an exceedingly prominent figure in the discourse, but it was so quaint and so brilliant that it did not need the charm of royal condescension to entrance the young knights, who stood silent auditors. Ebbo at least was convinced that no species of knowledge or skill was viewed by his Kaiserly kingship as beneath his dignity, but still he feared Friedel's being seized upon to be as prime illustrator to the royal autobiography, a lot to which, with all his devotion to Maximilian, he could hardly have consigned his brother, in the certainty that the jeers of the ruder nobles would pursue the craftsman baron. However, for the present, Maximilian was keen enough to see that the boy's mechanical skill was not as yet equal to his genius, so he only encouraged him to practise, adding that he heard there was a rare lad, one Dürer, at Nuremberg, whose productions were already wonderful. "And what is this?" he asked. "What is the daintily carved group I see yonder?" "Your highness means the dove in the eagle's nest," said Kasimir. "It is the work of my young kinsmen, and their appropriate device." "As well chosen as carved," said Maximilian, examining it. "Well is it that a city dove should now and then find her way to the eyrie. Some of my nobles would cut my throat for the heresy, but I am safe here, eh, Sir Kasimir? Fare ye well, ye dove-trained eaglets. We will know one another better when we bear the cross against the infidel." The brothers kissed his hand, and he descended the steps from the hall door. Ere he had gone far, he turned round upon Sir Kasimir with a merry smile. "A very white and tender dove indeed, and one who might easily nestle in another eyrie, methinks." "Deems your kingly highness that consent could be won?" asked Wildschloss. "From the Kaisar? Pfui, man! Thou knowst as well as I do the golden key to his consent. So thou wouldst risk thy luck again? Thou hast no male heir." "And I would fain give my child a mother who would deal well with her. Nay, to say sooth, that gentle innocent face has dwelt with me for many years. But for my pre–contract, I had striven long ago to win her, and had been a happier man mayhap. And now I have seen what she has made of her sons, I feel I could scarce find her match among our nobility." "Nor elsewhere," said the king, "and I honour thee for not being so besotted in our German haughtiness as not to see that it is our free cities that make refined and discreet dames. I give you God–speed, Adlerstein, but if I read aright the brow of one at least of these young fellows, thou wilt scarce have a willing or obedient stepson." CHAPTER 15